All right, friends. I think we're live on YouTube. Let me make sure. Live on TikTok. Should be live on TikTok in just a second. I wore red just for Hell Day. Not sure if it mattered. I didn't have bright orange. Bright orange would have been a good shirt for Hell Day. But unfortunately, this was the best I could do. You work with what you were given or with what you got. You have to make do. But, I mean, to be fair, I did bring Fireball. So I got some Fireball. So there's going to be some of that happening. Okay, TikTok stream is up and running. Let me open the guest box. The guest box is open on TikTok and on YouTube. Give me 1 second. I don't think we need this button on. It should be good to go. Okay. Hey, welcome in, friends. Ems, I did hear the news. Kiki's already asking. A lot of people asking about Charlie Kirk. It seems to be hot news right now. I think anyone who's watched my channel for any amount of time knows my opinion on violence. I don't like it. Not a big fan of it. Don't believe that everyone should have access to firearms. I think that's something that should be controlled and restricted. It's fucking terrible what happened to Charlie Kirk. I feel bad for his family. Obviously, you guys know I disagree with him every day to Sunday on his views. But I got to be honest, I'm sad that we're in this state of affairs right now in America, that we are now lighting people up that we disagree with politically. I don't like it. This is not a good place to be. It's just not. It's starting to remind me of like the civil rights era vibe. Not interested in it. Not a good idea. We shouldn't be here right now. It's very bad. So it's fucking horrible. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't believe we should be in the business of offing our enemies. I just don't think we should. Anyways, the guest boxes are open. We're going to be talking about hell. And hey, it might be a relevant topic considering the news. And we've already got a couple gifted subs. Larry Beck, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, Martin, I agree. Violence is never the answer. That's not the answer we need. That's not the thing that we should be happening. And Carlos, I hope you're healing up well, Carlos. Thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Big W to all the members and subscribers on TikTok and YouTube. I really do appreciate all the support. We should have, I think we got someone in the guest box already, so let's bring them in. Welcome in, Sean.
Believe in Jesus.
That was it? Like 3 seconds? That didn't last very long. Oh well. We already have people shouting in the comments. Hell was created for Satan and his angels. The fuck it was. If God was all knowing, the day and he knew humans would go there, leaving face said that's what she said. Holy shit. Oh, fantastic. I don't have a drum roll sound effect, but that's good. Where was I? Holy shit. I lost my train of thought. It was too good. Now I can't focus. Yeah, anyways, if hell was created for Satan and his angels, and God knew ahead of time that he would send humans there, then it's just logically entailed that God created hell for human beings, because he knew he would be sending humans being there before he created it. It's just like it's right there. I don't know why people keep shouting Matthew 25 at me like it's a meaningful thing. It's like of all the retorts about hell, shouting the quotation from Matthew 25, I think, is the least helpful retort at all. It might be the weakest and dumbest thing you can say on the topic of hell. I have no idea what that statement is even supposed to be doing for your position. Sorry about that. Fire as hell got in my throat. Trump failed says, if there is a hell, they definitely got another membership today. Not sorry. Man said he didn't trust black pilots and obliged grape. May he rot. Well, I don't think you're the only one who feels that particular way. And earlier I thought about even running a joke and asking if he was in fact in hell, and then I thought that might be in poor taste. But according to the Bible, it says if you call another man a fool, you'll be liable to the hellfire, and he certainly did that. So I'm just saying the Bible says a few things. Botho guy says Kirk said he was fine with a few people dying every year to this violence, called it a good deal. Really need to check what you put into the world. Shit, he said that? Those crazy that anyone would say that shit. That's insane. I didn't know that. That's dude, that's crazy, fam. I find it hard to believe like any sane adult would say something like that. That's manifesting, I guess. Dunzo, thank you for the rock. I super appreciate that. All right, let me get our next guest here in the guest box. How you doing, Will?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Will, are you at least 18? And
Yes.
do you believe in hell?
Yeah.
Cool. And is it like the biblical hell or some sort of like
Yep. Biblical,
reimagined
eternal conscious torment, whole nine yards.
Cool. And do you think that hell is a good idea or a bad idea?
Sure, it's a good idea. Can I ask you
Why
a
is that?
question?
Why do you think it's a good
Are
idea?
you celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and are you advocating for more right-wing media figures to be shot? And do you have the cojones to do it yourself?
Well, first of all, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, you would have seen me openly condemn violence. I'm against violence as all forms.
I was not.
And
I'm just asking. I just want to clarify.
I can hear you like literally shaking in your boots as you're asking the question. So just take a deep breath.
No. It's because
take a deep breath. You're not in danger here. This is not a political live stream. This is a religious live stream. So just so you're aware, this is not a political debate. If you came for a political debate, you're in the wrong space.
Well, you know,
so,
mass shootings are quite common in America, and I think that they're bad.
Okay, well, we're talking about hell. If you can't stay on topic, you came to the wrong place, buddy. There's a lot of people out there that do the political debates. This ain't it. This ain't the one. We're not going to be doing any of that dialogue today. Jeffy says, thanks for all you do, Justin. I got the Oxford Bible commentary coming in soon. I was curious about your thoughts on it. Well, I love it. It's my Bible of choice. I have only one complaint about the New Oxford. Oh, you got the Oxford Bible commentary, not the New Oxford Annotated Bible. Sorry. The Oxford Bible commentary is perhaps my favorite single volume commentary. So like you guys know, real good academic commentaries typically come in sets, hundreds of them to a set. If you want a single volume commentary series that's good, not a series, but a single volume commentary, they're very hard to find good ones. There are two really good academic ones that I always suggest. One is the Oxford Bible Commentary. I've got a copy here, actually. This is what it looks like. It's really well respected. I'm just going to knock all my books over now. And then the other one that I like, which is, I think on the 3rd edition now, is the Jerome Bible Commentary. It's excellent. The 2nd edition and the 3rd edition don't have any major changes except for the printing. The 2nd edition has got way better pages. Thicker. They don't bleed through. Also, unique. I don't know why you're putting that, but you're blocked. So you can go now. We don't do that here. All right, I'm going to grab a couple super chats because we got another guest loaded up. Dexter, thank you so much for sending up 5 DZ Debate memberships. Big W, Dex. I really appreciate that, friend. And Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. Says Matthew 10:28. Just joking. I don't know What to believe anymore? Stay well. Well, I mean, I don't know what your system of belief was already, so I don't really know what to tell you. But according to Matthew 10:28, Jesus is suggesting that annihilation is the thing. It's not eternal conscious torment. And I think there's a biblical case for annihilationism, and I think there's a biblical case for eternal conscious torment. It just depends on which passages you want to cherry pick. Pial says Charlie Kirk was a bigoted moron, but for him to be game ended on all of these days is such a Wednesday. Praise Doug. Well, first of all, it's fucking horrific that his family had to lose him, especially in this particular way. It's horrific that we're in this state of affairs in America where we're offing our political enemies. This is not a state of affairs that I would wish on any country. I'm especially upset that it's happening in my country. I don't want it. I don't like it. Thank you, Dunzo, for the galaxy. I appreciate that. To be clear, violence is never the answer unless you have been attacked, and then you have to protect yourself. Snip says I can't read that, a day full of blank, and he called in to say, thank you, Jesus. This is your brain on religion. Well, religion does things, actually. In fact, religion is usually what motivates these things. Michael says, do non-believers cease to exist when they're thrown into the lake of fire at the second death? Yes, so in Revelation 21, it seems, this is one of those passages that seems to support annihilationism. But as we've seen in the Dead Sea Scrolls and elsewhere, you can cherry pick your way to either viewpoint. Space Lord says, the Far Side has a comic showing forced labor, but one guy is whistling a happy tune. Satan comments, we're just not reaching that guy. Shit. I suppose so. And Piranha says, thank you for your donation. Well, Piranha, thank you for your donation. And Mega says, let's make Doug and Sharon some pleasing barbecue. You know that's going to happen on this topic. I mean, there's roasting happening. Metal says any torture would seem normal after a while. I agree, actually. Yeah, it'd be normalized after a bit. Dex says, do you think the historical Jesus, not the mythological one, believed he was the Messiah? What do you think convinced him originally? This is a good question, and I do think that he did believe it. And just for you, Dex, I'm uploading and releasing, I think, on Saturday, an interview with Dr. James Tabor on this exact topic as to whether or not the historical Jesus thought that he was the Messiah in the Davidic sense. So I think Saturday that's going to be out. He's got some really unique perspective on it as a Dead Sea Scrolls expert. So Dexter, mark your calendars for Saturday. I think you'll get some juicy information. And Texas says, thoughts on how NATO should respond to Russia drones. Just joking. Hell is dumb. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, thank you for not derailing the conversation into politics. I'd rather not. And Farrell says, Phil Bro, timer idea. All Phil Bros start with X minutes. Every use of Phil Bro jargon deducts Y minutes from their timer, forces them to choose words wisely. So I don't disagree with you. I've already ran over my idea of the Phil Bro timer. And here's how I think it should work is we give them a set time, and I tell them at the beginning that it doesn't matter how many times you stop to explain useless jargon. That's time that you're not going to get back. So basically, I set the clock for them and I say, this is how much time you have. It's up to you how much time you want to waste explaining stupid jargon. You know what I mean? All right, I got 2 more super chats, and we're going to get our guest in here. Shady, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, in Genesis 1:27, he created humankind in his image, a.k.a. perfect. Well, that's not what that means. Then where did the ability for Eve to be tempted come from? It doesn't say Satan created the temptation, only that he tempted Eve. Thoughts? Well, I do not believe whatsoever that Genesis 1:27 entails that they were created in the exact replication of God, meaning they had his spirit. So my understanding of the image is exactly what we see later when Adam has children. It says, using the same Hebrew word, that Adam had a son in his image. This is just meaning he had a physical representation that was in the image of his father. Not identical, just similar, right? So if I had a son according to my own likeness or according to my own image, it would just mean I had a son that was very much like me. So humans then were created to be very much like God in appearance, not in spirituality. They have to spiritualize this later because later they got rid of this notion that God had a physical appearance. Narrative, dude, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, thanks for giving me ammunition as I argue my deconstruction with my family. Brilliant show. Well, listen, I'm glad to hear that you're getting what you need. That's one of the reasons why I started this channel. I want to help people to have the talking points and the information they need to adequately defend their positions. All right, we're going to bring in the Roman psyop here from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Roman psyop.
Thanks. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Roman,
good.
are you at least 18, and do you believe in hell?
Okay, yeah, I am at least 18, and I apologize because I am a dreaded infidel. I do not believe in hell, but I think we might end up debating anyway because I have a kind of an interesting theory
Well,
that I
is
want to
it
run past you.
Is it about hell?
It figures into hell somewhat, in as much as how Paul crafted Christianity to deliver to the Romans, and how and that being a mechanism of how Christianity had it to be adapted to spread. I totally understand if you don't want to discuss this now, but I think you would be a pretty interesting person to talk to about these ideas that I have.
I mean, most likely, but this is a debate stream. Unfortunately, I love a good chit chat, but no one's here for that. They're here for a debate. So, unfortunately,
like I said,
I have to give the audience what they want. You know.
Yep, I understand. I said we might end up debating, but I guess it's off topic, so maybe I'll try again another time. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I hate that he waited for that, but I mean, friends. This is a debate stream, and yes, Darko, he did kind of look reminiscent of Jim Carrey in Me, Myself, and Irene. Amazing movie too. To be quite honest, I was a little bit jealous of his mustache. That was a really good mustache. Man had a good mustache. All right, let's grab our next guest from the TikTok queue. The One, how you doing?
Good evening, brother.
The One, are you at least 18, and do you believe in hell?
I'm 41, New York City, and yes, I'm a Christian.
Cool. And do you think that hell is a good idea or a bad idea?
So here's how I want you to think about it. I want you to think about in the beginning when God created the darkness, right? In the darkness, you can have a decision. You can either trust that God the Father is there with you in the darkness, or you can say, I don't see shit, I don't believe in God. Now, what I thought happened was God then
is this
sees,
about hell?
Yeah, this is about hell. So then I think God sees what his children are doing in the darkness. Some are killing, some are loving, there's a mismatch, everything's going on. So God turns on the light. God says to his children, here's the deal. I'm so bright, you can't look directly upon me. But if you stay within the line of my sight, you will be within Daddy's eyes at all times. If you don't stay within the sight of Daddy's eyes, you will get burned by his light because his light's so bright. So where you say hell is illogical here, here's what I think. I think that in the darkness, there were some that believed there was a father and some that believed there wasn't. And then all of a sudden this bright light shows up, boom. Now the ones that believed said, you know what? Can't look directly upon it. Just stay in line with it. I'm good. But the other ones decide, no, F this. I want to look directly upon it. I'm God. I want to get near that. And guess what happens? They get burned because they don't know what it is. They think that they are God. So is hell illogical? No. I think that's your own stupidity. I think that's your inability to believe that while you're here right now, there is a Father, there is a Creator, and you see this bright light in front of you, and you go up to try and touch it, and you get burned.
Cool story. So who goes to hell in your worldview?
Well, who goes to hell is, I think at the end of the day, the breath of life is Yahweh, brother. Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, the
So
Tetragrammaton.
Yahweh goes to hell?
No, I think Yahweh is God. I think that just
How do you
by
think that answered my
accepting-
question?
Go ahead. What was the question again?
I asked you, who goes to hell in your worldview?
Well, Those that don't believe in Yahweh.
Great.
Those
Okay.
that don't believe. Go
Cool.
ahead.
So, do you believe that hell is eternal or temporary?
Eternal.
Cool. And you believe that
Well, hang on a second.
even
I believe that hell is eternal in the sense that heaven is eternal, but I believe that your stay in hell is not eternal. It's the
so you're
acceptance of the breath of
so
life.
you
I think
believe
that if you
in
don't accept Yahweh in
annihilationism?
your
You
life,
think that
you're
eventually
not
you're
breathing.
annihilated?
Well, no, because I think that creation itself, energy, is reused. I think it's
Oh, for Christ's
repurposed.
sake.
I think that in
All
God's
right,
eyes,
just pay attention to the question. I want you to answer the question, not yap on whatever thing you want to yap about, right? So I asked you, do you believe that the souls that go to hell eventually get annihilated? It's just yes, no, or I don't know.
yes and no. I do believe they do get annihilated in the sense that if hell was a black hole at the center, right? And God says at that very fine center point, the
This is
singularity is when
crazy.
you get annihilated. But if
Buddy, do you
you,
know what the word annihilate means?
yeah, it's oblivion. It's gone. There's
Okay.
reconstituted into energy.
Okay, so you think that the souls get no, annihilated doesn't mean you go into energy.
So I believe that everything in the system itself is not fully destroyed. I think that it's broken down to its constituent parts.
Okay, so you don't believe in annihilation, you believe in a transfer of energy. Crazy
Correct.
thought,
Yeah,
but I don't
so
really
that's a better
care.
way to put
Okay,
it. I
so
believe in that the sense
in
of
your
the soul,
worldview, then
creation,
people who don't
puzzle.
believe in God go to the eternal fire for how long?
As long until they start. So think about it this way: if you were not breathing, you're in hell, and as long as you start breathing God's name, Yahweh, you're out of hell. It's really up to the one in hell.
Oh, try this again. How long do you think that could be?
Well, in eternity, there's no time, brother. I mean, literally, you could spin around a black hole for 1 billion years and think it's a minute. There's no
Okay.
time in eternity.
Okay, so it's eternity then. You're in hell for eternity?
Correct, until you're not in eternity.
Cool. And you believe the person that even only committed one sin probably goes there, right?
I think that if you truly believe in the breath of life, Yahweh,
I
Jesus
don't.
Christ, our Lord and Savior, I think that you stop sinning. I think that we sin all the time, but I think that when you jump right to God, when you're sinning, you get better slowly. Listen, it's a process, brother. It's not just quickly overnight.
Buddy, I think you got lost. I think you're in the wrong place if you think this is a preaching platform. We're here to
No, it's not a
discuss
preaching platform.
ideas. So
I'm
try
trying to
to
say
actually
that
pay
hell is
attention to
logical.
the conversation, okay? So
I think it's
do you
logical.
believe then that a young person eventually comes of age and then they're liable for their sins? Like you don't think a 4-year-old is liable for their sins, do you?
So, if in the eyes of the Lord they were to start saying, "I
I
believe in Jesus Christ,"
just need a
I
yes or
believe
no
that they're
from you.
forgiven. I believe
Just
they're
need a yes or
forgiven.
no. Just
Yeah.
need a yes
So,
or
what was the
no.
question again? Exactly.
Do you think that little children like 5-year-olds are liable for their sins?
No, if they're not taught who Yahweh is, then no, they're not. I believe that
Okay.
I'll be honest, those that sit on death row right now,
I just needed a yes or no. I don't need any weird
Sure.
explanations. Okay. Do you believe that there's an age or a time frame where a child does become liable, say 12, 13, 14?
Okay, so you're arguing whether you believe in God or whether you don't. So
Nope, not
being
even
that you believe in
close.
God, I
Not
think
even
that
close
you
to what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you believe that there's an age at which a human being becomes liable for their sins? Most people refer to this as the age of accountability.
uh again, this is whether you're alive or dead, man. If you believe in God, I think you're accountable
Buddy,
immediately.
I'm talking about people that are alive. We are alive. I'm talking about living human
Hang
beings
on a
right now.
second. How can you prove that you're
just
alive and breathing?
stay in the conversation. If you don't think, trust me, I think only between you and I, one of us is really awake, but I think we're both alive. So
Listen,
try to
it's
try to stay in the
perspective, right?
conversation. I'm asking you, do you think that children reach an age of maturity in which they are then liable for their sins?
Of course.
Okay. I don't know what age it is. I don't think it matters. Let's just say,
Right.
for example, that it's 13. Let's say at 13, you become liable for your sins, which means
Kinda
if
like
you
in the Torah
sin,
and stuff like that,
you go to
Judaism.
hell, right?
No, I think in the sense that you start living in hell. I want you to imagine for a sec that you're
This
actually in
guy's
hell right now. This is a
fucking
dream, right?
unbelievable. Just, I don't know why you keep preaching on topics that don't answer my question. I asked you, if a 13-year-old becomes liable for their sins, let's say the day they turn 13, and they commit a sin and then they die, do they go to hell?
Yes, they do.
Okay, fantastic. Now, you believe then that this 13-year-old is now in eternal conscious torment because they committed one sin.
Because yeah, they're separated from God.
Yeah,
That
and
one sin separated them.
and
They
do you
wouldn't
think
have sinned
it's
if
just
if they
to
were.
punish somebody for one sin for all of eternity?
No, because then they're going to listen. You
No, it's
act
not
like the
just, I
Lord's
know.
not. Well, so here's the way I look at it: the Lord comes into hell to get you, right? So you get sentenced to prison. He actually comes and
That is
visits
not
you.
in the Bible.
That's the way. Listen, man.
Show
I
me
read a
that
lot of
verse.
stories
I'd love to
about.
see that verse. Show me
I
that
read a
one.
lot of stories about prisoners that are on death row and all this stuff, and they find God. I try to believe it, man, because all they got in that cell is a Bible. So I have to believe that God comes and visits them.
But that's not in the
Can't be a
Bible.
fluke. Can't be a coincidence.
All right, I'm asking you where in the Bible it says that. Because you're just
Well, I
making
can't
stuff up
reference
now.
anything right now, but I want to think that if a father loved his children in creation, no matter where they went, he would come and find them, no
It's
matter
actually a
what.
really good
And
point. I
you
think
read the
if
stories
a
of
father
prisoners.
loved his children, he would never light them on fire. Like I have a son, and
But what
there's
if the
nothing
father is the
ever,
light, brother? I mean, what if the
ever that
father is the
I don't
fire?
know why you're talking over me. Do you think people can hear you while you're doing that?
No.
Just be clear, my mic's like turned up louder than yours, and if it's
Okay.
not, I'll gladly turn it up. Okay,
My
so
apologies,
I have a
brother.
child, and there's nothing my child could ever do, not a single thing he could ever do that would make me want to light him on fire. Why is lighting your child on fire for one sin some kind of a just punishment, even if it's only for 5 minutes?
Does it not say in the Bible that the flame of God is that? Could you not imagine that God is a flame? At what point does you saying I don't want to get burned by the
This
flame
guy's
if
just doing
God is literally a
bong
flaming
rip
fire?
theology over here. This guy cannot pay attention even in the slightest. All right, listen, you're not paying attention to the conversation. I'd rather have a conversation with a real adult. I'm gonna move on, okay? Dalton, I'll never understand people who get up on a live stream and every time you say something to them, they run off on a completely unrelated tangent.
I don't know who he was, but he definitely wasn't the one. That's all I'm gonna say. But,
He was
you know,
not the one.
The worst part about being 13-year-old and going to hell is that not only are you in hell, but you're forever going through puberty. That's just the worst.
Oh, that is the worst time to go to hell. I'm going to grab just a couple of super chats, friends, and I'm going to get our next guest in here. Cahoto, great to see you tonight. Cahoto said it's been quite wild in the debate space. Taxes are literal. People say that a lot. Taxes are literal slavery. God is on the Epstein list. Justice for Satan. I can't wait to see what happens today. Well, this topic really brings out the funny ones. It's going to be a good night. Reverend Danger, great to see you.
If he's omnipresent, then he was definitely present on Epstein's Island. I'm just saying.
I mean, that's just logically entailed. Jeremiah 23:23, right? If he's everywhere, he's on Epstein Island for sure. I got to be careful saying that word, though. I said that word in conjunction with POTUS once, and my live stream was instantly removed. Reverend Danger says, someday I'll figure out my equipment and ask you about my favorite Bible passage, 2 Kings 3. You'd think it would be easy as an EE, yet here we are. I don't know what to tell you, Reverend Danger. I love you, bud. Yeah, I mean, you can probably use your phone to dial in. Fierce Interaction, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, does the cooking of Christians please Doug the way sacrifices please the Christian God? Indeed, Doug loves a good roasting, only until you come to the rocky hardness of Doug. And Tom says, what's your take on the view that all will be given a chance in death to have eternal life? Argument that since Jesus preached to the captives, he would need to do the same for all to be just. Okay, so this is a really good question. I pondered this for a little bit with a friend of mine when we were in seminary. There's definitely a case that can be made for this, that we would be given the same opportunity in death. But here's why I think it falls apart, because the people that Jesus preached to in the harrowing of hell had never heard of Jesus. So this was their opportunity to hear of Jesus, right? Whereas I'm alive now and I've heard of Jesus, right? So I would imagine the only people who get to hear about Jesus in death are the ones who didn't hear about him in life. That's my take on it, though. And John, thank you for the 666. Says, since we will be roasting, I will throw mesquite on the coals and smoke some. Yes, definitely do that. And Quantum Dave, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you, Justin, for introducing adorable. And let's try this again into my daily lexicon. Also, have you ever thought of writing a book about all the arguments you present here? I'll buy it. Well, I'm actually working on one right now with the prophecies. And then I've got another book to follow up on, actually. But yes,
Yes.
I'll
That's
definitely
exactly what we all need.
the
Because
prophecy
Tobias
book's
Singer's
going to be a
book
good
is,
one.
yeah, because Tobias Singer's book is good. I got a copy, both copies of Let's Get Biblical, but there's still like too much like theology like assumed in that, and to get like a good like secular work on the messianic prophecies will just be, I mean, especially coming from you, that would just be golden.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I get into the Greek, the Hebrew, the Aramaic Targums. I go into how the prophecies get changed by various communities over time as they're interpreting them. It's going to be really good. It's going to be thick, though. I mean, it's be like a 600-page Hossie boy. But it'll be well worth it, friends. Just keep a lookout for that. Carnage, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. It says, what's the most accurate biblical depiction of hell in media or literature? Charlie Kirk said that empathy is a man-made new age term that has caused a lot of damage, by the way. But he's wrong, obviously. And I don't know if there's a great depiction of hell in media. The Bible has two hells depicted. One is temporary until the lake of fire in Revelation 21, and one that's eternal. Kind of depends on which verses you want to pick out. The Apocrypha is the same. There's some passages in the Apocrypha that lead towards eternal damnation and some that leads towards annihilation. Dead Sea Scrolls, same thing. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, some passages talk about being there forever and some talk about being annihilated. It's kind of like gambler's choice. You got to pick and choose, you know?
Justin, how long have you been on today?
30 minutes.
Did you hear what happened?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I did, and it's going to keep coming up today. All right, last super chat for now. Thank you so much, Eltine, for the $49.99 super chat. Huge, my friend. Big W. Says, hey, DZ, I just told my pastor yesterday that I'm no longer Christian. Should I expect any follow-up from him or the church in the future? Thanks for helping me get to the point to finally admit it out loud. Well, Eltine, I'm proud. That's a hard thing to do. Is there going to be follow-up typically? I think it depends on how active you were in the church. If you were an active paying member that was there and you participated in the church, they're likely going to attempt to keep you in. To be realistic, like if you weren't a tithing member of the church, they might not care. I mean, and it kind of depends on which church you go to. Like if it's a Catholic or Methodist or Lutheran church, might not care. If it's like a small country Protestant church, they probably will care. So just, you know, it's difficult to know. But congratulations, by the way. That's a hard thing to do. I really commend you on that. Welcome in, Paradox.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm 27 for TikTok purposes. I'm sure you were about to ask. So yeah, I don't think hell's illogical at all.
Sure. Do you think, first of all, that hell is temporary or eternal?
I think it could be temporary. Could be eternal too.
One or the other, right? Okay.
I don't think it's one or the other. I think it could be either or. You could be in hell for the rest of your life, or you could be in hell for a little while and then you get out of it.
So like purgatory, like the Catholics believe?
I'm not Catholic, just literally speaking. I mean this very directly. I think you could be in hell for some time.
It's weird that you felt offense when I said that. I didn't intimate that you're a Catholic.
No. I didn't mean to sound offense like I was offended either. I'm just kind of autistic, so I might enunciate things in a way that I don't intend to, but I was not offended.
Sure.
No,
Okay.
no, I just don't. I think you could be in hell for X amount of time. You could be in hell forever. You can get yourself out of hell. It's either or.
You can get yourself out of hell? How do you do that?
Aligning yourself with the Logos.
Is that in the Bible somewhere?
I'm not a Christian. I don't read the Bible.
So where do you get your theology from?
Personal, direct experience with divine phenomena, mystical experiences through ego, death, and psychedelics.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm not sure how that's any less valid than some old book.
yeah, you should seek professional help. All right, let's move on to the next. I think Troy is waiting to get in, and Progress of Addiction. Let me grab Progress. Maybe we can finally make some progress with one of these callers.
Easy, bro. You okay?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. What are you struggling with?
I'm not.
You don't believe in hell?
No, do you?
I do, bro, yeah.
Cool. And in your worldview, who goes to hell?
Well, the people that don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Cool. So, is it everybody who doesn't believe in Jesus, or just some people who don't believe in Jesus?
Well, no, everybody who doesn't believe in Jesus will go to hell, unfortunately.
What about children?
No, children, no.
Okay, so
up until a certain age, I don't know what age it is, but up until like they get consciousness and then they can learn on their own, and they don't go hell. No, they go straight to heaven.
Yeah. So you believe in? Oh, what's that Bible?
I was just saying, are you familiar with the Paraha people of South America?
No.
These are one of the uncontacted peoples. They will never have the opportunity to hear the gospel. They are just completely isolated people. They don't have the opportunity. Are they going to hell?
Has nobody been to go and show them the gospel?
No, they haven't.
Well, God is sovereign, brother, so God is in control.
So do they go to hell?
There's obviously a reason that they're there. Pardon?
Do they go to hell, though?
Well, they go to hell if they don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay, so the people who don't even know about Jesus still go to hell. That's crazy.
However, though, Jesus might have come to him in a dream, in a vision, or in physical form, you know?
Yeah, he hasn't. We have no idea who he is.
How do you know this?
We've sent researchers to go speak with them, and they don't even have a word for God in their language, let alone this idea. And when someone tried to, this was like probably 30 years ago, someone did try to present to them Christianity, and it just didn't make any sense to them. And so there are going to be tons of children and people from this tribe who just simply have no concept whatsoever of a Jesus figure.
Well, I suppose that God will have a different way of showing them.
Okay, so he'll just judge them based on the merits of the life they lived?
No, because it doesn't say that in the Bible in the spiritual laws, brother, and God has to stick to his laws. However, God can do anything, though. God can do anything he wants.
Just to be sure, then, you think that a people group who don't know anything about Jesus will go to hell for not believing in Jesus?
Well, yeah, I grew up not knowing Jesus. Well, I knew Jesus because of school, but like none of my family believed in God.
I didn't ask.
I never met
I didn't ask if you
believed
believed in Jesus. I'm asking about the Parah people. Do you think the Parah people are going to hell?
God is sovereign, bro. I don't know what he's going to do with them people because I'm not God. But if they don't believe in Jesus or they don't have an encounter with Jesus or something like this and they don't have Jesus in the heart, then yeah, they'll go to hell, bro. That's what it says in the Bible. That's crazy.
So you think that thought crimes are, you're like people are justified to be lit on fire for it?
What do you mean?
Thought crimes, like not believing something.
People lit on fire for not believing in Christ.
That's the reduction of your position. You think that human beings get lit on fire in eternal hellfire for not believing in Jesus, and they don't even know about him.
It's the spiritual laws, bro. So God sent his only begotten son to die on the cross, to die for your sins, right? Because the heavenly realms are perfect, bro.
We're trying to follow. The Praha people don't know anything about your Jesus. Pay attention. I'm asking about those people right now. So it's your belief then that just merely not believing in something you've never heard of is justified like a justified reason for lighting somebody on fire for eternity?
Right. So,
That's
bro,
fucking
it's what I'm
crazy.
saying.
Thanks
It's
for
what I'm saying.
thanks for
Is like
illustrating my point.
God is sovereign, brother. Do you believe
Yeah,
in
I'm sure.
evolution? Then, do you believe
Evolution
in
has
evolution?
nothing to do with the topic of hell. We're talking about hell right now. So, right now, I think we've already illustrated the first point, which is that God will literally send anybody to hell for any reason. Like, it seems like the only thing people go to hell for in your worldview is just not believing in Jesus, which, to be fair, it's a correct reduction of your viewpoint. You believe no matter how many sins you've committed, whether it's 1 or 1,000,000, that not believing in Jesus sends you to the eternal hellfire, don't you?
Well, yeah, but I'll tell you something, right? Well,
There
we're
you
all
go.
sinners, yeah. We're all
Do you
sinners,
think that
but when you
God
receive,
is the God of
when you receive the
justice?
when you receive the Holy Spirit, you're born again.
Try this again. Do
Yeah.
you think that God is a God of justice?
He is a just God, yeah, of course.
What's the definition of justice?
Justice is basically is the difference between right and wrong and punishment for doing wrong and right.
Yeah.
Or,
So, like, justice entails that, like, the punishment and the crime are somewhat fitting, right? So if you commit a crime, you'll get punished in a way that is somewhere comparable to the amount of harm that you caused.
yeah,
Okay, so you
that
think
would be just.
a 13-year-old child who committed one sin is committing the same amount of harm as Hitler, who executed 6 million Jews? You think that's the same amount of harm?
No, right.
Oh.
This is where Jesus comes in.
But
Because
again,
right, when we're born again by the Spirit of God.
we're still talking about people who don't believe in Jesus. Try to follow along here. So,
Okay.
what you're suggesting, Progress, is that a 13-year-old who only committed one sin, which is, let's say, they lied to their parents, and Hitler, who gas chambered 6 million people, they both deserve the same punishment.
Well, yeah, because it's not having faith in the only begotten Son, bro.
Okay, so you don't believe in justice then, because you just said a second ago
No,
that
I know what
justice
you mean,
means
right?
that
I know.
the
Yeah, but
crime you
this is
committed
what-
should
this is
have a
what I'm trying to say.
proportional punishment. What do you think proportional
This-
means?
Like proportion is how much.
How much what? Do you
How
you
much
believe that justice entails the punishment is proportional to the crime?
No, because no, not really, bro.
I know you don't. That's the reality is you don't. You think every crime should have the same punishment, and that punishment is horrific. They should be lit on fire for
But
eternity.
not every crime does, because in Jesus,
That's crazy.
it's forgotten.
Yeah, no
It's
one cares.
forgiven.
We're talking about people who don't know Jesus. Just
People who don't know Jesus,
to
right?
bring this back for the 15th time. I don't believe in Jesus. I'm talking
Right,
about
so I'm
people
gonna
who don't
tell
believe
you-
in Jesus. This whole conversation so
Right,
far
I'm gonna,
is about not
yeah,
believing in
I'm gonna
Jesus.
put it in the simplest form. No matter what sin you do, the one biggest sin is not believing in the Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh,
So
fuck.
unless you believe, yeah, you right. So we're all sinners, brother. You've
Okay,
lied,
so
I've lied.
let's
I've
imagine for a
you've
second
stolen.
that there's a 13-year-old, and the 13-year-old has reached the age of accountability. They've never committed a sin yet in the age of accountability. The only thing that they've done is they said, this Jesus guy doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe in this guy. And then they die. They go to hell for not believing?
But let me just tell you something. The minute you are born a
Dude,
sinner.
So,
Due to Adam and Eve dying.
so our
Adam and Eve
default
dying.
position, the
Yeah,
day
by
the day
default.
I'm born, my default position is I'm going to hell?
Yeah, basically,
Okay,
until you
so-
believe in Jesus.
So you think that infants that are aborted or
No, not
that
infants,
die
right,
shortly
so-
after birth, you think that they go to hell?
No. They go straight to heaven. No.
Why?
They go straight to heaven.
But they have original sin.
Right? No, they go straight
Sinners.
to heaven because they're void. They're void because they don't have accountability. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah. So when somebody's born and they die as an infant, they go straight to heaven because they can't have any accountability. However,
I actually don't know if that's the case. Because if the wages of sin is death, and because of original sin all men die, then what that means is that the children are still taking the wages of sin, which means they're dying because they're born into original sin. If the babies being born didn't eventually die, that means that they wouldn't be in sin. But the fact that babies do die, and eventually at some point, entails that they are in fact born in sin, as the Bible says. So even babies
Yeah,
that
but
die can go to hell.
this is where the sovereignty of God comes in, because how can he blame an infant? Yeah, but yet the infant hasn't got. You can't have accountability for its sin. Does that make
Yeah,
How
sense?
can you hold the Paraha people accountable when they've never heard anything from the scriptures?
Well,
Right.
This is where the sovereignty of God comes in, brother.
But how can you hold the Paraha people accountable if they haven't known about Jesus?
It's the sovereignty of God. Obviously, God will deal with them people in His way. He will.
But he
will
doesn't.
help them in some kind of way, brother. You know.
But he hasn't.
I'm not God, so I don't know that.
I know, right?
I don't know that.
I think you're starting to see that your worldview is kind of barbaric. Like, why would God
worldview
send
is
an entire people group to hell because they don't believe in the sky carcass?
Well, God saved my life, bro. I don't know how to explain it, man.
I know you believe that, but I certainly don't believe that.
Well, I was going to commit suicide and he came to me, bro. Sorry, man. I love TikTok shop. I was going to unalive myself and he came to me. He came to me, brother. My apologies. I didn't mean to say that. But yeah.
Yeah, and the same is true of other deities. I have friends who met the Egyptian deities. I've got a friend who met the Hindu deities. These types of visions are not unique. I have no reason to believe that your story is true for the same reason you don't believe that their story is true.
No, I believe because of DMT and stuff. Is it DMT? They seen all these things?
No, they were not on drugs.
What did it? It was not on drugs, but they met these deities.
Yep.
How? If you don't mind me asking.
How what?
How did they meet these deities? Not on drugs? Was they in a dream?
They showed up. No, not in a dream.
Okay. What, they showed up just like in real life where we sat now?
Yep.
Can you explain one of the stories to me? Because I'm genuinely interested.
How did Jesus appear to you?
He's showing up, but the devil's showing up first.
Was it in a dream?
No, it was here in real life.
Yeah.
Whoa,
was Jesus' hair
already? That's crazy.
It's a long story, but I met angels and demons. And
was Jesus' hair curly or straight?
Say again.
Was Jesus' hair curly or straight?
Well, it was. I didn't see him in the physical form.
How do you know it was
I felt
Jesus?
his presence, and I knew it was Jesus.
Okay, so you didn't see Jesus. You felt something and interpreted it as Jesus.
Right, so
it's crazy how these stories always fall apart once you start asking questions. It's crazy to me.
No, I could explain. I could tell you my full testimony if you want, but it's 45 minutes.
I certainly don't want that. Nobody here wants that. All right, listen, progress. I've listened.
You said that you saw Jesus in person, but you just now said that it wasn't his physical form, but Jesus is a physical being. And unless
what happened is, I felt this warm, loving presence and his bright white light entered the room, right? And then I said,
came up behind you and whispered in your ear, "Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Listen, progress. I'm glad that you found something that works for you and that you're no longer taking the DRUGS. We're happy for that, but this is not testimony hour. I think you told us what we needed to hear about your concept of hell and how it's illogical, which is why you contradicted yourself in explaining the justification for it. So we appreciate you coming up. All right, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Amir, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, God damn, the dumb shit I hear people say here. The one had the worst word salad. The first one had the worst word salad in a while. Yeah, that was a rough one. I debated whether I would even keep them up here. Oh boy. And Amir again says, the one, you're in eternity until you're not. I know. Like they trip over themselves all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. Chip, my friend, great to see you. It says, weirdest version of hell I've ever heard of. Where did this guy develop these bizarre ideas? Hell is a black hole horizon. Listen, they're just making the shit up. What else can we say? Smack, thank you for the 100 NOK. It says, can we make a bingo board that includes the case when callers unjustifiably exasperatedly use the word again to respond to entirely new points they have not addressed at all earlier in the call? Maybe we should. I do have a bingo card that I need to resurrect, but the problem is the website that I got the bingo set up with only does 100 individual bingo cards before they start repeating. But if you go to my link tree, you will find Atheist Bingo, and you can play online. You don't even have to print it off, and it'll give everybody a unique card up until 101 players. Crucifix Me says, fun fact, if Pharaoh's adoption couldn't erase Moses' Hebrew blood, then Joseph's adoption sure couldn't create David's blood in Jesus. This is a fair point. I mean, there's a lot that can be said about the powers of adoption in the ancient world, but I think Joseph adopting Jesus as the Messiah is crazy work. And Shady says, if God can do anything, he can make me not, can he make me not believe in him? I mean, I don't think he needs to make you do that, Shady. I think you already don't, and I'm here for it. John says, I launched Doug into heaven, but he returned. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that. Unlike Jesus, Doug always does return. So you're going to get, if you throw Doug up into the heaven, he's going to come back down the way he went up, unlike Jesus. And worshiper of the old God, thank you for the super chat, says, my personal belief about eternal damnation for unbelievers is that anyone who believes in that either hasn't thought enough about it, doesn't take it seriously, or is just an evil person. And I agree. This is one of those topics when I was a Christian, I kind of quickly dispensed of the nonsense because it didn't make any sense. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats, friends. We'll get our guest in here. Melanitis, great to see you tonight. Says, just kidding. With seeing Yahweh, car crash was real. Well, yeah, we understood. Cora, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, don't you know when you breathe, it's Yahoo. LOL, I don't know. The one is smoking, his brain is mush. Yeah, I know. Dalton, I know you know this talking point, and it's like the worst talking point on the planet, but this crazy talking point that, like, when you breathe, you're saying Yahweh's name. It's like...
Even when I was a believer, I thought that was bullshit. Because you Yahweh... I don't inhale whenever I speak the name Yahweh.
Yeah. I've never once made a breath that sounded like Yahweh. It's just preposterous. Let me grab Troy from our guest queue. Welcome in, Troy.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it certainly sounds like you're driving, Troy. Are you on the road?
I can pull over if it's too noisy. That's not a problem.
Well,
You want me to pull over?
it's noisy and it's against the terms of service. We can't drive in live.
Oh. Okay, I pulled over.
Yeah, there's actually a video somewhere in my catalog on YouTube of somebody trying to drive in live that lied to me about it and then hit a curb.
Oh dear, sorry. I have the video disabled. I just had you hands free, but I pulled over now. So
fair enough. So, Troy, are you at least 18 and do you believe in hell?
I'm 18 and I believe in hell. Or sorry, I'm older than 18. I believe in hell. Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe that hell is eternal conscious torment?
Yes, I think
okay.
so.
And who goes to hell?
The most evil and vile people of the human race.
Interesting point. Okay. Do you believe that people who don't believe in Jesus go to hell too?
No.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. So do you believe that the Bible is like literal when Jesus says that?
I'm Mormon, by the way. That'll probably speed things up a bit.
Oh, so you don't actually believe in hell then? Okay. Yeah.
What do you mean? Yes, I do.
No, you don't. I just had this conversation for like 2 hours with a Mormon the other day. You guys have a completely different concept of hell. You think that people can literally just get out of hell once they're there for special reasons. It's not the same as the Christian hell.
Oh, well, no, it's very different from the Christian hell. Okay,
yeah.
You meant by the Christian hell? Okay, yeah, no, yeah, okay. Sorry,
right.
I was not aware of that conversation you had, so.
Yeah, I mean, we know that you guys have some version of hell, but it's certainly not the same as like the Christian version or even the Islamic version. That being said, I have heard different editions of hell from various Mormons, so I'm a little bit curious to know which type of hell you believe in. Do you believe that just the soul goes to hell or the soul and the body?
Soul and the body, of course. That's doctrinal.
Right. Well, I'm just asking because I hear different things from different
Oh, now
Mormons.
you've piqued my curiosity. Like, how? Like, I mean, I'm sure if we were to dig up someone who is in hell, their body would still be in the grave. Do they get like a copy in hell?
That's an interesting point.
I would. It's clear that the body you are resurrected with is not the body you had on Earth.
I would agree with that.
Is it made out of?
Oh, sorry.
Is it made out of the same material?
Doesn't seem to be, no.
So it's made out of like spiritual material?
No, we believe spirit and like physical bodies and spirit matter are two different things.
What's it made out of?
I don't know.
So it's a body?
To be fair
Yes,
to him, at least this is more consistent with what the Jews in the first century would have believed about spirit. Like, it's not incorporeal. It's like some sort of finer material. I mean, it still doesn't make any sense, but at least it's consistent with what actually early Christians would have believed.
It's true. It's true. Okay, and so you do believe, though, that there are souls that go to hell and they get tortured in fire, I assume, right?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's just altogether kind of different than what the Bible says. The Bible does refer to the hellfire, though. You know that, right?
You get to live with your spiritual equivalent for eternity. That's your punishment. You get segregated with those who are of the same moral character as you.
Right, but there's no fire in hell, which is weird because the Bible
No.
clearly depicts fire in hell.
But if they're murdering, rapist, torturers, and they're all in the same place, that's basically hellfire, right?
Right?
So,
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. In the story of Lazarus, I will, one day I will pronounce that name correctly without my lisp. Lazarus went to hell and experienced. Actually, the rich man went to hell and experienced being in hellfire, and I don't really have a good reason to interpret that as being anything but fire, because he says that, I'm in anguish in these flames.
Yeah, he begged Abraham and Lazarus for like a drink of water.
Synonymous with being hot, right?
I don't know whether he was describing like his state or if the author was interpreting it correctly or they had some dogmatic view and changed what he said about it, so I don't know. But the burning would not be consistent with my theology, no.
Right, and that's, I guess, what I'm trying to poke at, because in Luke, when he goes to hell, it says, he called out, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, I'm going to say Lazarus, that's the only way I can pronounce it without my lisp cutting me off. Send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in the water and cool my tongue, for I am in agony in these flames, right? So I don't know why I would read this and think that it's anything other than flames.
Maybe it's the best thing you can understand, the best way they can describe how bad the torment is.
Right,
So
but why would...
The closest thing they could think of is burning. There's no other way to explain it. Because my version of segregation might not sound that terrible. And separation from God also is another anguish. So.
Right, but why would he say in these flames? That's like a location with a surrounding.
Either poetic or inconsistent. That's all I'd have to say.
Gotcha.
Poetic,
so I mean, Revelation also refers to, it's like the lake of fire with brimstone.
Yeah, the Book of Mormon refers it to as a pit where the smoke ascends up forever and ever. They use fiery. There might be a fiery element to it. I highly doubt it, but I don't think it's fire, personally.
Why?
I think
Jesus,
it's poetic language.
But Jesus said there was fire there.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's poetic language.
But Jesus says that you would be liable to the fires of hell if you call someone a fool. Why would he say the fires of hell if he meant something else?
Like I said, I could be totally wrong and there is fire, but I suspect it's not, and it's poetic language.
Why, though? That's what I'm asking. You keep saying it's poetic language. I'm asking you, why would someone believe that?
Why would they believe it's poetic language? The reason sorry. Say your question again?
Yeah, that was my question. I'm trying to figure out, why would I believe that the word fire is poetic in all these passages?
Just Well, I don't know about you, but me, I would believe because of other theology I have, like other scriptures on the nature of hell, and I guess more descriptive words of prophets, like modern day prophets that we have. They're not saying
Right.
there isn't fire, but I'm saying it doesn't seem like there actually is like literal fire.
Well, it seems that way. Jesus says, if your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life maimed or lame than to have 2 hands or 2 feet and to be thrown into the eternal fire. I don't know why he would keep calling it eternal fire if there was no fire there.
And like I said, there might actually be a burning, but I doubt it. I don't know. We're just going back and forth on this one, but like I said, I believe it's poetic language. I believe it's the best way. Maybe it's
What's
the best
fire
way to
mean?
articulate. Fire means fast-moving atoms that create a chemical reaction, I believe. I'm kind of ignorant in chemistry, so.
No, I mean, if fire doesn't mean fire, what should we interpret it as?
I believe it's like extreme mental anguish. Probably worse. You would prefer burning than fire, I believe. That's how bad it is.
Where would I get that interpretation from in the Bible?
Not in the Bible. Doctrine and Covenants.
Gotcha.
Other words of prophets. Yeah.
Gotcha. So the like Bible 3.0, the additions.
Yeah, the correcting of it, because clearly the Bible has issues, like translation
correcting of
issues
it. Yeah. You mean when Joseph Smith just outright copied translational errors from the King James into his Book of Mormon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't really see.
Do you think that was smart on his part?
I don't think it really mattered too much.
I think it's just demonstration that he was copying from the Bible, which is why he made these mistakes. And to be sure, I actually have his book on the shelf behind me of his supposed Greek and Hebrew corrections to the Bible, and it's a little bit embarrassing. I don't think this man knew Greek or Hebrew. It's clear that what he was doing was going through the Adam Clark commentary and using some of Adam Clark's study notes, pretending that he knew Greek and Hebrew and was correcting the Greek and Hebrew based on what Adam Clark said in his commentary.
Possible. I'm
sorry, deconstruction. What you don't understand, it's Reformed Hebrew and Reformed Greek.
That's right. I forgot about that. It was on the tablets next to the Reformed Egyptian. All right, listen, Trey, you've been nice. I appreciate you coming and talking to us. We poke a little bit hard on Mormonism because it's, I don't know, it seems like an easy target, but you're a great guy. I appreciate you coming and chatting with us, and we're glad that you don't believe that God is going to send non-believers to eternal conscious torment in hell, because that's a horrific thing to believe.
That would be an evil God.
I agree.
And I would hate him just like you do.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know, hell was actually like the very first thing I ever deconstructed when I was a fundamentalist evangelical. That was the first doctrine I deconstructed.
Yeah, well, so for me, so I grew up in the Catholic school, right? And so we already had purgatory. And so like when I became an evangelical, I kept the doctrine of purgatory like what the Catholics have, because it just made more sense. I'm like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever that God would send somebody to eternal conscious torment for just not believing something. Obviously, if hell is just, it's just because wicked people go there, not decent people who just don't believe the right thing.
Yeah, I went from eternal hell to annihilationism, and then I went into universalism, and then I was out.
Yeah, hell has the tendency to do that. All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Brianna says, so much violence going on right now. Really needed to clear my head. Thanks for the distraction. Have fun cooking. Thank you, Brianna. I appreciate that. And guys, remember, you've heard me say it once. You'll hear me say it 1,000 more times. Violence is not the answer, friends. It's just not. I don't care how much you disagree with a political opponent. Violence is never the answer. It's just not. Melanitis, thank you for the super chat. Says, just had a bad car. Oh, shit. I'm sorry to hear that. Happy to watch you now because I could be talking to Yahweh now. Holy fuck. Just joking, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, Melanitis, take care of yourself. Holy shit. Don't text and drive. Don't super chat and drive. Watch out for the road. Please be safe. And Nathaniel says, what's the original eternal hell belief? I know, i.e. demons were borrowed by Dante's Inferno, and there's speculations of Gehenna as a garbage dump. Okay, So on my deconstruction cheat sheet, I have a tab dedicated just to hell. I have collected every reference to hell that exists in the Apocrypha, in the Bible, in the Talmud, in the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you want to know what people thought about hell, the tab on the deconstruction cheat sheet will tell you. According to Jewish tradition, it originally started as what appears to be some kind of Sheol, abode of the underworlds. It was co-opted during the Greek period to be more like Hades. And then as we get closer to the 1st century, there's lots of ideas where it's not just like Hades. There's also torture, because in Hades, not everyone gets tortured, by the way. In Hades, there's like different tiers of punishment. But by the time Jesus came along, we had this concept that just being unrighteous sent everybody to eternal conscious torment, although some of the Dead Sea Scrolls do reference a temporary torment where you then end up in annihilation. But it's a long spiel, but check out that sheet, spot on the cheat sheet. It'll just read it from top to bottom. It'll take you like an hour or two. You'll appreciate it, though. Steve, thanks for giving me your Christian money. I appreciate that. Steve says, I get it. This is a celebration show. It's not. For the blank, not going to hell, way to egg on the atheist, DZ. Well, it's not, Steve. I'm sorry that you can't separate politics and religion, which is why like you keep endlessly giving me your money and making dumb political comments on my show. But this has nothing to do with what happened in the news today. By the fact that I didn't bring him up, he's not part of this topic. I don't know what your problem is, but I'll take more of your money. Steve says, take pleasure in knowing CK's blank won't go to hell, right? Well, listen, I don't take any pleasure in anyone getting shot, but I get it. You can't separate politics from real life, which is why you're here now crashing out on my live stream. Yoko says, heaven for the weather, hell for the company. Mark Twain's got some good one-liners, actually. DB, thank you for the 1999 super chat. It says, if Yahweh isn't evil, then why is he so concerned with people obtaining knowledge of good and evil? Well, because he's scared. That's the thing. He's scared of human beings being a threat to the deities. He's scared of human beings being a pester to the deities, similar to what we find in the Babylonian literature. That's why, of course, the tower was such a problem for God, because they could theoretically storm the heavens. This is actually detailed in the book of Jasher. If you read the book of Jasher, they give this explanation for the tower. Welcome in, Miles.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. Hey, thanks for waiting, Miles. Miles, you look at least 18, so I won't ask you that. You've got as much gray as I do, so we're probably about the same age. And do you believe in hell?
I'm a non-believer, so I know you're trying to get Theus on here. I won't take much time. I'm a huge fan, man. You become my favorite atheist debater. I probably listen to about 2 hours of the show every day.
Thank you.
I only have one complaint, and it seems like you're always knocking on philosophy, and philosophy is actually what helped me deconstruct. So I was just like, what is it that you hate about philosophy?
Oh, I hate it. Not philosophy. I hate philosophy bros that come in and then get upset that I don't know all their insider jargon that they only use so they can sound smart. Like, I took logic. I'm an electrical engineer. I took lots of logic. The problem is that, like, if I walked into a philosophy live stream and started using a bunch of electrical engineering terms and then got mad at them for not knowing what I was talking about, I'm the asshole. So if a guy who went to school, took philosophy class, and then they come in here using a bunch of terms, and then they think we're stupid because we didn't take the same class, get the fuck out of here. No one needs that, right? Now, if you're really into philosophy, you can come and you can have a conversation with me using, and I tell them, if you use words that your mother or your grandmother knows, we can talk about philosophy all day long. But I'm not going to drag my audience through an hour of you having to sit down and explain every word over and over again to the point where it's just like the whole conversation ends up just getting buried in petty fog. It's not worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I get excited every time I hear someone come up with something with philosophy, and it always piques my ears, and it's always like, oh God, it's another Phil, bro. And even everyone in the chat, nobody wants to hear it. I seem to be the only one who wants to hear the philosophy side of it. But I understand where you're coming from.
to be fair, it's useful. The problem is the way that a lot of people online go about it, it's not useful. And so, like, for example, I talked to a guy named Derek McAllister not that long ago, and I loved it. I kept him on for like 2 hours. It was a straight philosophical discussion for 2 hours. And I told him before he came to my live stream, because he emailed me ahead of time, and said, listen, as long as you don't get buried down in jargon, we can have a really good conversation. And we did. We had a fun conversation for 2 hours. And I think the audience enjoyed it. In fact, it was one of my most viewed clips from like the summer, right? So like I think it's possible to have good philosophical discussions, but with the type of people that want to debate it online, I don't think it's possible with most of them.
Yeah, I think you hate it just when people try to convolute it, right? And what's crazy are these guys that, you know, are theists, but like to study philosophy, don't seem to understand epistemology. And they're just epistemically irresponsible. They have poor reasons for trying to justify any of these claims. And then on top of that, to study philosophy and lack the intellectual honesty to realize you have poor reasons, or say, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about this, is
Right.
mind-blowing, crazy work. But man, I appreciate everything you do. You absolutely amazing. Huge fan. Keep up the great work. And I'll leave it for a theist.
Well, thanks a lot, Miles. I really appreciate the kind words, and best of luck on your journey. Let me know if you need anything. Join the Discord if you want. We do have some philosophy-minded people on the Discord that you can do philosophy with. And obviously, if you don't know Allegedly Ian yet, you want to check out Allegedly Ian. He does a lot of the same discourse, but he does dig into the philosophy.
Yeah, I've heard him jump in a couple of the calls. You know, I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness. It actually might be fun one of these days if you don't have any theist callers. I could put on my theist cap and pretend to be a Jehovah's Witness, because I don't think you've debated any Jehovah's Witnesses. And,
no,
you know,
not yet.
Despite that being a doomsday cult, I might be able to give you their perspective and how they think. And it'd be interesting to hear you refute that if I could go back to putting that cap on and pretending to be a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, shoot me an email. I'm trying to line up this winter some interviews with people who left some of these fringe religions, because like they're really interesting, because you know a lot of us that grew up in America, like they're kind of shrouded in mystery. So I really like talking about them, and I think the audience likes talking about their experiences with them. So shoot me an email. I'd love to set up an interview and talk about your time in the JWs and how you got out.
That'd be awesome, man. I'd love that, brother. Have a great night. Thank you for everything.
Cheers, friend. W. Miles. The JW is it's a tightly controlled group. Like it's really tight. I went to a couple meetings at the JW building. What do they call it? They have a name for their building.
Yeah, meeting place. I don't remember either.
In the comments,
Kingdom Hall.
Kingdom Hall. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was surprised by how readily people there, like when we're talking about theological and biblical concepts, how most of them seem to really be stuck on like this top-down approach where like, well, this is what our leadership says. Like, this is what our leadership told us to interpret as. Like, they're really like whatever is descending from on high within the JW leadership is kind of what everyone buys into, which, to be fair, if you're running a cult, you kind of have to do that, don't you?
Yeah, what's that one fella on YouTube? He's an atheist. Owen.
Oh yeah, Telltale atheist.
Telltale, yeah. He
Owen
makes a
Morgan.
lot of great videos on Jehovah's Witnesses and the what is that methodology for coming to the conclusion whether or not something is a cult or not.
Right. Owen Morgan's great. Also, Nick, thank you so much, Nick, for the $50 on Venmo. Big W for supporting the channel, Nick. Nick says, not a coffee drinker, so this is for the Coke Zero Orange Cream Fund. Well, I really appreciate that, Nick, and I do have a big affinity for the Orange Cream Coke Zero. I get it's not for everybody, but
I'm always Dr. Pepper Zero.
Dude, Dr. Pepper Zero is good. Yeah, I'm a big fan. So I think we got someone in our guest queue on YouTube. I'm going to grab one super chat and bring them in. Space Wizard, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Space Wizard says, You are lost when your political views become your personality. Praise Doug and Sharon. Space Wizard, thank you for saying that, because I couldn't agree more. When your entire personality is your political viewpoint, I think there are problems. Now, to be fair, I think it's great to have strong political views where you've done study and research. But like, if you come to a religion live stream and you can't help yourself but talk about politics, you've got a problem. Like, I don't go into political live streams and start talking about woodworking. Like, it's just it's not necessary. It's not required, right? Anyways, let me grab.
It's wild that some of these Christians are, through super chats, are sending you more money than they're probably tithing to their pastor, which is just funny.
Okay, so I have to clip it. I haven't clipped it yet. I had a live stream like 2 months ago where there was a Christian just crashing out like crazy. He must have sent $200 in super chats trying to preach to the whole audience, and I kept telling him, "Don't stop it.
I saw that. That was wild." Yeah.
And then his wife ended up commenting in the video. His wife commented in the video basically saying, "Hey, this is my husband. He's off his rocker. He sent all this money to your live stream. I'm sorry for his behavior. He won't be back." And so his wife had to come in and apologize for him afterwards. It was crazy.
That's a smart woman. That's a good woman right there.
If anybody in the comments recalls which episode that is, or if you know where it is, email it to me. I forget which day it is, but I promised somebody that I'd go back and clip that pretty quickly. So let me know, and I'll clip that first. All right, let me get Fleece in here. We don't have any opposition on TikTok, only on YouTube right now. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description to get into the debate. If you're watching on YouTube and you can't get to the description, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZGuest. You can get into the action. If you're watching on TikTok, I mean, you already know how to get in on TikTok. Just hit the guest request button. And with that, let's get Fleece from the guest queue. I think I've talked to someone named Fleece before. I don't know if it's the same one. How you doing, Fleece?
Hello, how you doing? I'm good.
Fleece, are you at least 18? And do you believe in hell?
Yeah, I'm at least 18, and I believe in hell, yeah.
Okay. And do you believe that hell is eternal conscious torment?
Yeah, I believe eternal conscious torment. Yeah, I believe that.
Okay. And in your worldview, who goes to hell?
I believe the people that go to hell are the people that reject the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Shit. What about people who never heard about him?
They go to heaven too.
Oh, they go to heaven?
Yeah. So if you never so let's say if you never find out what the truth is, like let's say, there's some people that say there's their tribes and all that stuff. They get judged probably a little more differently. Maybe one day, I don't know. The whole point is basically everybody has a conscience and they will be judged accordingly.
So we shouldn't tell anybody about Jesus then, because the minute they hear about Jesus and they reject him, they're liable to the hellfire. So we got to hide this dude under a bushel basket.
Yeah, but you got to realize that I'm basically trying to put a situational context, right? So some people like to ask, what about the people that never heard it? We like to, go to the Bible that basically says that at the end of the day, they're going to get judged accordingly, basically.
According to what?
According to, maybe it basically says that, we have the laws in our hearts. So even the tribe people, they could make a judgment about what is right and what is wrong. So they will, and this argument that basically says that people from those tribes back then, they also had some form of, kind of deity, basically saying, hey, thank you, God, for this, or thank you for another day, or thank you for this food, some stuff like that, basically.
Right, but so what I'm trying to figure out, though, is you're saying that the people who don't believe in Jesus will be judged. What about the people who do believe in Jesus?
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
So the people who do believe in, well, there's some people there's an argument that there's a head belief and there's a heart belief. So you could believe that Christ, was this good guy or whatever, but that might not be a personal thing to you. You're not accepting that. You're just seeing him as another guy. And there's this Christian perspective of you accepted Christ's sacrifice through your heart. So basically, you're going to heaven because you're accepting Christ, and you're not having this head belief of, oh, he just came to die for these type of people.
Right, but follow my question. If one Christian and one non-Christian die and go to judgment, are they both getting judged based on their deeds, or are they getting judged on something else?
No. So a Christian is getting judged by Jesus Christ. You go to heaven. You're getting judged for whatever you did on earth for Christ. The other
Okay,
guys,
so
they get judged for whatever you did, and you're going to hell.
so there's no justice for Christians that committed horrible actions then. So
No.
God doesn't believe in justice?
God believes in justice, but we're under times of grace. So basically, we have Jesus Christ's righteousness imputed like into us. So that basically means like God put whatever his work he did on earth is on us. So we don't go to hell because of whatever he did.
Do you think that's just?
I believe, yeah. I believe that.
So
Yeah.
you would be okay then if we let everybody on death row out of prison as long as one person was willing to go to death row?
I don't get the question. What I'm trying to say is,
but
my soul is clean. My soul is clean, and I'm going to heaven.
Follow along, please. We're talking about the definition of justice, right? And Dalton brought up a really good point, right? You think that it's justice for all the people who committed bad sins to be let off the hook because of one person who didn't. So you'd be okay then with all the people on death row being let out back into society as long as we had one person that was willing to take the fall for it?
Well, we're talking about afterlife, right? We're not talking about on earth. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, whatever you do on earth.
Please pay attention. We're talking about the definition of a word, the definition of justice.
Yes.
What is the definition of justice?
Well, it's it's like a balance. Like, so if you committed that, then it has to be, there has to be a balance.
That's right. It has to be balanced. Now, that means that people who commit crimes will be punished proportional to those crimes, right?
Yeah, here on earth.
Okay, so there's no justice in the afterlife then?
No.
Is that a no of agreement or a no of disagreement?
So, no. I'm not getting. Whatever I commit here does not mean I'm going to hell. I'm going to heaven no matter what. That's the gospel I believe in.
About heaven or hell. I asked you, will there be justice in the afterlife for people who committed horrible crimes?
If they are Christians?
For Christians, sure.
They're gonna suffer here. They're gonna suffer on earth. They might get away with it, or they might suffer here.
That's how it is. Do you think Epstein suffered here?
Who's that? Is that? He probably did. You don't know.
Epstein? You think he suffered?
What about Mustache Guy?
Well, that's one and two. We're under free grace. So what I'm trying to say, we're under free grace. Some people get away with it, and people don't.
Okay, so not everyone suffers while they're here, even if they're bad.
That's what free grace is. We're under a free grace time.
Okay, so just to be sure then, if you're a Christian, you never get judged for your sins?
You probably do. There's still the verse of whatever you reap, you sow.
But you don't if you believe in Jesus.
You don't believe that you're going to hell. You just believe that you might have consequences here.
What's the consequence when you get judged in the afterlife? Let's say, for example, that you lived
that's for life. That's for non-believers.
Pay attention. So let's imagine for a second that you lived like the life of like Jeffrey Dahmer, right? And then
I was a Christian.
And then towards the end of your life, you repent and you turn to Jesus. What happens to you when you get judged?
He goes to heaven, unfortunately. Once you realize you're a sinner or you're lost or you feel like you're going down the path of hell, It's basically saying like, hey, wake up, you know.
By the way, the Bible never ever states that, like, this idea that it's very popular in evangelical Christianity that all sins are equal. That's not in the Bible. And it's also it
It
doesn't
still
it
taints
just
your
it
soul.
just
It taints your
it's
soul.
sure, but to suggest that all these sins are equal, not only is it not in the Bible, but it just doesn't make any sense to say, like, and under no system of justice would we ever, like, for example, someone who steals an apple in the supermarket versus a cereal unaliver, never would we ever, like, dish out the same level of justice to them.
Duh. Well, yeah, obviously, but in the afterlife, that doesn't really even matter. Like, it basically says you're a sinner, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Just to be clear, do you actually understand our argument right now? Do you understand the point that we're putting on the table?
Yeah.
What do you think our point is?
So, what do you? The thing is, I see what you're trying to do, and the thing is, like, it don't make sense to me either.
I don't think you do. Okay, so what we're trying to do is trying to illustrate to you that the
What I'm
afterlife
trying to tell you is,
in the
if you're a
Christian
Christian,
worldview
if
isn't
you're a
an
Christian,
afterlife of justice, because in your worldview, people who do horrific crimes and then turn to Jesus never get judged for those crimes, whereas
no, they
people
don't.
who only committed one crime but didn't believe in Jesus would go to eternal hellfire. So, like,
Yes,
if I was Anne Frank and I died in that house, you believe she went to hell for eternity,
yes.
right? That's why I'm saying hell is illogical, silly, and unjust, because
How is
in
that
a
illogical,
because
silly, and
in a
unjust?
because in a just system, the punishment must fit the crime. The punishment must be
A
proportional
human
to the
court
crime.
system, a human
So you
court system is not the same as a spiritual court
so do you
system.
think justice is relative?
In what way?
Do you know what relative means?
No, but I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to mean in that sentence?
To say that justice is different, depending on which
Yes.
person is enacting it, that's relative justice, meaning there's no actual definition of justice. Justice is different for every person.
Well, justice comes from God either way. So,
But if justice comes from God, that means we should be abiding by his perfect form of justice, right?
yeah, then yes, we should try. Yes, we should try to.
Okay, so if we should be striving to be like God, including his form of justice, then we should be letting everybody off of death row and out of prison as long as we can find a scapegoat.
But that's the thing. It's a spiritual court system, right? So to me, basically saying, like, I'm not going to hell because
Fleece, did you
Christ did
understand
what
what
he
I
needed
just
to
said?
do No.
I know you didn't. We'll try this again. So if we're striving to be like God, like if we're supposed to be like God and we're supposed to have
godly people, not like God, godly people.
If we're trying to live up to God's standard,
godly people,
God's standard, that's why he says, be holy because I am holy. If we're attempting to live up to God's standards, that means
well,
God's
he said that he's trying to talk to you in
standard,
a humanic way, like in a human way.
God's
Not trying to tell you be like a demigod or be this or be that. Follow my ways or something.
God's standards are the highest, right?
A godly person is a good standard.
Okay,
godly
so
person.
God's standard of justice is the most perfect form of justice, right?
It could be, but the thing is, with humans, it's a little more complex and complicated, don't you think?
I don't think it is complicated. If you think that God's form of justice is the ultimate guide, meaning no one can have better justice than God, that means we should be striving to have a justice system that mirrors God's.
Yeah, godly system, I guess you could say. We
Okay,
could just be godly. We could be godly. I don't think we could be godlike.
If God's system of justice is best, we can enact it, right? So we can have one person take the fall for everybody who's ever done a crime and just let everybody out of prison.
But that's the thing. Are you God? Are you sinless? It's a little Hebrewish. It's basically saying,
actually,
God is doing this little miracle thing.
To be clear, babies are
way.
sinless, right?
What?
Babies are sinless?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just have a baby do it then.
Say what?
We'll just have a baby do it.
Okay, but the thing is, that's not God coming. That's not God saying, "Let me do it myself." I don't. That's And the
Oh,
thing is, can a baby,
Jesus,
grow up to
Jesus.
be 33 years old and be
To be
sinless
clear,
for his whole life?
Jesus didn't do
That's
that.
the point. That's
So
the point. And
Jesus said in the
Jesus Christ
garden,
came to die here to prove a point.
Please take a deep breath. Pay attention to what I'm saying. I know, like, you feel like you're getting waterboarded right now, but you're going to be okay. So when Jesus prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane, what did he say? He said, "Your will be done, not mine," right? He begged God to let him out of what was going to happen to him, which means Jesus didn't want this to happen. His Father did. His Father was the one who wanted this to happen. So by the same merits of Jesus' relationship to his Father, we can have a father dedicate their child to take on all the crimes of everybody in the justice system, let them all free.
Well, the thing is, to me, is like it's a trinity. So Christ still has to act like he has a father. Like he can't just act like, oh, I'm God, I'm this and that. Like it still gotta basically make
Did
sense. I
did
don't.
Jesus
That's what
have
it
a
looks like to me.
separate will?
No, that is the will of
So
God.
Jesus lied?
No, what would he lie
Jesus
for?
says,
Jesus said, yeah, go ahead and quote it, my dude.
yeah, Jesus says, "Your will be done, not mine," which means there are two separate wills.
The thing is, Christ still has to live like in this free will type of world. Like he can't be acting like a robot, right? That's what I'm trying to mean. Like he's
No,
just not
he
gonna be this
literally
little robot
does.
Jesus.
No, he says he's a robot. He says, "I only do what I see my Father in heaven doing."
Yeah, but isn't that a lot of Christians that got free will? Like we say that, but we're trying to basically follow Christ, but we're not gonna be sinless like Christ, right?
I told you, babies are
To me, it's
sinless.
like I don't know. To me, it's like I'm getting this little
Children are
silent Scientology like argument. Like I don't know.
please. Children are sinless, right?
Yeah, but they're not God, and they didn't grow up to be 33 years old to be sinless. They
Why
didn't.
do you?
They didn't do that.
Why do you have to be God?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the power. This power in there that basically the God of this universe, the God that made everything, came down to humble himself, or I guess to prove this little point that basically he loved us too much that he didn't want his creation to go, perish. So
Oh,
that's why he
why
came down for 33 years to
is his
prove a
creation going to
point.
perish? Does he not have control over who perishes?
Yeah, he did. So from what I know is that basically, if God doesn't do it himself, it's not gonna be in a perfect way. If he
Okay,
does something else,
so
it's gonna
then
keep
the
with
reason
these.
why anyone goes to hell is because God didn't do it perfectly.
Well, it's a little more complex, don't you think?
Those were your own words.
Yeah, but I feel like we're getting into some other things.
Can human beings be perfect?
No, but sinless, no.
Only God can be perfect, right?
Yes, because he's God.
Okay, so there's no way we can be sinless, which means God predestined every one of us to go to hell, given the fact that human beings are incapable of being perfect.
So from what I heard was that basically somebody said that we was born sin, but we just have the sin nature. We are predestined to sin. We're just
I
predestined
agree,
to be
yeah.
like these ugly monkey humans. That's what we're
Yeah,
predestined.
so
It's not
God predestined everybody to burn in hell.
It's already predestined. It's not like God predestined it. Like
He
it's
did.
basically saying God already sees what's going to happen.
We'll try this again. Did God give us the sin nature and prevent us from able to being perfect?
It says in the Bible that we got it from Adam.
Okay, so what that means is it's beyond my control. I can't choose to be perfect, which means based on the condition I was born into, I'm going to burn in hell for eternity. That's crazy.
That's not really, but it's still not a good mindset to have because in the end of the day,
that's
to
what
me it's like
your
I'm
book
powerless.
teaches.
I'm powerless. I'm powerless. I'm powerless like other humans. I don't know what's gonna happen after my afterlife. So what I've tried to do is follow what the thing that makes the most logical sense to
this isn't
humanity
it.
or the human.
This is not the most logical thing.
The thing is like
you have a better chance
until
of
people kind of experience this like near death situations and even around other countries. You don't like, to you it's just nothing, but to other people it's everything. It's everything. So to some other people it's like, yeah, because we live in the US and people go to work and they go back to this
where is the
comfortable bed.
logic Where is the logic in your system?
What I'm trying to say is that it's like Christianity is basically what has shown to be the most logical in my life. Like basically, it lays out everything
We're
in
not
my
asking about your
life. Like
life. We're not asking about your life. We're asking the logic in your belief system. We're talking about hell. What's logical about it? Right, Dalton, am I understanding your question?
Precisely, yeah. I mean, where is the logic in your beliefs? And also, you might need to widen your net a little bit if this is the best you could come to.
I think we lost Fleece. Fleece is still with us? The Hellfire get you? Oh, well, all right then. Well, I think he lost reception. Yeah. Either he lost reception or he got a phone call. It's hard to tell, but I'll grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Amir, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says the amount of Pavlovian conditioning with these people are that these people are under is amazing. What a phenomenon. Anytime they find themselves in a corner with horrible or illogical beliefs, they go jibber jabber, preachy babber. Oh, 100%, Amir. It's like they get into a corner and rather than being honest, they say crazy stuff. Like I don't understand it. When I was a Christian, I wouldn't have done that. I would have said, "Oh yeah, that's a really difficult thing. Let me spend some time thinking about that." RW says the Piraha tribe of the Amazon jungle, the missionary who went there became an atheist and wrote a great book. Don't sleep, there are snakes. Holy, I didn't know that. I'm gonna look it up.
Daniel, what was his last name? Daniel. Let's take a look.
I see it. Yeah. What a cool thing. I had no idea. Daniel Everett?
Yeah. Yep, that's him. That's the guy.
Damn. All right, cool. I'm adding it to my shopping cart. I'm going to get that book. That sounds like a good book.
All right. When you grow up believing that every person intuitively knows who God is, and then you meet a people group who don't even have a word in their language for God or deity, it can sort of,
It's pretty wild, huh? Probably a good book. Music by Artemis, thank you for the $10 super chat, says they say atheists really believe in God. They're projecting. I know. If they believed, they'd all be praying. They'd all pray. I think you mean they'd all be praying to heal at children's hospitals. They know it's BS. Adult children with imaginary friend, a Jesus binky. Yes. Yes, Jesus is just a binky for adults. That's basically it. He's a pacifier for adults. Shady says, this personal and unique idea or coincidence that was in no way influenced by widely spread Christian symbolism and pop culture is what gave me faith to stop believing I can make my own decisions. Listen, I agree with you, Shady. The pop culture surrounded in hell does deviate a little bit from the original source, but it's a good way to deconstruct. Once you realize how stupid it is, you're like, what the how could I have believed it? And Shady says, Justin, when Bible bad, it poetic and not mean bad. When Bible good, it God. You big silly. That's exactly. I forgot about it. When we like what it says, it's always literal. When we don't like it, it's not literal. And Ram, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'll tell you what fire is. The deconstruction zone. Thanks, Justin. Well, shit. Thank you, Ram. I really appreciate supporting the channel. And you also, Keith, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'll double Steve's donation, but this is tinfoil hatless. Just thanking you for everything you do, my man. We virtually cooked them while they want to cook us for real. Thank you so much, Keith. I do appreciate that. And guys, the night is young. There's lots of cooking left. Lots of cooking left. Let me get one more super chat. We'll get our guest in here. Dandy, thank you for the super chat. Says, can you explain how when Christians say no, that's the Old Testament, why they don't understand that it's still their God that made the covenant and held his people to that standard for thousands of years? Yeah, basically the repeated phrase, that's the Old Testament, is just a way to wiggle out of having to read the text. The reality is, if you believe the Old Testament's true and the God did horrible things, It doesn't matter if it was a permanent circumstance or a temporary circumstance. Usually they'll say this with like slavery. It doesn't matter if it was temporary or permanent. It's still horrific. Like it shouldn't have happened. Like if I spent 5 years abusing a child, but then I changed my ways, it was still horrific that I abused a child. Like it doesn't.
Obviously, after Yahweh and Asherah got a divorce, Yahweh went to therapy. That's what happened.
That's what it
and
was.
then he adopted. Then he adopted a kid. Yeah.
Yahweh had a really bad divorce. Divorces get messy. I would imagine cosmic divorces are really bad. Lassie, welcome in.
Hello.
Lassie, are you at least 18, and do you believe in hell?
Both, yes.
Cool. And which version of hell do you believe in?
Me personally, I'm a universalist, so I would ask you if you would have a problem with my idea of hell, because I'm open to obviously changing my views. So if you have like...
Well, I think in universalism, essentially everyone ends up in heaven.
Yeah. Well, there's two views. There's one view which says there's no hell at all. And then there's the other view which says there is hell, but it's only temporary suffering.
Well, I mean, do you believe in the temporary suffering version of hell? Because I think that version of hell is still pretty horrific.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I think the Bible thinks it, in certain parts at least. Not everywhere, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Lassie,
I'm not decided.
It sounds like you're not quite old enough to have kids, so I don't know if I want to ask you this question, but like I've got a child, right? And there's nothing I can ever imagine my child doing where I want to light them on fire for even 30 seconds. So like why can an earthly father like myself recognize that it would be evil to light somebody on fire, but like the God of the book thinks it's okay to light somebody on fire?
Well, I mean, me personally, I don't think it's okay to light someone on fire, right? I'm not sure. You probably know more on this. I thought that it was more like the whole fire motive is more of a myth that comes from Gehenna, which is like a place in Jerusalem, I guess. But it was not originally like, or at least in the early books, and then later maybe developed into like an idea of like fire. I'm not sure.
So that certainly is a popular talking point, but it's quite clear from the Dead Sea Scrolls and from our earliest Jewish texts and from like the Apocrypha that when they say Gehenna, they're referring to the hell, Sheol, Hades. It's all the same, right? In fact, in the Talmud, it says at the beginning of creation, God created two places. He created paradise, and adjacent to paradise was Gehenna, where the wicked go, right? So when Jesus uses the phrase Gehenna, it's pretty clear that what he's referring to is hell. That's just one way that they would refer to it. And
sorry.
We do find it again in Revelation 20. In Revelation 20 it says, "Then death and Hades are thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death, the lake of fire. Anyone whose name was not found in the book of life was thrown into the lake of fire." And it's funny because the English translations do funny things with this passage, but in the Greek, the word Gehenna actually shows up in Revelation 20, verses 14 through 15. But it gets translated out for some reason. But Gehenna just means hell.
Yeah, and I actually agree with you on that part, because I do believe that is the case in the New Testament, and probably also in the late Second Temple literature. I've not studied it specifically. And I guess what I was saying, and I'm not sure about that either, the origins in the earliest texts, I guess, I'm not entirely sure. I was saying maybe in the earliest text it wasn't referring to a place in the afterlife, because the earliest text, they don't really have a concept of the afterlife anywhere, like, right? So, and then later on it developed as, well, that's what I know.
It's kind of fuzzy. I think a really good book on this subject, Bart Ehrman has a book on heaven, hell, and the afterlife, and there are certain, like, the Bible is not univocal. It's going to have different voices with different perspectives, so you are going to have very like nihilistic voices, like the author of Ecclesiastes, who believes that it's nothing after you die. But you're going to have other authors, like the authors of the Pentateuch, who believe that Sheol is like Hades. It's an underworld sort of situation, and you're going to get lots of voices in the New Testament. Some believing in hell, some believing in annihilation, like Jesus does sometimes, and then some believing in universal salvation. So it just depends on who you're reading in the Bible.
Right. I don't believe in like biblical infallibility or in univocal. Sorry, I forgot what that term was again. Yeah.
Univocality.
Right. In univocality. Right. I don't believe in either. So yeah, for me it's kind of hard knowing what I should believe, but I do believe that there's some inspiration in the books, even though they can make errors and kind of like contradictions to an extent.
Yeah. On the Old Testament afterlife, we don't hear a lot. I think the closest thing you'll get to like eternal torment is in Daniel. And it says, at that time, Michael, the great prince, the protector of your people, shall arise, and there shall be a time of anguish, such as has never occurred since the nations first came into existence. But at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. It's not entirely clear if they meant that they would be alive forever in that contempt, or if everlasting contempt is an idiomatic expression for how bad it's going to be. But that's like in the Old Testament, that's about as close as we get to a hell. And Sheol wasn't really considered a place of torment. It was just kind of like a dusty, dirty place that was kind of like nobody really liked being there, but that's just where everyone ended up. And then the righteous would be raised to life. So we get like a hint of that in Isaiah 26, in Daniel 12. It's the Christians. The Christians invent this whole new theology based on what I would call like Jewish fan fiction. Like if you read the Apocrypha during the intertestamental period, man, they really developed this idea of hell because they're coming into contact with the Greeks, and the Greeks have this really developed concept of Hades already. And so they basically kind of co-opt the whole damn thing.
So like the reason I really reject, I'm not sure if I reject hell already, but I really reject the idea of infernalism, because I did read something on that, and I saw it is more like it came from Persian ideas, from Zoroastrianism, for example, or some at least argue that that's the case.
There's some of it,
yeah,
for sure.
So I think that's why I reject that. Now, I'm not sure if I should reject hell fully, because then I would have to say that obviously God doesn't punish at all. And I'm not sure like what I would say the punishment in hell would be, to what extent someone would be punished, right? So I'm not fully clear on all of that yet.
Well, I think that since you have a flexible belief system that isn't rooted in strict biblical inerrancy, I think I would build a case off of like the Catholic doctrine, where like the only people who absolutely ever go to hell are like the most wicked, vile human beings to ever exist. Think of like the Shitlers and the Genghis Khans and the Stalins and whatnot. They could end up in hell, but everybody else, like normal folk, would end up in purgatory to, we'll say, pay for their sins and then eventually enter paradise. I think this worldview makes a little bit more sense because there's some kind of a justice, and there's not this idea that God's just going to light you on fire because you didn't believe a thing. But I think the caveat to this, like once you get rid of this idea of hell, it becomes very hard to justify why Jesus had to die.
I guess I've read a paper by a scholar. It's on Colossians. I'm pretty sure he argues Colossians has a universalist view in Colossians 1, I'm pretty sure. And I guess you could find the answer there, because the author kind of says that through Christ, everyone will be reconciled. Through Christ's suffering, everyone will be reconciled to God. So you could, I guess, argue that like this universalism is justified through the suffering of Christ. That's at least what the author of Colossians.
Yeah, that view was known by the early church fathers as apokatastasis. That is the idea that everyone will be reconciled. There's even some really extreme forms of apokatastasis that even stipulate that the devil himself will be redeemed and reunited to God, because, as Paul said, God will be all in all.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's what Origen was condemned for, at least, right?
Sure.
So yeah.
That would lead to the question, which is like, if God doesn't really want people to go to hell, and he really does believe in justice, then it seems Jesus' death is kind of unnecessary. Like, if God is already going to do the thing that's the most just, I don't see how killing his son adds anything to the equation.
And you don't think like there's any plausibility in the explanation that the author of Colossians has? I mean, I guess Matthew certainly doesn't think that's the case.
Well, what I'm
So
suggesting
yeah.
is, like, if you believe that the afterlife must line up with the idea of justice, meaning God wouldn't give an unjust punishment in the afterlife, then at that point, well, Jesus doesn't really do anything for you. Like, because in the Christian doctrine, it's the righteousness of Jesus that gets imputed on you so that you can essentially like bypass this horrific judgment, right? But like, if Jesus didn't die for your sins, I don't know what he actually died for, because if God was already going to do the thing that was most just, then he doesn't have to kill Jesus. But if he wasn't going to do the thing that was most just unless he killed Jesus, then you would then have to say that God isn't a God of justice, because he wasn't going to do justice unless he murdered his son unjustly.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess the view that I already talked about, that would kind of reject the general Christian notion of that Jesus, that kind of, he died for your sins, because obviously you would still suffer for those sins to an extent. So that would obviously kind of contradict that. I guess I would have to take that into account. If
It's
I have
certainly
that
some
view.
things to think about. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's a lot of concepts on the table here and a lot of moving parts, and it's definitely something that you want to spend some time thinking about. Like, Dalton and I spent many years thinking about these topics before we
Yeah.
came to a conclusion. So certainly take your time with them, think it over, come back and chat with us again.
Yeah, for sure.
And for some homework for you and for everyone listening, if anyone's interested in this topic, again, Bart Ehrman has a book. The name of the book specifically is Heaven and Hell: A History of the Afterlife. I gave it a read. Really good book. It's gonna taught me things that even I didn't know. So yeah, you're gonna love it.
All right, I'll certainly have a look into it, and thank you for having me on. It was really
Cheers, friend.
a good conversation. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank
I
you.
enjoyed it.
That's nice. All right.
W. Lassie, right? Sometimes,
No, one of the
friends,
ways. Oh, you go ahead. You go.
I was just saying, sometimes you get nice people.
You know, one of the ways that I deconstructed hell when I was a Christian was that, you know, I believed in the God, the tri-omni God at the time, that God was all good, all knowing, and all powerful. So it sort of just occurred to me that if God was all good, then he should desire that all should be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth, which is exactly what the Bible says. If he's all knowing, then he knows exactly what it would take to accomplish that end. And if he's all powerful, then he's competent, he's able to accomplish that end. Therefore, there's not any really good reason to believe that anyone should end up damned if you really believe in that tri-omni God.
Yeah, that was one of my struggles. Is as a Christian, I had to decide: do I believe in a God that matches the properties that God should have, or do I believe in the God that the book describes? Because the God in the book doesn't match the properties that God should have, and so that's a struggle, I think, for a lot of people. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Space Lord says, "Hell is other people." Jean Paul Sartre, I'll never pronounce his French name right, from his play No Exit. I want to read his books. A lot of people have recommended to him. I suspect that they're going to be really like heavy for me, but I know he's such a big name in the field. Like, eventually I have to get around to it. But good quote though. And Steve, still give me more of your Christian dollars. I don't care. You can give them to me. And I'm not even going to read that one because it's got words I can't say. And Steve says, last month, I'm not going to read that one either. Well, keep crashing out on this topic all you want. I'll take your money. HP Lovecat says, God gets his fifis hurt and tortures innocent people for eternity. I think that's a good reduction of the viewpoint. I think that's accurate. Gaius Husky, great to see you tonight, says the AV debate me bro guy from a few days ago sounds like the bottle of do shh from the Sausage Party. Actually, I think you're right. That was the right voice for that, actually. And Arvin says, I also find it interesting that in the Luke hell parable, heaven seems to have some sort of viewing balcony to watch it go down. Actually, yeah, so to be clear, in the Jewish literature, hell wasn't this place that was entirely separate from the heaven, right? They were like, depending on what you're reading, they could be close to each other. But again, it depends, like everything else, it depends on the text. In the book of Enoch, they're in opposite locations. Enoch, heaven's in the sky where God is on the top of the firmament, and hell is in Sheol below the earth, right? But there are rabbinic literature that would disagree with this viewpoint. So this is why hell is such a difficult topic, because we have such a huge divergence in the literature. But it's funny. Anyways, Unashamed says, here for the cookout with my son, hey, Big W, Mr. Swanson, whom I would never set on fire. And Unashamed, I'm glad to hear that you're a good father that wouldn't set your child on fire. Those are the type of dads we're looking for. And Snip says, when the world is a dumpster fire, at least we can still enjoy a good cookout. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah. And sinfully wet for Sharon, friends. Amir, thank you for the super chat. Says, Miles, check out Monkey Boy. He does good philosophy debates on this. Actually, Monkey Boy is great. I do enjoy Monkey Boy debates. Although I haven't seen him live this week. I don't know what his schedule is or how often he goes live, but he is good on TikTok. Jeannie says, my grandmother was a JW, and she died from refusing a blood transfusion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Because it was against her religion. Yeah, this happens more frequently than people realize. Actually, it's a huge problem. Helping Mega Deconstruct says philosophy is useless to get an Abrahamic God. Plus, tag is such bad philosophy. Most Christian Philbros clearly have no education in philosophy. I know. I do know some people who really do have an education in philosophy, and the Philbros that run tag drive them insane, and for good reason. They're just not good arguments, even for people who don't know the philosophy. Meg says both Isaac and Abraham lied, but they were rewarded by God. Why no hellfires for sinning? Obviously, because their faith was imputed to them as righteousness, you would say, which is a whole nother concept we haven't gotten into yet. That's going to be a topic that comes up. Dr. Joe, thank you for the $10 super chat. Dr. Joe actually went to seminary, has a PhD. She says, deconstructed 15 plus years, but every time a Christian equates me taking office supplies with 89 with Epstein or Mustache Man, my head spins. The cognitive dissonance required for that kind of moral math is absurd. I couldn't agree more. When you equate like a tiny crime with what these horrific people did as deserving the same punishment, you're in a different world than we are. Apherius said, my favorite Bible story is Genesis 27. God and Isaac reward Jacob for being good at the if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying doctrine. Doug would never do that. Doug wouldn't. The fact that God didn't reprimand Isaac for allowing the blessing to be stolen is crazy. And the birthright. That's what. Read the Divine Trickster, God's Divine Trickster. I forget who wrote that one. That's a good story on a good theological read on this topic. Yoda says, Fleece is just repeating nonsense that his homie told him while they were high. Once he finds out about Black Hebrew Israelites, is all over for him. He seems very easily indoctrinated. Yes, Yoda. I think you actually hit that one on the head. I think that is the case.
I have a feeling that, like me, the BHI guys drive you up the wall.
Yeah, you know what? They're crazy to talk to, but I think they're predictable enough that you can at least get through it pretty quickly. So the next guest in line is Anto, but I think their connection's bad because I tried to pull them in and it doesn't show that they're in here. Anto, can you hear me? It doesn't show that you have any hardware connected. I don't think Anto's actually with us. We're going to hang up on Anto and get Jesus in the box. All right, so Jesus, before I know, right? Famous. Jesus, before we pull you in, you cannot be smoking while you're on a stream. TikTok will take the live stream down, so you'll have to put your cig down for a bit. Welcome in, Jesus.
Hey, good evening, guys.
Good evening. Jesus, are you at least 18? And do you believe in hell?
Yes and no.
Oh. Well, you know we're debating hell, right?
Yeah.
You're a Christian, right?
No. I say yes and no. I don't believe.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, thanks for being here, but we are talking to people who do believe in hell. And listen, we're happy that you don't believe in hell, because hell is ridiculous. It's a dumb thing to believe in.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, friend.
All right.
Also, take care of your lungs.
W for Jesus.
Yeah, big W for... We don't hear that too often, right? W for Jesus. That is not something you will hear often. Also, Jesus, we love you enough to tell you, protect your lungs. Yeah, I know that lung transplants are a thing, but they're hard to get. They're very hard to get. Like, you're on a waiting list for a long time. All right, let's get Colin into the guest box.
Yeah, you can. Wait, hold up. Yeah, you're on. I missed to join.
Welcome in, Colin.
Yes. Yeah, why do you think hell's illogical?
Bertram, thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate that. So I think hell is illogical. First of all, you do believe in hell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that it's eternal conscious torment?
What?
Do you think that hell is eternal?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that like the definition of justice is like a changing definition, like a relative definition, or that the definition just is what it is?
Well, it depends what you mean by that. Because, like, if you mean, like, the Old Testament, then, like, the Old Testament was, like, different because, like, different place and time.
I didn't say anything about the Old Testament. I'm asking about the definition of the word justice. What do you think that word means?
It means, like, what is just.
Yeah, I don't know if using the word in the definition is the best way to do that. You want to try again?
Okay, sure. Justice is, like, what the right thing, basically. Doing the right thing being happening, I guess. Right thing happening.
I think we might just find that as being moral, but doing the right thing.
Yeah.
I'll give you my definition. Tell me what you think about it. I think when we talk about justice,
real quick, Justin, should we maybe do an age check?
Maybe. Colin, are you at least 18?
What?
Yo, there's one.
Okay.
What should I say?
I don't even know what he said.
He said, "Are you at least 18?"
What did he say?
So you're not 18, and you're gaming while you're live streaming, which is super annoying. He was literally asking the person with him whether or not he should lie as we're doing a live stream about hell. Like, as we're talking about who God sends to hell, he's like, "Hey, should I lie to this guy?" What do we do with these people? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, well. Amir, hey, Amir's like large and in charge here in the super chat tonight. Thank you so much for all the supers. He says they get judged a little differently. Probably. What the fuck is wrong with people? Making it up as they go so confidently. Forget Chat GPT's hallucinations. I know. And Dalton's seen it too. Christians will literally make it up as they go, trying to fill in the gaps rather than just admitting, "Oh, I don't know. Let me think about that." I don't know why they can't say it. Amir says, "I believe I'm going to heaven no matter what. Must be nice. And the rest of us, poor fools, what about us?" I mean, theoretically, if you believe in your universalism, we go whether we care to go or not, right? Oh, well. Let's get K in the guest box, and then it looks like it's going to be Jag and TY. How you doing, K? Okay.
Sorry, Justin. I'm literally working, delivering, and I must have hit it by accident. Sorry.
Oh,
Thanks for keeping
no
me
worries.
entertained while working.
Well, have fun working, and we wish you the best.
Thanks, Jess.
Cheers, friend. Yeah, W listening at work. That was one of my favorite things to do at work, was to listen to these live streams. I can't tell you like once I discovered like live streaming, I completely stopped listening to music at work and went like a whole hog into listening to live streams all day. It's just way more entertaining.
Not to be a huge kiss ass or anything, but guys, when I'm at work, I'm listening to Deconstruction Zone. Just saying.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let me get TY and then Jag, and then we'll grab the next after that. TY, how you doing? T. His mic's not plugged in, and he's got an echo. Okay, well.
Are you on right now?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, let me get headphones. Sorry. Be right
Yeah,
back.
headphones might help. Well, it's not even late yet, and I already want to drink some Fireball.
Is this better?
I mean, I can hear you, and the echo's gone, so I think it is better, but you're a little bit quiet. Give me 1 second. I can turn your volume up, so 1 moment. Also, I can hear you kind of like fumbling around with something, and that's going to make it hard to listen to. Okay. All right, say something for us. Introduce yourself. We'll see if your mic is at the right level.
Hey, I'm Ty. I'm 28, and I do believe in Jesus.
Perfect. I thought that audio was okay in my ear. How about you guys? Was the audio okay?
It's a little quiet.
I can turn it up. Okay. All right, I bumped him up a little bit. Okay, so Ty, do you believe that hell is eternal conscious torment?
I don't believe it's eternal. I don't know like how conscious it is. Just yeah, I really don't. I'm not too sure on exactly what it is.
So you do think that people are going there, right?
I think it's probably reserved for people who are just extremely evil and like there are people out there who love and actually like crave to do evil things. I think it's reserved for those type of people.
What about people who don't believe in Jesus?
Well, actually, that's the other thing. I think if people actively just reject God, I don't think he's going to make them be in heaven. I think if they reject him, he will probably they'll probably be in hell too.
So I should go to the same place as the person who commits heinous crimes just because I don't believe in this deity? Why?
Yeah, I don't actually have all the answers on that. I just think that it comes down to if you reject God, then he will reject you.
Yeah, but you do believe that justice should be proportional, right? Like in the American justice system, the person who like steals from the grocery store doesn't get the same punishment as the person who like went on a serial unaliving spree, right?
Yeah, I think there are levels to hell. Some maybe places in hell aren't as bad. Some places are probably worse.
Okay. So if I don't believe in God, what crime have I committed?
I think it's actually, I mean, you consider it a crime just by rejecting God.
Why though? I'm not rejecting God. I don't believe it exists. I think you have to believe in something to reject it. Like I can reject the idea of God. I can say that idea I don't accept because it's silly. But I think rejecting God entails that you believe in God first, but I don't believe in God.
Well, if you don't believe in God, then why would hell even be bad? How do you know that? You don't even know that hell's bad. It could be
Well,
good
in my
to you.
worldview, hell doesn't exist at all, right? It only exists in your worldview.
Oh, okay, so you're then why are you talking about something you don't even think exists?
Because you believe in it, and I live in a country full of people who do believe in it. And I think it's a silly thing to believe in. I think it causes people to do silly things.
What I wonder, like, what do people do because of hell?
Well, we'll
Like,
do a
what
survey real
silly
quick.
thing?
I've talked to a lot of people. If you grew up in the church and you believed in hell, put a 1 in the comments. If you suffered from severe anxiety as a child or young adult worrying about going to hell. You're about to see a lot of 1s
Because
in the comments.
even after I was no longer a Christian, even after I no longer believed in hell, I remember at least one instance where I woke up in a sweat because I had a nightmare about burning in hell, and I didn't even believe in it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Sometimes I even think about that. But
Why does
I
God want
rem-
to torture me for not believing in him?
um I don't think he wants to torture you. I think it's just what it comes down to is that if you reject him, he will reject you.
But
Like if you don't want to be with him, then
did
that's your
did he
choice.
decide? Did he decide that? Did he make that decision?
No, that's people's choice.
No.
It's our
Did
choice
God
to accept or reject.
try this again? Did God decide what would happen to people that didn't believe in him?
Actually, no. People choose that.
No, I didn't choose hell. I mean, if I get to choose,
Yeah,
I mean, I'll just make it real easy. I don't choose hell, so I'm going to heaven now.
if you accept Jesus,
Oh, I
accept
didn't.
God,
No, I don't do that.
okay, then exactly you're not going to be with him then.
But I didn't choose hell.
Yes, well, you literally just did by not accepting God.
No, I can't force myself to believe in God. I don't believe in him.
That's you're using your will, your mind
Mm-hmm.
to physically say, I don't believe in God. So
No, that's a
that's
state of
that's
a state
justifiable.
of belief. It's not a decision. I can't make myself
So
believe that God is real. Can you make
like
yourself believe right now that you're the last person on earth?
well, that's not something I would believe, obviously, because there's people all around me.
Right. So yeah, exactly. It's not something you can do. You can't just will yourself to believe it, can you?
Well, actually, well, it's our choice. Like so when you woke up and put a red shirt on,
Try
you
again,
didn't
Ty.
shoot. You're saying
Can you will yourself to believe that you're the last person on
yes.
earth? Okay, then do it.
If you really wanted to, you could.
No, I want you to do it. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, I just did it. I can convince myself I'm the last person on earth if that's what you wanted to do.
So
Well,
now you're a liar.
Yeah, so now you're just lying. And you want to know why I know you're lying? Dalton knows too. Because if you were the last person on earth, you'd be in an absolute fucking panic right now. You'd be losing your mind.
No, I wouldn't. You might,
You
but
wouldn't
not
you
me.
wouldn't be losing your shit right now if everybody on the earth just vanished in the blink of an eye and you're the last one left?
No, I have a calm sense of self. I have a peace, so I wouldn't freak out.
So
I
lying
would never freak out.
again. Liars go to the lake of fire, Revelation 21.
Listen for a second. So you're pretending to know what's in my mind. You do realize that's ridiculous.
No. Your behavior lets me know what's in your mind. We'll try this again. We'll
So
do another
you're
one.
all
I want
knowing.
you
You can
I
read
want you
people's
right
minds.
now to force yourself to believe that you're on fire.
Yeah, you can imagine that and you can theoretically, yes.
No,
you
do
could,
it right now.
If you want, use your mind.
Go ahead and do it.
Okay, right now I'm imagining how I would feel if I was on fire. I can imagine that.
No.
Not imagine it. Make yourself actually believe it.
Also, holy fucking shit. Jeff just texted me. Jeff says, if you believed you were the last person on earth, you wouldn't be talking to me right now. You liar.
That's just a ridiculous.
So
Okay.
we can go right back to it. Believe right now that you're the last person on earth. Keep in mind that you already lied to me once. I already know you're going to lie to me a second time. All right, so right now, prove to me that you're the last person on earth.
Like, I think you know that that's kind of just a childish, absurd thing to
It's
ask
actually,
someone.
it perfectly illustrates my point, which is you can't force yourself to believe things. You think you can, but you can't do it. In fact,
So do you not have...
force yourself right now to think that I'm attractive.
That's kind of a weird,
God.
weird
Oh, wait.
line, the
What?
path to go down.
Do it. Prove me wrong.
You okay, man? You're a good looking guy.
Tell me
No
I'm pretty.
homo. I'm not gonna do that. That's just a little bit weird.
Yeah, because you can't do
Let's
it.
get back. Stay focused. Get back to
it's
the
not,
original.
It's not weird if you're attracted to
Make
me.
make yourself not think it's weird.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you can't choose to believe in something.
Tell me that my eyes glisten when the sunlight hits them.
I know that it's very weird that you want other men to say you're pretty. That's just very odd.
That's a weird thing for someone to say that's attracted to men.
Yeah.
I'm attracted to men.
I just
mean,
put
so
that
now
right now.
You can make
Isn't that what you
yourself
said?
attracted to man according to your worldview.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, we got to get back to the original line of questioning. This has nothing to do with anything.
Actually, I think we've proven the point, which is that you can't force yourself to believe things. You either believe things or you don't, and that's just the bottom line. And I don't believe that this cloud zombie exists. I certainly don't believe that hell exists, right? Now,
Well,
if God's going to send me to hell for not believing that he sent his son to die for himself to appease his own vengeance, like, that's the most nonsensical thing ever.
it doesn't make sense to you, but how does this not make sense? If you reject God, he rejects you.
I didn't
You
reject
choose to
God.
go away from.
I don't believe in him.
Exactly. You reject even the idea that a God exists.
I know, right?
So,
Yeah. So I can't reject something I don't believe in.
so you don't have the choice. Like,
why didn't God make an alternate location for non-believers that are decent people? Like, why couldn't he create like a third destination where like all the decent people go to that just happen to not believe in God? Why didn't he do that?
we don't know that he didn't. He could have done that.
You
We
think
don't
he
have
did?
proof. I really don't know.
Fuck, party on Kolob. Okay. Do you think
Well,
that's in the Bible somewhere?
Some people enjoy hell. Like in our belief system, for example,
I'll tell
the
you one thing.
devil.
I'm gonna enjoy it there. I'm bringing beers.
Yeah, that was actually the devil's mindset. Actually, he loved the idea of rejecting God and going the other way. He got off on that idea. And there are humans, let me just say this real quick. There are humans that love evil and absolutely crave evil. Like if a grandma was
Christians.
being tortured. Yeah, good one, really funny.
Jeffrey Dahmer is
If
in
a
heaven.
grandma was being you know for a fact that Jeffrey Dahmer is in heaven. What a
He's a Christian.
ridiculous statement.
He repented. He's a
No.
Christian.
Someone can say,
Do you not know
"Oh,
this?
I'm a Christian," but without.
So you can read minds?
Yeah, let's say he's ready for Jeffrey Dahmer's
You just
mind.
claimed.
I hate that I keep interrupting Dalton when he's about
to
to say the same thing I'm going to say.
So we're
always on
sync,
the same page, buddy.
You guys don't know who's in heaven. I don't know. Nobody knows who's in heaven or hell.
Well, the Bible tells you.
Pretending to know
Bible
that
says
is wrong.
Well, the Bible says unless you're born of the water and the Spirit, you don't get into heaven. That's in the Book of John. I'm not born of the water and the Spirit. Jeffrey Dahmer was though.
No, you don't know that.
So do you know his brain state? Do you know he lied?
We both can't prove whether Jeffrey Dahmer's in heaven or hell. You're claiming to know. I didn't claim to know.
Well, listen, I'm taking him at his word. Why would he publicly accept Jesus Christ and become a Christian just for the fun of it?
I don't know. Are people allowed to lie? People lie about things. Maybe he.
Why
just
would he
said
lie
that
about
to-
that?
I don't know why he
Do we have
would
any
lie.
evidence? Do we have any evidence that he was lying?
We don't have proof either way. Like,
I mean,
to
innocent
prove
proven guilty?
to say that you know who's in heaven or hell, that's wrong. Christians, we don't claim to know who's in heaven or hell.
Well, the Bible tells you. If you go to Romans 10:9 and 10, it's pretty
No, it doesn't.
explicit. It says if
Where
you
does it
confess
say
with your
Jeffrey
mouth that
Dahmer's in
Jesus
heaven?
try again. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. So for the
So
one who
you
believes with the
know,
heart, leading to righteousness, and the one confesses with the mouth, leading to salvation. So all I'm saying is, if Jeffrey Dahmer did this, he's in heaven.
if he believed it in his heart and fully
Okay,
had a change of heart space, yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
probably.
What I'm saying is that
Okay, yeah, there's a chance, right?
if Jeffrey Dahmer did this, that means he goes to heaven, which means a guy who literally like melted human beings' bodies with acid after he sexually assaulted them. That guy goes to heaven. But me, as it turns out, I've never dipped anybody in acid. I go to hell.
Yeah, there's a very small chance, yeah, that could be correct.
Small chance. The Bible tells you.
But you don't know Jeffrey Dahmer's heart.
Again, my
So you don't
scenario
know.
entails that he was a truly repentant person. If Jeffrey Dahmer was a truly repentant person, that means he's in heaven.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah, that could be true.
Okay. So this is why this is such a silly, nonsensical, illogical belief system, because you believe that somebody could repent of their sins in the 11th hour, as Jesus says in his parable. In the 11th hour, someone who has spent a life committing heinous crimes will go to heaven, whereas me, somebody who hasn't done any of those things, will go to hell for merely not believing in like this weird, gruesome human sacrifice.
Right. Yeah, I didn't make the rules, and I know that the atheists hate this idea, but
Well,
yeah,
I hate
that's
it. It's just
what we
silly.
believe.
Do you think it's
Okay, but
just
yeah,
to not punish criminals and then to punish people who didn't commit those crimes?
yeah, it's very gracious, very graceful
No, is it
that we can
just?
do totally wrong things.
I
Yeah.
didn't say anything about grace. I said, is it just that criminals go free and people who aren't criminals don't go free?
Yeah, it's just, but also in your worldview,
Okay, just
people
checking.
like
It's
people
just when
can you let me
criminals go
talk for a
free.
second?
But,
You're just gonna talk over me every single time I try to say
yeah,
something.
I
Will
think
you
so.
let me talk?
No, I think we've actually heard enough. Thank you. So,
if all the scientists, if all the atheist scientists are in hell, by now it's got to be air conditioned. Just saying.
It's got to be. You know it is. At best, they got swamp coolers. They've got something going on there. Like, listen, I don't know what else you can say when you would openly admit that it's justice for people to not get punished for their crimes and for people who didn't commit the crimes to get punished. The conversation's over at that point. There's nothing I can do for you. Your brain's been deteriorated by this religion. Design, thank you for the super chat, says God wrote human laws on human hearts, and he wrote bee laws on bee hearts, and he wrote wolf laws on wolf hearts, and he wrote bacteria laws. That seems to be the case if he wrote the laws of all of nature. I don't know how you can get away from that. Rory, good to see you, my friend. It's been a minute. Rory says, the Doug abides and everything is made of stardust. I agree. So don't panic and let Doug and Justin help you deconstruct from a harmful indoctrination. Yes, it is harmful to believe that it's okay to punish people who didn't commit the crimes of a serial killer and let the serial killer go free. Yoda says, sometimes bad people are punished and sometimes the all-knowing God doesn't see their sin and they never get punished ever because justice? I think you nailed it, Yoda. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I think the Jewish people were so ready to adopt the idea of hell, because they were so punished by their own God in their worldview that surely there must be some justice in the afterlife. But as we're seeing, that doesn't seem to be the case. Michael says, I like cats. And Michael, thank you for the 666. And I fucking love cats. Although my cat's not hanging out with me tonight. Usually he's hanging out with me, but he's camera shy. So unfortunately you can't see him. Nathan says, because of your sin nature, because of our sin nature, we had to invent rocket ships and fly into outer space. Too bad we weren't perfect and could just fly there with our wings. I'll never understand people who will say that like human beings have the human sin nature because God gave it to us. And also we're getting punished because we have the human sin nature that causes us to sin because God gave it to us. Crazy, like roundabout there. SGT, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Deconstruction Zone, please look into debating Creality Jesus Saved. Never heard of him. He's an arrogant, pseudo-religious flat earther. He begs for debate, and you should give him what he wants. He needs to be taken down. I've never even heard of this person. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't really hang around in the debate space all that much. I just got on TikTok doing my own live streams one day, and this is kind of where it ended up. But like prior to TikTok, I wasn't like, I watched the Atheist Experience, and I would watch like the university debates, like when there's a debate at a university, and that was like it. I wasn't really into YouTube debate culture. So like, I don't know half these people, you know what I mean? Like, this wasn't my scene. I love debates, but I wasn't that into it.
Also, Flat Earther, that sounds more like a job for Blitz.
That 100% a job for Blitz. I agree. All right, let's get our next guest in. Looks like Good Question is next in line. And then after that is Nalin or Nalin. Let's grab Good Question and bring Good Question. How you doing, Question?
Hi, Justin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I have two things, not specifically about hell, but about objective morality and the Trinity. Is that okay for today?
Well, I mean, we're talking about hell today. So unfortunately, like, I mean, these are really good topics. I agree, but I try to keep the conversations on the topic on the board, or else because here's what happens if I don't. I've been doing this for a long time, so I know the trend. If I start taking people that want to talk about alternative topics, before you know it, I'll spend the whole rest of the night talking about alternative topics and not the topic on the board.
Okay, then let's talk about hell. Let's see if you agree with my point of view about hell. I think hell.
What's your position? Because we've talked before, but I don't think we've talked about hell.
This is our first time. I've sent messages, but no. Yeah.
I've talked to somebody else named Good Question before.
Oh,
must be
pseudonym. Okay.
Must be a couple good questions out there. So,
okay,
what's your position?
Yes, I think hell is a point of view coming from Jewish religion and translated by the Greeks to something like death, but the actual understanding from Jewish people is that death is not annihilation. Death is actually they mention it in the Bible is going to sleep, right? It's a sleep state where you later are going to come back to or revived or awakened by God, right? And punished, right? Or to receive some reward, like being in heaven or something like that. But death is not annihilation. Do you agree that hell is something like that?
So you hold to soul sleep.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And which Bible passages are you pulling for this particular view? Because it seems from the biblical text that annihilation is at least one of the plausible views, and the second most plausible view would be eternal conscious torment.
Okay, there are 2 points of views. One is from the Old Testament. I don't remember exactly the verse, but I bet you know immediately. One is that when they mention that a parent or a patriarch is dying or going to die, they say going to sleep with your ancestors. That's one from the Old Testament. And from Revelations is when they are talking about the deceiver, the beast, or Lucifer, whatever. They say, and it's a portion of text that mentions, and death has been conquered or defeated. Right?
I think that's Revelation 21 you're referring to.
Correct. And
when death and Hades is thrown into the lake of fire.
Yes, exactly. So right there in that point, they say, and this is the new death, they say. But the point is that Lucifer or Satan are not being eliminated, destroyed. they are being sent to a enclosure where they are going to be burned or punished, whatever. But they call it death to something, an eternal state of punishment, right? But not annihilation. Satan is never eliminated from existence.
So, I mean, it sounds like you're just describing eternal conscious torment. Like if you're in hell and you don't get swallowed up and annihilated by the flames, then it sounds like you're just there forever.
Correct. And that's what
Okay.
Revelations call it death.
Okay, so you do believe in eternal conscious torment?
Yeah.
Okay, dope. Now, in your worldview, who goes to hell? How do they get there?
Okay. From Revelations is that all the followers of the demons, Lucifer, Satan, were the ones who were deceived by Satan or sinned.
So people who are deceived go to hell?
Yes.
I mean, this does line up. It says in Revelation 21:8, says the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with sulfur and fire, which is the second death, right? So I fall into the faithless. I'm this guy, right? So that means I go to the eternal lake of fire for not having faith?
Correct. And I use the word deceived, especially because Christians believe in that if you pray, you're going to be illuminated by the Spirit, so you cannot be deceived.
Well, I don't think that's biblical, because Paul says in 2 Corinthians that the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing clearly the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So if Satan has blinded my mind, that's Satan's doing.
Correct. Exactly.
Why did God let him do that?
Oh, because actually it's something that I think you will agree. Satan is not a bad angel. It's actually a very good angel, and he's doing his job as quality assurance officer.
It does depend on, it kind of depends on which Bible verses you want to cherry pick, because in the Old Testament, he's definitely like God's henchman. But in the New Testament, he's clearly evil. Jesus says in John 8:44 that he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. 1 John says that there's no truth in him. So I'm inclined to believe that at least if we take the New Testament serious, that he's not a good guy. You could still believe that he's God's henchman. Like you could say that. But it still seems weird that God would send somebody to blind me to the light of the gospel when it says also that he desires that none should perish. It seems like a contradictory set of values.
No. Actually, I think you will agree also with this. Lucifer is the angel that betrayed God. Satan, his job description is to deceive you, to try to trip you, and make you sin.
You think there's two wicked entities, one named Lucifer, one named Satan?
Well, in Christianity, there are thousands and probably millions that are wicked, right? And Lucifer is pretty much an angel of light, right? That was prideful enough.
That's not in the Bible.
No, that's not in the Bible.
No.
In fact,
Lucifer,
I think
Lucifer
Dalton
is
knows.
just mentioned once.
I think Dalton knows this talking point very well, which means it's a good opportunity for me to take a restroom break real quick. Dalton, can you give good question, a little bit of education on Lucifer?
Yeah, absolutely. So, good question. The idea of a Satan being called Lucifer, this is a post-biblical innovation. There is no Lucifer in the Bible. There is a passage in the King James Version Bible, a Lucifer figure, but that Lucifer figure, Hillel ben Shechar in Hebrew, the morning star, son of the dawn, is actually a reference to the king of Babylon. So a whole book could be written on the things Christians teach about Satan that is not in the Bible.
And I agree with you. Yeah.
And where else do you get this idea that Satan is an angel of light?
No. Well, Lucifer is the angel of light. It's it's pretty much equated to the stars, right? All angels,
Where
in
are you getting this idea?
From Jewish books, right? In ancient mythology, right, the angels were actually
where does the name Lucifer? By curiosity, where does the name Lucifer and equating Lucifer with the angel of light? What Jewish text do these arise in? Because I'm very familiar with Judaism and Jewish texts. Satan is usually called Samael, never Lucifer.
Well, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go directly to point on all those points that you mentioned. Samael is the angel of death, specifically. Satan is the shaitan, the accuser, the angel that is in charge of making you trip, is the one that is in charge of making you sin on purpose.
In some texts, they are equated as being the same being.
Well, they are equated by Christians, because Christians
and
cannot
Jews.
accept the idea of having. No, absolutely not. There is a scholar that has a YouTube channel that I'm blanking out on the name. He's very famous. He pretty much makes a very strong difference between Lucifer, which is the morning star. The stars in the sky were equated to the small luminaries were angels, the big luminaries were, one was God, and of course the moon was Asherah in the past, not
but
anymore.
Lucifer is not an angelic being. Lucifer is just the Latin translation for Hillel ben Shachar, which is a reference to the king of Babylon, an earthly human figure. So you're not going to find any Jewish scholar who's going to tell you that there's an angel named Lucifer. That's not going to be that's not a thing.
And I agree with you in that sense. Lucifer is the word assigned, or the name assigned by Christians and Romans, and maybe Greeks, right? But mostly by Romanized Christians. Okay, yeah, we are diverting in so many things. Lucifer is not Satan. That's my point of view, and I agree with you. One of the kings was named Lucifer, and here's the reason why he was named Lucifer, because he was
Oh, you're cutting out.
Right, or a demon, right? So bad that But for example, the word Baal or Baal that is used is pretty much Lord. There are many Baals or Baals. Yahweh is a Baal, and Jesus is a Baal, and the kings are Baals, right? Because Baal is really a word that means Lord, many lords all over the place, right? So this name, Lucifer, was used in that text that you mentioned absolutely correctly, because he was so bad that he was called that one, right? But
Lucifer is just like the morning star, Venus, typically. In fact, even Rashi says in his commentary, referring to Lucifer, this is Venus, which gives light as the morning star. Like, I don't have a reason to believe that this is like a divine, malevolent agent.
Yeah, the whole imagery is this idea that Venus is like this last star in the night sky, but it quickly vanishes as the sun rises. And the reason that the prophet uses the symbolism of the planet Venus to describe the king of Babylon is because it's basically just a taunt that the king of Babylon, a human, non-angelic, non-spiritual entity, would be cast down from his pedestal that he's placed himself on. There is nothing in this text which is angelic in the remotest sense.
And I agree absolutely with you. Ancient Israelites knew nothing about stars or planets or anything, right? So whatever they saw up there was in heaven, right? It was really heaven. And then they thought that those little lights over there, they were alive.
Isaiah would disagree. Isaiah is very familiar with ancient Near Eastern mythology and astrology. He actually quotes directly from quite a few ancient Near Eastern texts. And to be sure, in Isaiah 14, it appears that he's making fun of the king of Babylon using a text that he would know, namely the fall of Athtar off of the throne of Baal. Because in that particular mythological narrative, Baal goes to the underworld and there's no king on the throne. So his mother says that he should be the king. So he ascends to the throne of Baal on the Mount Zaphon, mountain of God. And then it turns out he's kind of a laughing stock. He wasn't tall enough to even reach the footstool. And they cast him down off the throne. And he's basically a huge disgrace. It seems to be that what's happening here is that he's making fun of the king of Babylon using this particular mythology that took place in a mountain near the region under his control.
Yes. And
Quick question. When you said that the
correct.
Israelites weren't familiar with the stars, did you intend to mean that they didn't know that the stars were like giant balls of gas light years away? Is that what you intended to mean by that?
Yes.
Okay, because you
didn't know.
You would know that they were aware of the existence of stars. They just didn't know what they were. Is what you're just trying to say.
They were aware of those things that are up there, right? They even thought that there was a firmament, right, and that God lived up there, right? They didn't know that beyond the clouds there was just space, right? They didn't know that part.
Mm-hmm.
So they imagined that those things up there, because they move, in unpredictable ways, right, back and forth, they were actually living things,
mm-hmm.
right? They were alive, and they put names on them. Pretty much, they inherited their astrology or whatever from the Persians and from Babylon and all those places, right? And they inherited those beliefs in angels from specifically, I think, Sumerians. Was that the first ones that they inherited beliefs from? And they believed in angels.
I mean, the adoption of the angelic world seems to have happened during the Persian period, and then during the Greek period, it's not entirely clear that the Babylonians had the same concept of messenger angels as what the Bible depicts, even though there were some divine entities that came down to earth, like the Apkallu. There were people confuse them with the Anunnaki. They're not the same, but the Apkallu actually came down and mated with women. Nevertheless, I don't think that how the ancient Near Eastern texts paint the Apkallu that we would put them in the same classification as angels. But I think this is kind of a side topic.
Yeah, it's a side topic.
Yeah, so I want to tie this back into hell, where we left off, which is namely, God allows a malevolent agent here on earth to blind people like me to the truth of the gospel so that I'll go to hell. You think that's justified?
Okay. That is the mythology that was invented straight out of, whole cloth by Christians.
But I just read it in 2 Corinthians 4:4.
Yes, that was invented but actually, it was invented.
Wait, are you not a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Oh fuck! I thought you were the whole time. I assumed you were a Christian.
I assumed
that's why I wanted to talk
maybe
about
Jewish.
hell.
I apologize. Are you Jewish?
No, they're not exactly. No, not it. Actually, I've read a lot about the Bible, and I'm not exactly Jewish, right?
Well, how would you classify yourself? Because it sounds like you might not even believe in hell then.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yes, I'm an atheist.
Oh, what is happening right now?
God damn it. I'm going to go make a sandwich. I'll be back.
Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. I have no idea why that happened. It was fun talking to you, but this is the debate with people who believe in this nonsense. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest, Nalin, in here. Texas Panhandler, great to see you. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. Says, grift, lie, gaslight, evade. Roughly translated means words don't mean words. Indeed. Words never mean words. They can't mean words. They're not allowed to mean words. And Scotty, it's got to be Scotty. Scotty says, hey now, my blankie is is real. I can see it. And cuddle and lie with. Jesus less so. Actually, I agree with you. The blankie is real. And if you have a binky, the binky's real. Jesus not so much. Double Donkey Surfer W666 Hail Nero says, in keeping with yesterday and today's theme, I highly recommend watching Satan's Guide to the Bible. Have you seen it? I have, and it's great. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? Yeah. Is it great? Probably. It's really good. There's a lot of stuff in there that's true. When it talks about like stuff you learn in seminary that you can't say in church, a lot of it's kind of true. It's true. GH says, I have it on good authority that if Steve sends Justin $600, he'll convert. And if he sends me $300, I will. Listen, Steve, if you send me $600, I'll at least say I converted on live stream. I can't change my brain state, but I can say some things. Flanker420, great to see you, my friend. Flanker says, I'm a good atheist. I give half my money to charity. When she's off, I give the other half to Destiny. As long as they're performing well. Good to hear. Good to hear. Entropy Eater says, hail Doug, hail Satan, keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Entropy. I appreciate that. Freedom from Security, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, heaven is hell. I agree. After 5 minutes of singing and praising, I'd be asking for the Wi-Fi password. You're the best, Justin. Well, thank you, Freedom. I appreciate that. And I agree. I can't imagine I would want to be in hell if I'm just up there singing. I don't even like singing here. Why would I want to sing up there? How am I singing without vocal cords? Are we not immaterial up there? Like, I don't understand how anyone's doing anything in heaven if it's an immaterial existence. GH again says, if anything is going to send you to hell, Justin, it's Fireball. I know. I love me some Fireball. It's good. I don't drink a lot of it because it's kind of thick. It's like syrupy. But it's still tasty if you like cinnamon. Trude, great to see you. Thank you for the 100 NOK. Says, hell is a small village in the middle of Norway. My father came from hell. And it's always fun to say in English. Keep up the good work, Justin. Hey, thank you, Trude. I appreciate that. And there's also a hell in Michigan. In fact, I think Unquestionable Calvin was just the mayor of hell for a day. I think if you pay enough money and go into a drawing, you can become like the mayor of hell, Michigan for a day. I don't know all the rules, but it's interesting. And holy shit, Mark Ballman, my good friend, great to see you. Mark, thank you so much for the $250 on Venmo. Big W. Really appreciate that support. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mark Ballman. He says, hey, Justin, long time no see. Love the work you're doing. Thanks. Well, Mark, thank you for supporting my work. It really does mean a lot to me that so many people support my work. And I enjoy getting feedback. In fact, one of the reasons why I'm doing more topical live streams right now is because I got feedback from the audience and they said, do more topical live streams. So that's what we're doing. Boogie says, Bible guy, your mic is crackling like crazy. Really? I wonder. It wasn't crackling for me. Please sort it out because I can't listen to the stream when that happens. Love y'all. Praise Doug. Let me know if Bible guy's mic is crackling for you or just for that one guest. That's interesting because it wasn't for me. I hope there's not a problem in the audio somewhere. Either way, let me grab our next guest from the YouTube queue. I think Nolan was next in the queue, so we're going to bring him into the discussion. And before we get too far, Nolan, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Nayland.
Nayland, your connection's really bad. You might want to turn off your camera and try again. So your connection's I got 3 red bars over here showing your connection is very poor. Just refresh the page, and when you come back, just turn your camera off. Let's see. It's a shame he's been waiting here for a while. I want to get him into the conversation. I hope he can hear me. I can't hear you at all, Nayland. All right, I'll drop them for now. Nayland, I want you to come back and join the conversation, but I'm going to need you to hang up your connection, refresh the web page there, and try again. Join back again, but don't have your video turned on because I don't think you have the bandwidth for it. I think your connection is really poor, and you only got enough bandwidth for your vocals. So just rejoin with only your vocals turned on. Don't turn your camera on, and I think that should get you into the conversation. Alternatively, you could connect to some good Wi-Fi, and that should help a lot. So we'll give him a second to rejoin. Also, Big W for the Final Voices. Final Voices, thank you for all the hats on TikTok. Johnny, thank you for the subscription on TikTok. I really appreciate that. And also, Big W to all the current subscribers on TikTok. And Wally, thank you for the beach ball and the donuts. Really appreciate that. We've got a lot of fun debate left. I'm going to give Nolan a moment to rejoin and see if we can get him in the conversation. He waited long enough in the queue. I want to give him the opportunity to reconnect. While we're waiting on Nolan,
real quick, we should check and see if everyone can hear my mic fine. I heard. Does anyone hear any crackling?
Yeah, put a yes in the comments if you can hear Bible Guy clearly. Put a no if you can't hear him clearly.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Baruch atah Adonai. Baruch atah Doug.
Indeed. Ode. So it looks like everyone can hear you okay. I think we're okay. And it looks like Nayland is reconnecting. So we're going to give him a second to connect. Design says an all-powerful, all-loving God causing punishment for rejection is a very poor method to get justice. Does wonders to build a dictatorship, though. Isn't that crazy? Like, I get that no one wants to be rejected, but you shouldn't be lighting people on fire for it. All right, we're going to give Nolan a chance to get back in here. Welcome back, Nolan.
Thank you. Is that any better?
It is much better, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So, Nolan, are you at least 18, and do you believe in hell?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And do you believe that hell is eternal or temporary?
That's kind of weird, but I believe I believe on annihilation. They cannot be undone.
Okay, so you think it's temporary. We're losing you again.
I mean,
I'm going to turn your video off manually.
Does it help if I just?
I think you just want to turn your video off. We'll try that because I think your reception is just really bad. This is the one good thing about like the call-in shows like AXP and The Line is they do call screening, so you don't have to do this in real time. I don't know what's going on with your connection. Nolan, I would love to talk to you, but your connection's really, really poor. You might want to consider downloading TikTok and trying on TikTok because whatever's happening over there, your bandwidth is so bad that you just can't connect. Like you got to get better Wi-Fi. If you're watching,
he's got that Sinai Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's it. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen to join the conversation, tinycc/DZguest. The link is in the description as well if you want a clickable link. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join just by clicking the guest request down in the bottom of the screen, and we'll be able to bring you into the discussion. Hell is a fun topic, so we're going to try to discuss it as much as possible. Nolan's coming back. We'll give him a second to load. Carnage, thank you for the super chat. Says, Hell Defenders, be like, can't you just let me answer the question I wish you'd ask me instead of acknowledging what you actually said? And that completely nails it. It's really weird how, like, when you ask straightforward questions, they just go on rambling about something you didn't ask about. It's almost like they're, like, afraid to answer the question. All right, let's grab Nolan again.
That's not just Hell Defenders. That's pretty much, that's across the board.
Yeah, it is, actually. All right, we'll try this again. Nolan,
is that audio better?
We'll see. I can hear you for now.
Okay.
I mean, it's breaking up a little bit. It's not better. All right, I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to get off dial up. You gotta find some broadband or some fiber or some 5G. I don't know what you're using to call in with, but like you can't call in from the hollers of West Virginia without like good reception. Just is what it is. Sorry about that. Craig is next in line, so we'll grab Craig. Right now, I think Craig is the last person in line if nobody joins up. Craig, welcome in.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I wanted to apologize. I am driving, so I didn't know if you could hear the road noise.
I can hear the road noise, but for terms of service reasons, you have to pull over.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just a second. All right. Okay. So I am 18, and I do believe in hell. And I wanted to ask a question of what's your definition of hell, I guess. When I say I believe in hell, or I guess your statement says hell is illogical, what do you mean by hell?
Hell is one of two things. It's eternal conscious torment or it's temporary conscious torment.
Okay. Okay.
Which one do you believe in?
So you don't believe it's a place?
No,
You
I
believe
don't.
it's okay. I believe that it's a physical place that is currently is actually within time.
Interesting. Well, that's what the Bible teaches. Where do you think it is?
I don't know. I actually don't know where it is. I don't have any indication other than I believe that there are multiple definitions and places of hell. Like one I know in the Bible, I can't remember off the top of my head where it's at, but it describes the Bible as being, or sorry, it describes hell as being down, potentially within the earth.
Below the earth, yeah.
Another, yeah, below the earth, I guess. The other one would be, I think there was a term that described it as the grave.
Well,
or like in similar terms.
Yeah, I think it's debatable whether or not Sheol equated to hell at the time the texts were being originated, even though it was eventually co-opted to mean hell. That being said, we agree that hell, Sheol is in the earth, right? So I'm assuming you believe that hell is in the earth.
I would say that the current hell is in the earth. Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe that that what's described as the lake of fire is within the earth, though.
Where's that?
I believe. Where's what?
The lake of fire.
I don't know. I have no idea where the location of the lake of fire would be.
Is it material or immaterial?
I think the lake of fire is. I would probably describe it more as spiritual. So whatever is spiritual, is that material or immaterial? I would say probably immaterial if it's in the spirit realm.
Since you think hell is a physical place in the earth, do you think that it has physical fire?
Did you hear the question, Craig?
Let me qualify this a little bit more. I believe that they're currently within our. I did. So I'm gonna qualify a little bit more what I'm talking about to get to that answer. In time, and that is a hell that has no fire. I don't believe that there is fire in the current hell that's within time. And once again, I'm going off of not just what's biblical, but what's logical to me. Okay, because your premise is that hell is illogical. And so I'm using the Bible to kind of guide my logic. And the reason why is because there is no flames right now is because Paul describes death as being absent from the body, as being present with God. And I believe that when you're present with God, there's only two options, heaven or hell. And so the way that Jesus describes hell is in multiple ways, but the current one is the weeping and gnashing of teeth, where there's torment and the worm never dies.
Yeah, so I want to make
So
sure we're
that
clear on
kind of
this.
leads me to believe that this is
The
not like a lake of fire situation currently.
Yeah, the hell that you believe in, though, you think that it's a material existence, so like your body and your soul go there?
No, shoot, man, that's a hard question. But I will say, if I had to say yes or no, I would say, well, I'll have to say no, because I don't believe that your body goes. Shoot, hold on, let me think.
Are you
Because
thinking what
Jesus
I'm thinking,
says,
Justin? That
you can
yeah,
throw your
body
body
and
into
soul are
hell.
destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. You know what? I still would say that it's probably a physical hell. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And
The current one. Yep.
Yep, and the body and the soul, are they destroyed there immediately or sometime later?
I believe that they're not destroyed. I think it's an eternal hell. However, I think hell itself is destroyed.
So in Matthew 10, when Jesus says, let me put it on the screen for everyone. When he says, "Do not fear those that kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear the one who can destroy the body and the soul, or I'm sorry, both the soul and the body in hell." I'm reading this as Jesus saying that when you go to hell, it can destroy your body and your soul, right? Which means your body must go there
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't know if I made that clear. I do think your body and your into what I'm describing as the current hell. And we know that when the Bible says that when Christ comes, the dead will be resurrected. I don't know if I guess it's like some people call it the glorified version of our bodies. So
they'll be judged, right?
I mean, I'm not talking about judgment right now. I think that would take us in a different direction. But.
Well, in the book of Revelation, the judgment happens after Jesus' second coming, right? Matthew 25 as well.
No, I don't know. Are we going to talk about judgment and when hell happens?
Well, I think it's important to the conversation only because if you believe that the body and the soul are destroyed in hell, then I think what that means is that they're in hell for a time period, and then after the judgment, they get destroyed. Is that fair?
No. Okay, you're describing destroyed as annihilated.
That's how I'm interpreting it. How are you interpreting it?
No, I would not describe it as annihilation being the destroying. I mean, you could destroy a car, but it's not annihilated. It doesn't cease to exist, but you've destroyed it.
What happens to it?
It's in a state of destruction.
No. I mean, what happens to the body? Like when the body goes to hell. By the way, I have a really good follow-up question that I really want to get to, but I don't want to derail. So what happens to the body when it gets destroyed in hell? What does that look like?
I think it's a long process of being destroyed. It's not a moment of destruction.
Right, but what I'm asking is like, what does it mean to be destroyed?
Well, like I said, I kind of, the only way I can describe it to you is in like realistic worldly terms, and all I can say is, I mean, just being completely abused and broken.
Into like pieces?
No, not chopped up. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? I don't know what's possible in the spiritual realm. But I would say that if my finite mind had to describe what hell would be as far as the torment goes. It would be a eternal. I don't know if it's eternal long, but yeah, probably an eternally long process of being destroyed.
Okay, so it
So
is
I
eternal
guess
conscious torment.
absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
fantastic. I mean, I honestly, I don't want to waste a bunch of time on worrying about whether or not it's temporary or eternal. I just want to know what you believe.
Okay.
I have one final question before we move on to the good stuff.
Okay.
My question is, if the body and the soul goes to hell, does the body die immediately and the soul live on? Because it seems like as soon as the body goes to hell, it no longer has food or oxygen, and it would
Well,
pretty
like I
quickly
said,
expire.
well, that right there would be illogical to say, because we can put a body in the ground and then exhume it 10 years later and believe that that person went to hell, but their body's still here. So to describe it as in those terms would be illogical, and more logically would say that that when somebody dies right now and they're hellbound, they would go to hell with a like I described it earlier. I guess the way that the Bible kind of alludes to is that we'll have a glorified body, a physical body, and so this physical glorified body that they would be taking to hell with them is incapable of being annihilated, and
Gotcha.
therefore
So you get a different
capable
body.
of being. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like, and
Okay.
I mean,
Fair enough.
I would say 1 John chapter 3. We don't know what we're going to be like, but we know we'll be like Christ.
Fair enough. So we get a different body.
Of resurrected body.
Yep,
Yeah.
we can follow. Okay. So do you believe that in order for justice to be justice, that the punishments that people receive should be proportional to the crime that they committed?
I do.
Okay. Do you think that hell is proportional justice?
It is.
Interesting. Do you believe that people who have only committed one sin go to hell?
No.
How many sins do I have to commit to go to hell?
You only have to commit one sin, but people that commit one sin don't automatically go to hell.
So who does?
So you got to track with me on this one. So it's not sin that you commit that sends you to hell. It's the rejection of the grace of Christ that sends you to hell.
So then there's no justice. You're basically punished for not believing something.
Okay, actually, so it's multifaceted. You are condemned because of sin. You are condemned to hell because of sin.
Okay,
but
so can human beings live a perfect life?
A provision has been made to justify the criminal, the person that sinned.
Can human beings live a perfect life?
No, they cannot.
Okay, so it's actually not possible for us to do the thing God wants us to do that will save us from hell?
What does he want you to do?
Live a perfect life?
No, that's not what he said. He wants you to.
He doesn't desire you to be sinless?
He wants you to
perfect, just as your heavenly
Father
is perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Leviticus 19:1 does not apply with what you're talking about right now. Yes, of course, the idea or the intention from the creation was that man would live an honoring life to God without sin, but that's not
what I
the world
said.
that we live in.
Yeah,
right,
if God
but
desires for you to live a life without sin, that's a perfect life. Okay, so to be clear,
Right.
God wants us to live a life that is completely free of sin. Even one sin sends us to hell, but we're actually completely incapable of doing that because we have the human flesh, which means God sends people to hell for the thing that they must do because they're human. You don't see the problem with that?
Well, you're completely leaving out the provision of Christ.
So what?
And that's the only. So what gets you to heaven or keeps you out of hell is not deeds. It doesn't keep you out of hell if you do good.
We'll try this
Because
again. All right. So I
okay.
have a child. Let's imagine for a second.
Mhm.
My child cannot speak. I have an autistic child that is completely nonverbal. He can understand words. I can speak to him. He understands a lot of words.
Mhm.
If I tell my nonverbal child that if you don't speak by the time you're 8, I've got to light you on fire for the rest of eternity. Now, this is something outside of his control. He can't help it. Now, what if I told him that? Would I be evil? I think Craig's connection's dropping.
Yeah, I think that. Sorry. Yeah, that would be considered evil because
Why?
the punishment that you're giving your child is not at the same level. It's not. What was the word you used earlier? Like it's not at the same level as the person that's being offended.
So what? In fact, if God is a greater individual than us, then there's really nothing that could offend him. Like, how soft is God's feelings that he's like offended that a human being did something that literally he created them to do?
Well, let me ask you, if I committed a horrible crime against a individual that couldn't protect themselves, right? Wouldn't you want there to be justice?
Again, that's irrelevant. Hell is not justice, because remember,
Well,
the person who's only committed one sin goes to hell. So if I reach the age of accountability and I commit one sin, let's say I lie to my parents. Let's say I commit just that one sin, and then I go to church on the weekend. They tell me about Jesus. I say, that's silly. I don't believe in this nonsense. And then I die. According to Christian doctrine, I go to hell.
Well, you're not going to hell because of that one sin, because I've committed that one sin too.
Are you trying to propose the apologetical idea that the magnitude of the punishment is equal to the magnitude of the dishonor to an individual? So the greater authority someone has, the greater the punishment is due to them?
Craig, I can hear your turn signal. Didn't you say you pulled over?
Yeah, but I actually had a somebody cop flash his light, so I had to turn off onto a side road. Yeah, I'm pulling back over right now.
Mm-hmm. You know, liars go lake of fire in Revelation 21.
Right, but I'm not lying to you. I'm actually stopping right now. So yeah, I see what you're saying though about the about that, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree, but sorry, I'm actually new to this, so I'm not sure what your guys' names are. But
I'm Justin, and my friend is Dalton.
Dalton and Justin. Okay, so Justin, just to be clear on what you were saying, I do not believe that you're going to. Okay, there's a verse in the Bible that says, I think it's in John 14:6. You probably know exactly what it says, but it says that Jesus says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father but through me." And that would mean that no one stays out of hell without me.
I know. I'm not questioning the doctrine. I know the doctrine. I'm questioning whether or not it makes sense, right? I know that without Jesus, I'll be judged based on the one sin that I've committed will send me to eternal conscious torment for one sin.
Right. So.
And you think that's justice?
Yeah, I do, because of the and back to what Dalton said though.
Do you think that all criminals should get the death penalty?
Once again, who has been offended?
I think that's irrelevant. I don't think who's being offended matters, because if you're God, you're impervious. Nothing can offend you. Nothing can harm you.
Yeah,
unless
the only
you're
reason,
a God that desires justice.
Well, the question is, why does God desire justice? A desire sort of would indicate that there's something that's wanting in God, something that He needs in order to be completed, which would make Him imperfect.
Well, you could say preference then instead of desire. He prefers just. He prefers good.
But
he prefers that we love each other.
Well, it's
and
not
then
just to let people off that committed horrendous crimes. It's not just that if I die committing one crime, I go to eternal conscious torment. Yet, Jeffrey Dahmer, who converted to Christianity before he died, goes to heaven. That's not justice.
Yeah, I think though that there, that comes down to there's grace that God has as well.
Yeah, but is it justice?
You know, I think that the reason why it is considered justice is because Jesus did live a perfect life.
But so he's God. God can't sin.
Well, he was.
So that's an
God.
irrelevant loophole. If God can't sin and Jesus is God, it's irrelevant to say he lived a perfect life.
Was Jesus also man?
Yeah, but he was also God, and God can't sin.
So, and he did not sin, but he
was God.
But he lived a life of the flesh too. He lived in his flesh.
Listen, if I was God, I wouldn't sin either. Definitionally speaking, it's impossible for God to sin because a sin is, in your worldview, is something you do in disobedience to God. God can't be in disobedience to himself.
Yeah, God cannot be tempted.
So I would acquiesce to that it was impossible for Jesus to sin because
him being sinless is useless. He didn't overcome shit.
Yeah, like pointing to Jesus and saying "good for you for not sinning" would be like pointing to a fish and saying "good for you for breathing water." Like it's just part of nature.
I don't think I would say good for you, Jesus, for not sinning. I think.
Well, then why are you congratulating him like he did something special? God can't sin.
Actually, I wouldn't say congratulations. I would just say thank you because it took.
Thank you for what?
In order to fulfill what is just in God's eyes, which is somebody had to pay for the penalty of.
Nobody had to pay for it.
I've done wrong.
Yeah, you can be sinless in the Old Testament. If all it takes is a person without sin, Zechariah and Elizabeth could have died for our sins.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What are you talking about? You
think
they were
blameless. They were blameless before the Lord.
Blameless does not mean sinless.
They have no blame.
It says they were righteous.
Is there anything to blame them for?
According to all the precepts of the law.
All right, and then also, so was Abraham. Abraham was righteous, but he was a polytheist, and he also, we watched all the things that he did wrong, and so he was considered righteous by what?
Well, by faith, but he didn't bring up Abraham. You brought up Abraham. We're talking about Zechariah and Elizabeth. It says in Job too. Job is described as being blameless. In fact, the same Hebrew word for blameless, tam, is the same exact word used in the Hebrew Bible to refer to the purity of the offering. The unblemished, perfect offering that you have to bring before Yahweh is tam. Job, he's tam. He's blameless.
Right.
So was Noah. Okay. Noah was called perfect.
Right. Okay, but you described it as blameless. Okay, so what blameless means does not mean perfect. Blameless does not mean without sin. That's not what blameless means.
Blameless they're without blame.
Yeah.
Can God point to them and blame them for anything?
So what blameless means is, here's an example. If somebody stole something out of my house, I don't know who did it, but I know who didn't do it. That's blameless. I know who would be blameless.
Okay? In other words, blameless means not guilty.
I think that blameless would be no reason for an accusation toward.
Right, so Zechariah and Elizabeth, you could not make the accusation of sin against them, right?
I wouldn't.
So they could have died for us.
Well, hold on. No. I have already made it clear. I don't believe that blameless means without sin.
To be sure, the semantic range of Tom is perfect. It means without defect, without fault. It's entirely perfect, not lacking anything.
It's the same word used to describe the law of God in the Psalms.
Right. Psalm 19:7.
It uses the word blameless.
Tom.
The law of the Lord is Tamim. Law of the Lord is perfect, purifying the soul, or converting the soul. The same word is used to describe Noah. He was perfect in his generation, is what it says.
Yeah.
Okay, but I wanna. I mean, if we have to go all the way back to see what was the sinful curse placed on man, it was the seed. It was not each individual. By one man's sin entered the world, and so every man is counted as a sinner.
Yeah. Why did God allow that?
Noah.
Yeah, Noah wasn't a sinner.
No, but his nature.
Job wasn't a sinner.
What do you mean Noah wasn't a sinner?
Why did God give humans this sin nature?
I don't think that God gave people the sin nature.
So God didn't decide the consequences for sin?
That's different than giving the sin nature.
Oh, no. Who decided that the sin nature would even exist?
I think that it was, well, according to the Bible, right? Because we're staying in the Bible, would be the deception of the woman, the compromise of the man, and then
and
what that resulted in was their sin.
Yeah, exactly. And who decided what the consequences of that sin would be?
God did.
Yeah, God did. Okay, so God decided that when Adam and Eve ate the fruit, that the sin nature would become a thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Did he have to do that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what God has to do. But
if he's all powerful, then he didn't have to do it.
Now, yeah, I mean, right. I would say that he did. And then there's that whole thing of like, why does God do what God does, or why doesn't he do what we think he ought? You know, those are questions I cannot answer, and I also can't defend. I don't have any basis for that.
Right. So basically what happened is Adam and Eve sinned. God decided that since you sin, all human beings would have the sin nature. This entails that no human being can be sinless. So you have to sin eventually. And because human beings can't be sinless, your default position is hell, which means the day I was born, my default position was to be in hell. The only thing that could have saved me from that is A, believing in Jesus, which I don't, or B, dying before I get to the age of accountability, which if this is what you believe, buddy, you should be pro-abortion. You should be literally just going through the hospitals, like slicing people open, taking babies out and sending them to heaven if this is what you believe, because the minute they reach adulthood and they hear about Jesus, now they're liable to the hellfire.
Yeah, I agree with part of what you're saying. I don't agree with the abortion part. I think that the age, I think that you're, that it is it's the kind of the default nature of man is sin now. However,
so isn't it weird that God would judge you on your default nature? That's why I brought up the scenario of my son. My son can't speak. That's his default nature. That's what biology gave him, right? So for me to expect him to speak and then to punish him for not speaking is horrific. For God to expect us to be perfect, even though he knew we couldn't be perfect because he created this way, and then he roasts us forever in hell, that's ludicrous.
But he gave the ability to easily receive a new nature.
No, wrong again. I don't believe in this guy, Carcass, because it's completely illogical. I can't make myself to believe in Jesus.
Right. And so, okay, so
the analogy is like this, Craig. Imagine you got an invite to the best party in the world. You got the invite. They're like, you're going to get 100 talents of gold upon entering. You never have to leave. You're going to have everything you ever wanted at this party. It's going to be dynamite. And I said, but if you don't accept this invite to the party, like, you are going to get locked in the basement somewhere and lit on fire for the rest of eternity, right? Now, imagine you got this invite. You're like, shit, this is 123 Hell Avenue. Let me go check out this house to see. I don't want to miss this party. I want the good stuff, not the bad stuff, right? So you go looking for this house, and you're like, fuck, I don't see an address here. So you're driving around looking for this address. You can't find it. You look at Google Maps, not there. Apple Maps, sure as hell not there. Even worse. So now you're in a hell of a predicament because you're like, well, I don't want to get lit on fire because I can't find this party. But sure enough, you can't find a goddamn party. Do you think it's fair that you get lit on fire?
I'll be with you. I gotta admit, I don't relate to what you're saying because, I have found the party. So it's like,
but I haven't. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
In the analogy, you can't find the party.
Okay, so well, it's not just an analogy. I mean, that is scripture. What is it? John chapter 6 or 8, one of the two. Says that no one can come
John
to the Father
6:44.
Okay, so unless the Father enables
And
him or calls him.
What's 2 Corinthians 4:4 state?
That there's somebody that's blinding, that Satan's basically blinding.
This guy knows his Bible. I'm starting to like Craig. Okay, so Craig, you know that God sent Satan to blind the eyes of the non-believers to the truth of the gospel, which means God is actively preventing me from going to this party, which is crazy that now he's going to light me on fire because I can't find the address.
So I think we're off of the hell thing, but can I ask you a question? What?
No. The analogy is about hell, right? Heaven is the party. Okay. The invite is Jesus, and being lit on fire is hell, right? So I've got the invite. I can't find the fucking house. It's not there. And in fact, not only is it not there, but God has blinded me to the address.
And you want to be at the party, right?
Everybody wants to be at the party. Who doesn't want to go to heaven?
Okay. All right. And so, but if there was somebody standing there saying, hey, I know where the party is, you just got to trust me. You won't trust that person.
But that person doesn't exist.
I'm right here, bro.
Yeah, but not only are you wrong, you're not the person in my analogy. The person in the analogy the person in the analogy that you're trying to add actually knows how to get there, and you don't know how to get there. That's for sure.
To get to the party that gets you to heaven?
Because the only way to get there is for me to be convinced that it exists. And you don't have a method for convincing me that this God exists because I've read the Bible, and the Bible absolutely isn't true.
Okay, and it says, it says that basically only God himself can give you the directions to the party.
That's right, which means if I go to hell, it's because God sent me there.
I could be standing in the party with the front door open going, hey, here it is. But unless God says, yeah, that's it to you.
No, that's what I'm saying. You keep adding something into the analogy that's not there. You're not with me in the analogy. You don't exist.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because in real life, you existing is meaningless to me believing in Jesus. You can tell me anything you want to. You can say, here's the address. I don't care. I don't believe you because I read the book. The book is the problem. Until the book proves to be true, I can't find the address. And the book is clearly not true.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So what's the next question then?
Okay, so the reality is this concept of hell, as it's laid out in the New Testament, is not justice. You're being sent to eternal hellfire really for not believing something. That's what it boils down to. And I don't think that anyone should be tortured in hellfire for all of eternity for the mere brain state of not believing.
Because they can't believe it.
Because it's not believable.
Well, I mean, maybe that's what you believe right now, that it's unbelievable because you cannot believe it.
It is unbelievable for many reasons I can articulate. Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, in order to believe something, you have to be convinced that it is true. And if the available evidence does not warrant belief, me and Justin, I mean, what are we supposed to do about that? I can't flip a switch in my brain and suddenly be a believer. And the evidence at our disposal is not sufficient.
Okay. Well, I mean, that feels like we hit a T in the road, because there's really nothing I can say that would convince you. And not that that's my goal tonight, but what would convince you of not the Bible's veracity necessarily, but what would you need for God, if he exists? What would you need for him to do in order to suddenly like give you a revelation that says, hey, this is the way, and you can get into your party or whatever. Salvation.
I hate to be just a mere parrot for Matt Dillahunty, but as Matt would say, listen, your God knows exactly what it would take to convince me, and the fact that he hasn't means he either doesn't want me to be convinced or he can't convince me.
Do you know what it would take?
I don't know.
So
that's
you
the
don't
thing.
know you.
If I knew exactly what it would take to convince me, what would make it definitive, then I could go and look for that thing and either definitively prove that the God doesn't exist or he does.
Okay.
Now, to be clear, that's God's duty, right? If God knows exactly what it would take to get everyone to believe, and he chooses to not give them that information, then it's the buck stops at him.
Do you think that there's, well, you won't agree with this, but I feel like what is it, like 2 Peter chapter 1 says that you've already been given everything you need for life and godliness.
So why would I believe that?
It's obviously not true then, right?
Yeah, I mean,
well,
obviously it's not true.
But I disagree. But I would disagree. I think that it is true.
So we're just lying?
Who you're lying? I don't.
You think Dalton and I are lying about what we believe?
No. I'm not saying you guys are lying, but I'm saying that
so we're
if
stupid.
I do believe what the Bible says, and I do believe that tells me that the only information I've been given is, well, obviously personal experience, which isn't really admissible in a debate, but I would also say that the Bible itself is sufficient. And now,
do rabbits chew cud?
Do what?
Do rabbits chew cud?
I have no idea if a rabbit chews cud.
Leviticus says it does, but it doesn't. Rock badgers too.
Okay.
In fact, rock badgers can't even regurgitate. They lack the physiology for it.
Have you ever seen a rock badger?
No, but
but here's the thing. Like, I believe that the Bible holds sufficient wisdom to find the way.
But it says things that are demonstrably untrue.
Okay.
Right?
Like, if it just says things that are demonstrably untrue, I don't know why I would trust it on the mythological stuff.
Oh, on the bigger things? Like, if the little things aren't accurate, then the big things can't be accurate?
Jesus himself says...
The big things are inaccurate too.
Yeah, to be fair, the big things are certainly inaccurate, but Jesus himself says that if you can't be trusted with little, you can't be trusted with much.
Does it say that every kind of rabbit chews cud?
It says the rabbit, the hare. It's a classification of animal in Leviticus.
And by the way, there isn't a single species of hare on the entire planet that chews the cud.
Right.
Okay.
So chewing the cud requires a multi-chambered stomach, usually, one of them dedicated to fermentation.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any explanation for
but like
the Leviticus rabbit
I don't know if
The
you need to be a
Leviticus rabbit hole.
I don't know if you need to be a zoologist to find errors in the Bible. I think the easiest like ways to find errors in the Bible is just to find like all of the many contradictions, because there are so many contradictions in the Bible, like it's dizzying. Like even Jeremiah 7:22 is a pretty famous passage, shows up in the New Testament. I'll read it for you real quick and put it on screen. It says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." I mean, come on. That's literally the first thing he did was tell them how to do offerings and sacrifices.
Who is he writing that to?
This is in the book of Jeremiah. He's writing it to the Israelites, most likely the Israelites that are remnant from the captivity or about to go into captivity.
Or how about did Abraham know that God's name was Yahweh? Did Yahweh make himself known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as Yahweh? Because I see instances in Genesis where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob all refer to God as Yahweh, yet God says to Moses, I was known as El Shaddai to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them.
Yeah. This was my favorite contradiction for a long time because it's so obvious. But do you see the problem there?
Yeah, but I honestly don't have the I don't have the attention span right now to actually dive into this with you. I thought we were just talking about hell and the logic nature of it.
Well, first of all, we agree that hell.
I would love to though. I'll keep watching this show because I think it's really cool, and I will have to bounce off of here because it's getting late here and I've got to get to my kids. I'm still driving, so. But it's been a really good.
Enjoy your time with your kids. It's like one of the great joys in life is spending time with your children. So I wish the best for you.
It's the best, man. I appreciate the convo tonight, guys. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, friend. Drive safe.
All right. Bye.
Well, I think Craig was trying to follow us. Like he was actually involved in the conversation, unlike some of our prior callers.
And he knew his Bible.
Yes. He actually knew a lot of the passages he should know for this topic, which is really good on him. Commendable. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. It looks like Nalin is back. We'll try him for the last time. Shady, thank you for the super chat, says Christian Cope bingo. Uh-oh, looks like we got a problematic verse. Quick, say it's out of context. That doesn't work. It's now a metaphor. Wait, it still doesn't work? Distract with bringing up Jesus. I think this is a perfect flow chart. We need to start flow charting these conversations because this is identical to what we would expect. And Shady again says, if 2 Corinthians 11:14 says Satan is like an angel of light, and John 8:12 says that I, Jesus, am the light of this world, does that mean that Jesus is Satan? I understand the implication of what you're suggesting. I don't think so, because I'm assuming that Jesus could be the light of the world and being a separate light source than the light source that Satan is tapping into. But it's a really astute observation. I definitely think that was a good question.
They also meet in the story.
Yeah.
So
they mix, don't they?
It's not like Clark Kent and Superman, unless Batman is disguising himself as Jesus so that Jesus can be Satan and tempt him and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Acme Hero, good to see you, says, would you ever do the topic your religion's goon, not just God, is evil? I think all religion is magical thinking and stunts humanity's growth. I don't know what you mean by goon, but email me on it. Let me know what you mean, and I can certainly provide you an answer. Elvis says, was the wine in biblical times red or white? Need to know if I'm swallowing Jesus's juice or not. Hips, it was white because I heard that guy was hung. Well, yep. Good work. I can only assume based on the logic you laid out that the appropriate wine is dark. And Elteen, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I don't know if this has been mentioned, but that stream you did where that theist sent a bunch of evangelicals was 714. Evangel chats, I think it would be referring to. Let me write that down. 714. I will go back to that and make sure and I clip that next. Thank you for that update. I really appreciate that.
That's easy to remember, 714, because how often do you hear those numbers together in this chat?
I mean, in Matthew chapter 1, that's about it, right? You don't get that too often. Mr. Peabody, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Uh-oh. Peabody says, I have a complaint. I bought Doug's Rock Hard Nipple Clamps merch, and they stopped hurting after a few sessions. I'm mad. Do you have a 30-day money-back guarantee? Let me guess, it's spiritual. Hell is too good for you. Listen, Mr. Peabody, I don't know where you bought the clamps, but what I can tell you for future use is that once you get used to the clamps, you have to apply the electrodes so that the electricity flows through it. Remember that the energy of Doug needs to go through you. So make sure you've actually clamped the other end to your battery terminals on your car before you try to get lit for the rock. Nightman says, fun drink to make with Fireball is mixing Fireball with rum character. It tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, cereal milk. It will, however, give you a hangover sent straight from hell. I do believe that. I can't drink that kind of stuff a lot like I used to. I'm too old for that. I get headaches.
You know, that last super chat did remind me. This is the photo I was talking about, the archaeological photo that I found. Some people will say it's AI.
It's not. It's not AI.
No, this was an important find.
That's a miracle of Doug. Indeed, it's a miracle of Doug. I've got 3 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Joshua Shell, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I'm sure that it's appropriate to tell children about eternal punishment, and it's just to prevent them from it by faith in Jesus. Only way is gaslight to salvation. Your default is imperfection, but the demand is perfection. I agree. If your default is imperfection and you can't help it, and that means you go to hell, that just means God created literally everybody to go do hell. There's no way around it. It's just the way it is. Joshua coming in again with another $20 super chat. Thank you, Josh. Says, when guest says they can't make a judgment on good or bad action in the Bible, could you press on original sin? And if they deny the effects of knowing good and evil, as they should have the ability that believers do? This is a really good point, because according to Genesis 3:22, they do have that ability. I don't press on that as much as I should. Remind me to do that, friends. And last one from our friend Design. Thank you so much. Says, does the Bible say that non-believers are here for Christians to convince free will, or that they are here as agents of Satan to make them stray, NPC, genuinely confused? I mean, it's a little bit of both. Jesus says, whoever is not with me is against me, and he who does not sow scatters, which seems to give us the idea that if we're not with Jesus, we're part of the enemy. And that's why, it says that we are of our father, the devil. So, I mean, I'm inclined to believe that according to Christian doctrine, we're just straight up evil for not believing in Jesus. You know what I mean? This is light against dark over here.
What are you going to do?
We're going to try to get Nolan back into the conversation. We'll see if his connection will hang on this time. How you doing, Nolan?
I'm doing right. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Nolan, are you at least 18?
Am I broken up?
It's okay right now. It's a little bit delayed.
I am
it's
18.
Not broken
I am
up.
over 18.
Okay. I'm gonna count to 5, or I want to count to 4. When you hear me say 4, I want you to say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
Okay, we've got a 4-second delay. Nolan, I really appreciate your tenacity for wanting to be in this conversation, but it's going to be like pulling teeth to have a conversation with a 4 to 5 second delay between every statement. I really appreciate you being here, but you got to find a way to get better reception, okay?
Fair enough.
All right, cheers, friend. I feel horrible. He's been here for like 2 hours. He's probably a decent guy. I'd love to talk to him, but anyone who's been here long enough knows you can't have a conversation with a 4 or 5 second delay in between every statement. Which is what it is. All right, we're going to grab our next guest. It looks like Jason and then Ryan and then Chris. Let me grab Jason.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jason. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Jason, are you at least 18, and do you believe in hell?
Yes, I'm 25. I believe in hell, yes.
Awesome. And can you turn the
Can you
music
turn the
off
TV
in the
off?
background? Yeah, whatever that is.
Oh, sure. Just give me a minute.
Sounds like he's listening to like Slayer or something back there. About to rock out. A little bit of Cradle of Filth.
All right, it's off now.
Is there a fan in the background I hear? It's just so
No.
loud.
Yeah, it's just the where I am right now. It's a little loud.
Yeah, well, we'll try it. So, Jason, you do believe in hell and you're at least 18, correct?
Yes, I'm 25. Yes.
Cool. And do you think that
Yeah, I
hell
believe in
is eternal conscious torment?
I'm not sure if it's eternal conscious torment. I know that's eternal separation from God.
Is there torment?
I'm not sure if there's torment or not. I'd say no.
So Luke 16 is a lie when it says that the rich man went to hell and was in agony in the flames?
Oh, agony. Oh, yeah. You can mean agony. It doesn't mean he's tormented with the pain of it. He chose to be there. He chose to have his greed.
Okay, so just to be clear, there is agony in flames in hell.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you agree with me then. Hell is torment in flames.
Yeah, for the people who choose to be there, yes. Because no one goes to hell and doesn't choose to be there.
Well, that's not true, but we'll get there next. Okay. So now, do you believe that hell
it is, 'cause
is a temporary condition where somebody gets annihilated after a certain amount of time, or something else happens?
No, it's permanent.
Okay, so it's weird because
Until-
when you
if God
first
decides someone can
when
get
you
out of
first
hell, then he
came
can
in
choose.
here, you said that it wasn't eternal conscious torment. Now it sounds like it is.
When did I say it wasn't?
Literally the first thing I asked you.
I said hell, and I said, is it torment? No, you didn't say eternal torment. So you can switch up words, that's fine, but
No one heard what you said because you were breaking up because God killed your connection.
oh, okay. So can you hear me now?
I can hear right now.
Okay. So you switched up words, that's fine. So you said
What do you think
eternal
torment
I
means?
said no, it's not torment. Like constant suffering or constant something, like, I don't know, tell me the definition. I don't have a dictionary on hand, so tell me what it means.
Yeah, eternal conscious suffering.
Okay. And what's the definition of
Okay.
torment?
You just gave it to me. It's suffering, agony.
Okay.
So
Which
if you
dictionary
believe that
using,
there's
Webster?
suffering and those were your words. Are you paying attention?
Okay. Oh, I am paying attention. Yes, I'm
Okay.
just saying because
So
you're
your
saying, like,
own
10
words
different things.
was that no, I'm saying your words. Your words were that the torment is suffering. To be clear, the dictionary agrees with you. Torment is severe physical or mental suffering.
Yeah, it's spiritual suffering when you're in hell. Yeah.
I didn't ask spiritual. I said, is it eternal conscious torment?
Let's just go with your definition. Say yes, it is for the sake of argument. Say yes.
I mean, the Bible explicitly says, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels.
Yes. And
Okay.
who are those people? The people who choose to be there, the rapists, murderers,
Yeah,
and so on, and choose to be
you
there.
can keep repeating that line, and it's just going to cook you every time you do it. Okay, so in your worldview, does somebody who commits only one sin go to hell?
It depends on the sin. It depends on what God said. Because if someone commits one sin, doesn't mean they're going straight to hell. You steal $5 off your parents, not going to hell.
So you can sin and not go to hell?
Yeah, you get washed by the blood of Christ.
No, I'm not
That's
talking
what
about
purgatory
Christians.
is.
Nope, not talking about Christians.
Oh, okay, so we're talking about non-believers. Well, then let's say if someone is born in a Hindu faith in India, then yeah, they'd go to hell if they don't want to recognize Jesus Christ, yes.
Okay, so let's
It's eternal
imagine...
separation from God.
Cool. So let's imagine that the Hindu person has only committed one sin in their entire life. You think they go to hell?
Well, yeah, they'd go to hell because they don't believe in God.
Okay, so you think that not believing in something is worthy of eternal conscious torment?
Sure, let's say that, yeah. Because they
Why?
don't believe in God, that's what hell is. It's eternal separation from God.
Yeah, why is that justified?
Ask God. Read the Bible. You have it on hand, right?
Well, I'm asking
You were an
you. I've
ex-pastor.
already read the Bible. I'm asking you. What makes hell justified for not believing something?
For not believing? So, wait, so if they... So are you like a libertarian or something? Because like, what is this? You don't have to believe something to get into heaven. It's not like a free
It's crazy
club
that
just
you
walk
can't
into.
stay on topic. I'm asking you whether or not it's
I keep
considered
staying on topic.
justice to send somebody to eternal conscious torment for not believing something.
Let's say yes.
Okay. What do you think the word justice means?
Oh, justice, fair.
So you think it's fair
Fairness.
to punish somebody for all of eternity for just not believing in something?
Let's say yes.
Okay. So you would think it's fair then to lock all Christians up in prison until they turn to Jesus?
No, that's what you think. You'd want them to lock up till they turn away from God because
I'm asking what you think. Do you think that it would be justified under this system to put non-believers in prison?
No, they have free will. They can choose not to believe. They can choose to believe and choose not to
But
believe.
it's a
That's their own
crime.
free choice.
But it's
No one can
in
do
fact
that, by the way.
it's the worst crime.
Yeah, because they go to hell for eternity. That's why people
So
try to
the-
evangelize.
So the worst crime you could commit is not believing in God. So why don't we lock them up?
Because there's free will. So you want to lock. So well, want me to have you locked
Okay, so
up? Like,
so
it's
then
just silly.
we shouldn't lock up any criminals then.
Okay, so now you're just doing a false dichotomy. So now
I'm
it's
literally not.
let's lock
Actually,
up everyone. Now let's lock
heaven
up
and
no one.
hell are false dichotomies. Because as it turns out, God never had to create hell. Like he just chose to do it because he's got really sensitive fifis. Like for example, if there was like a little 13-year-old kid that only committed one sin in their entire life, and that sin was not accepting Jesus, God could just send them to like another planet where they can just chill for eternity. He doesn't have to light anyone on
Okay,
fire.
but wait. You're not God though. You don't get to make that choice. You don't get to
No
tell
one's-
God what to do. So
I'm not telling him what to do. What I'm
Read and
saying
weep.
is that heaven and hell are a false
Dude,
dichotomy
your whole
because if you're
career
all
is reading and
powerful,
weeping the Bible makes you so sad. You have this career about it. So like,
I will try this again. So what I'm explaining to you, child, is that heaven and hell are a false dichotomy because if you believe that God is all powerful, that means everything he does is by choice, not by force. You can't force an all powerful being to do anything, which means it's logically entailed that heaven and hell were a dichotomy that God chose to do, but he didn't have to do it. That's why it's a false dichotomy, because if you have infinite options and infinite power, it just means that is a false dichotomy. It could have been a trichotomy. It could have been a quadomy. I don't know how to go on beyond quads. Do you understand
yes,
the
dude.
logical
I've watched Rick
entailment
and Morty
here?
as well. I know parallel universes. Yes, I know.
Okay,
There's
so
multiple
could God
choices,
have
but
created
God
a
can do
third? Could God have created a third location where he sent people that weren't completely horrible, but they just didn't believe in him?
Yeah, that third place is called purgatory for those who believe in him to get purified to go to heaven, because no unclean thing can enter into heaven. That's
Okay,
why
so
there's
you're Catholic.
purgatory, heaven, and hell. Yeah.
Okay, so then who goes to purgatory?
Christians who believe in the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, one baptism, and so on.
Okay, but I'm talking about like people who go to hell obviously don't believe in your God. So what's the purgatory doing for your religion now?
Oh wait. You read the Bible, but you don't know purgatory. Okay, so purgatory
I
is
do
where
know
people go to
purgatory.
get
I
purified of
had
their sins.
12 years of Catholic school. I'm very familiar with purgatory and where it derives from.
Yeah,
You can
going to
find it
Catholic
in the
school
book of
doesn't mean
Second
anything, because
Maccabees.
obviously you can look in the mirror and know you're not intelligent.
I was also catechized as an adult into the Catholic Church, so I also know that purgatory is meant to be a purifying place for Christians who are, quote, not in the perfected love of Christ, yet are still believers.
Yeah. Also, Jason, remind yourself, Colossians 3:8, that you must get rid of anger, wrath, malice, slander, abusive language from your mouth, and you're supposed to do Colossians 3:12, which is to clothe yourself with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. Do you think you're displaying that right now?
Oh, yes, but you don't do that at all because you hate God.
No, I don't hate God. I don't believe in your God. I think your God's fiction.
No, you hate him because I see you all the time talk about
no,
Doug and how
I don't believe in your God.
Attack Christians.
I don't attack Christians. I attack people that have silly belief systems that believe it's okay
you
to
say
light people
Doug,
on
and then
fire.
You say it as a way to attack.
I don't attack your God because he doesn't exist. What I do is attack silly belief systems. When people say that it's okay to like have women raped for the crimes of their husband, or it's justice to have people lit on fire for all of eternity, even though the only sin they've ever committed is not believing something. Yes, I attack that belief because that belief is silly and childish.
Yeah, you can keep muting me, but
well,
the
I
point
have to
is,
because you keep talking over
it's
me.
Eternal fire.
Actually, quite a few places. In fact,
almost like I'm speaking and you don't like
you
it.
You actually agreed with me that it was eternal fire. That was you.
Mm-hmm. I said
it's almost
for the
like
sake of argument.
it's almost like you're having a different discussion because you keep conceding to these talking points and then later saying that they're not true.
Oh, because I really don't care about the conversation because you're pretty much dumb because you don't know anything you're talking about.
I do actually. In fact, what you're doing right now is demonstrating
you can
why
read
Christianity.
And not understand something. That's fine.
So what you're doing right now is demonstrating how vile your religion is. Now, listen, I'm inclined to believe that in real life, even if you weren't religion, you'd be a piece of shit. I just believe that by the way you're talking, right? But I'm also inclined to believe that because you have a religion that tells you that you're superior to everybody else, you're even more of a piece of shit, which is why you are the way that you are, right? Which is why you can't get up here and have an adult conversation. You're actually the reason why these live streams exist. I don't know if you know this, Jason. You're the reason. The fact that you exist and you hate that I exist is the reason why this live stream exists, right? Because like you're so bent out of shape that I don't believe in your sky carcass that you have to be here insulting somebody about a topic you don't know anything about. Okay, I'm going to pick an actual adult to talk to. I think we've got at least 2 adults actually in the queue, maybe 4. What are you going to do? Usually the Catholics are the nice ones.
Yeah, and then him coming after us, out of all people, ex-Catholics, the both of us, it's not a smart move. I'm pretty sure his priest would not appreciate the way he was talking to us.
Not at all. No, not at all. And by the way, you can be a priest in Catholic seminary and still not know the Bible. I don't know if you knew this, but not all Catholic seminaries require you to really know the Bible as much as the doctrine. It depends on which school you go to. Obviously, there are some really good Catholic seminaries. I'm just saying that there are some that are not. There are like Bob Jones level seminaries for Catholics out there. All right, let me grab 2 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Daddy Todd, thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation, Todd. And Larry, great to see you again. Thank you for your $10 super chat. Says, no 2 guests have read the same idea of hell. They all live in fear of hell, like many of us did. Fear is the mind killer. A BG litany against fear. So, like, this is such a good point, Larry, because this live stream is so illustrative of this point. Every person we've talked to that claims to be a Christian has an entirely different concept of hell, which I don't know how you can say that this book is logically coherent when not a single person can even agree on what the fuck hell is. It's crazy. All right, let me grab our next guest. I told Ryan that he was going to come in next. So we're going to get Ryan into the conversation. How you doing, Ryan?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's a little bit of echo for some reason, and you're really quiet. Maybe if it's on speakerphone, maybe turn your speakerphone down.
Is that better?
We'll see. Yeah, it's actually a little bit better. Yeah. Well, no, it's not. Oh, I lied. Do you have any like earbuds or something you can put in?
Oh shoot. I could go grab some if you give me a second.
Yeah. Take your time.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries. Don't worry. Can you imagine being as mad as Jason to get on a live stream just to like be angry in front of 2,000 people? So weird. Joshua, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, is hell a solidified version of man-centric theology undermining God's sovereignty, inability to save, not all-powerful? I don't know, actually. As far as I can tell, that like the concept of hell exists because God wanted it to exist. I could be wrong. I don't see how God's sovereignty is undermined by hell. Am I reading
it's
this
not a
wrong?
matter of sovereign. No, you're not. The problem is not with sovereignty. The problem is that while modern day Christians believe in a God who's omnibenevolent, that wasn't the position of Christians in the church and the Old Testament Jews.
Yes, that's a good way to say that. Hammond, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hi Justin, do you think Tahom? Sorry, it's hard to read sometimes on the screen. Tahom was a primeval god of the world like Tiamat. Maybe Yahweh was birthed by the chaotic waters. Okay, so this is a good question. My understanding of Tahom is the watery deep. It's the abyss where Tiamat would have lived. So Tiamat is not necessarily always to be interpreted as the equivalent of water. It seems to be like an aquatic deity that has a sidekick that's a serpent. But I wouldn't equate Tahom with Tiamat. But are they related? Yes, there's definitely some ideas being connected there that the author wants you to connect. All right, let's see if we can...
And a linguistic connection, of course, but yeah.
Is it better?
Yes, indeed. All right, so I can still hear myself echoing in your side. Maybe refresh the browser and see what happened.
I will say that the author of Genesis 1 is definitely taking a lot of the gods and motifs of the Enuma Elish, but sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Stripping them of their deity and making them just elements that God is sovereign over.
Yeah, for sure.
He certainly didn't create the Tehom or the Choshek, the abyss or the waters. They are already there prior to God doing any act of creation.
Yeah. Ryan, it's still echoing a little bit. I don't know what's going on over there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to fix this. You're the only one that had an echo tonight. I don't know if it's something going on with your actual phone.
It could be. I'd be surprised, but...
Do you have TikTok?
Let me check. I don't know. I'm never on it if I have it. I do have it.
Yeah, join us on TikTok.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it.
I'll be under Deconstruction Zone on TikTok, okay?
All right.
All right, cheers. I do know this. TikTok, whatever they did, they found a good way to make sure there's never any echoes. And there is like an echo cancellation feature in Video Ninja. It's not really all that good. Doesn't really work.
I wouldn't know anything. You're like a tech genius compared to anything I know about. I would never be able to do this like this.
It takes a lot of finagling to get it all set up. But I'm glad that we finally got, it took us a while, finally got it set up where we're like legitimately allowing TikTok and YouTube guests to converse with each other. Joshua says, shouldn't believers love the wrath of God as just? The enjoyment of suffering of others is good. Yes. So we actually had a discussion on this not that long ago where because all these people, if God is just, are suffering justly and we should love justice, that means we should love people suffering in hell, which is a crazy thing to think about, but it's logically true.
I remember when I was Catholic, I was like actually kind of taken aback by the fact that that was in fact the position of Thomas Aquinas. He thought the idea that we would revel in the damnation of the damned, which kind of abhorred me a little bit.
It's crazy to think about. It really is. Nightman says, effing autocorrect. I meant mixing Fireball with rum chata. That makes a lot more sense, actually. I haven't mixed it with rum chata, but now that you mentioned it, I mean, I got to try it. All right, let me grab, while we're waiting for Ryan to come back, I'll grab Swaggy Poet from the queue. We haven't talked to Swaggy Poet before. Welcome in, Swaggy.
My bad. I'm a friendly. I didn't know that was on, but hey man, I love your stream.
Hey, no worries. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the kind words. Have a great night. Enjoy the watching. I'll drop him. Okay. Well, we didn't get Ryan back yet. He's probably fumbling around with his TikTok app. So we'll move on to Chris. We know Chris. In fact, I think Chris has been deconstructing for some time as well, but is still in the faith. So let's see. Chris, welcome in.
Hey.
Chris, are you watching on your computer?
Yes.
Can you plug in your headphones?
Oh, I ain't got no. I don't got.
Because your computer speakers are going to feed back into your microphone.
Okay. Let me see. Give me a second. Shit. I dropped something. I need to clean my room really badly. Can you give me a second?
Yeah, go ahead. I turned echo cancellation on to see if that helps, and it looks like it's going to help.
So I use these.
It's okay. It's for your computer, the echo cancellation is fixing the problem, so we'll just run with that.
Good. Yeah. I'm not deconstructing. I'm just having some doubts, and I'm really angry about a lot of things. But I just wanted to answer some questions about is hell forever, and how do you feel pain in heaven, hell?
So I think it depends on which Bible passage you read. And we talked about this earlier tonight. There are some passages that would lead you to believe that it's eternal and some passages that would lead you to believe that it's not. I think the book of Revelation kind of paints a picture that at some point, everything is thrown into the lake of fire and is no longer in existence. So for example, when we go to Revelation 21:8, it says that their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. And if that's the case, if the second death is happening then, I would presume that means you no longer exist, because your first death would be mortal, your second death would be spiritual. Now, Jesus also said, do not fear the one that can kill the body, but fear the one that can kill the body and soul in hell, which would lead me to believe that Jesus understood hell as eventually destroying the body and the soul.
Do what? No, I don't got a phone. Sorry. Night, Mom. Okay. Yeah. So I'm sorry for that.
That's okay.
I have a theory about everlasting hell and about the story. I got sort of like a hybrid a theory of hell, but that it is everlasting, but eventually, can I share it with you?
Sure.
Okay. I'm sure hoping this is true, but what happens is the lake of fire would be forever and ever, and kill body and soul in hell. I believe Jesus was talking about Gehenna. That's the Greek word, talking about after the resurrection when the bodies and souls are thrown, and the destruction ever like Paul. But I just go on to my theory. Anyways, once you for the math to add up that God is love, which First John says there had to be some. How can everything burn forever and ever and ever and ever? 3/4 of creation just for so 1/4 can sit on the ledge and ha 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 ha. That just doesn't seem right. So what I'm thinking is once you go to the lake of fire and you're there forever and ever and ever, God eventually destroys everything about you except the germ of consciousness and recreates you as a new being with absolutely no connection to who you were before, and you get a second chance.
So where would you get the idea from the scriptures that there is a second chance once you get to hell?
You don't. I have to hold. For the math to add up that God is love, I have to think of this.
Gotcha. Okay, so what you're suggesting is that if you believe that God is real and you believe that God is loving and just, then it wouldn't be possible to believe in an eternal conscious torment because that would contradict the idea of being loving and just.
Loving, it would be forever and ever. Like you said, the law is the kept forever and ever and ever in the Old Testament. I think it would be true, but it would be true. God's law would be what we have to keep forever and ever and ever. But for the introduction of grace, He replaced the law. But that's another topic. Anyway, and I think you would burn in the lake of fire forever and ever and ever. And the reason why, because once you, God is like a white spot and one crumb. If you tell a lie one time and then forever and ever and ever, it will be true that you told a lie, and this is why they go forever and ever and forget, man. Okay, but I think what you go to hell, you're there, but eventually. You would be there forever and ever, but God, who is love, would eventually destroy everything about you, your soul, your memories, and everything except your germ of consciousness, and then He would recreate a new being. And when you came back, you would not remember who you were. You would not have any connection whatsoever to who you were previously, and that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hoping.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a pet?
Yes.
Did you love your pet?
I've had 8.
Yeah, did you love your pets?
Yes, I did. My favorite cat, Saturn, got run over by some shithead who did it on purpose. And the day after my 11th birthday, I wanted to cry so bad, but I wouldn't let myself cry, but I wanted to cry.
I get that. Okay, so let me ask you a question. If one of your pets disobeyed, would you ever light it on fire?
No.
Why not?
I love them.
Right, because you love them, right? So if God loves us, and obviously God's love must be greater than human love, then why in the world is He lighting anybody on fire for eternity?
Well, the only thing I could think of is he wants them to be like Him, and what holy means totally devoted to Himself, and He wants us to be the same way, like Him, and because God, I wish God loved us all as much as He loves us Himself, but I think He loves Himself first, and then He loves us. Yeah.
Right, but isn't being loving being selfless and understanding?
You don't have it? Do I? No, I didn't have the phone. No, I don't have it. Let's see. But it's the use the limit. If is it good because God commands it, or God commanded? It's good. Both A and B should be true, as C.S. Lewis said, or else the math does now add up. Both A and B.
Well, I think it's a true dichotomy. It can't be A and B. Like, so if it's good only because God does it, that means it's irrelevant if it's good outside of God's will, because God is the arbiter of what's good. But To be honest, if
that's a divine command theory, which I do not believe in.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if God is loving and His love is higher than our love, then it's completely unexpected that God would light anybody on fire for all of eternity, when even us mere mortals can see how horrific of an idea that is. Right? So, I mean, I've talked to you before. I know that you've already, there's certain parts of the Bible that you're willing to set aside. I feel like this is one of those parts of the Bible that you don't need. You don't need this doctrine. This doctrine doesn't help anybody. This doesn't help you, and it's certainly not true. If this doctrine is true, then the parts about God being good and just and loving are not true.
That's why I'm having hope. In the end, everything's roses. In the end, everything eventually is saved, even if it has to go through the fires of and be annihilated and recreated. That's what I'm hoping, because I don't want anything to burn forever, ever, anything.
Right. Now imagine this too, because in the Christian doctrine, everybody's default position is hell. Right? The day you're born, your default position is hell until you've repented of your sin, right? What kind of a good, loving God would make every child that was ever born? He said, every child I have is going to go straight to hell unless they worship me. How do we categorize that as loving?
Here's what I think happens. We're created from the dust of the ground, the earth, and we're left to ourselves. In other words, and God, like I said, God wants you to be totally devoted to Him. But when you have our own egos and own souls, we do what we want to do, not what God wants to do, and this eventually leads to disagreements, and that's what sin comes on. It's like I don't believe in original sin, but I believe we were created. We belong to the world of this world right here, which is the law of the jungle. Everything dies. Everything's gonna die. And what I believe is on the cross, when Jesus died and rose again, we're seeing, because He is a man, that we can vicariously through Him do it and be brought out, lifted out of this world of death into the world of heaven.
Sure, and that's the doctrine, right? Is that He gives you a way out, but that way out doesn't actually work, because the majority of people that have ever lived will never know about Jesus.
One thing I read early that was real interesting, the early church fathers, that they believed that the people who believed in Plato were Christians because they were doing the best they could with what knowledge they had. Like Jesus said, who little is given, little is required, and they will be allowed to be introduced to Jesus, and because they had their faith, the atonement were applied to them. Like God in the law said, you can do this law. I did not give you this law because you cannot do it, but I gave it because you did do it. All God wants is you to have faith in Him and do it to the best of your ability, and then He would take the atonement and apply it to you. Just as long as you do the best you can according to what you know.
Right. But the problem is, if you reject Jesus, then you go to hell, right?
Yeah.
Right. Which means even if I uphold all of the laws of the Old Testament, all of God's perfect laws, but I reject Jesus, that means I go to eternal conscious torment. You don't think that's justified, do you?
I don't like it.
Right. Yeah. It's silly, right? On the face of it, you're like, why am I being punished for living a good life, but just not believing in something? That certainly can't be a form of justice. In our justice system, we don't penalize people for just not believing things. We penalize people for their actual actions.
It's not just believing, but when you believe, it's a lot of Christians say all you got to do is say I believe in Jesus, that they can live like they want and they get to heaven. No, you gotta have your faith in God has got to make you do what He says and to the best of your ability with His help. I don't believe this. All I gotta say is I believe in Jesus and I'm going to heaven. There's a lot of people that say that are dead wrong.
Let me ask you a question, and I use this example a lot, but you know who Anne Frank is, right?
Oh yeah, Diary of Anne Frank.
Yeah, she was a little Jewish girl. She knew about Jesus, but she didn't believe in Jesus. So, do you think that she died and went to heaven or hell?
I wish she went. I would wish she went to heaven.
I know we all wish that, right? But according to the
Yeah.
Christian doctrine, what do you think happened to her? I know,
I
right?
didn't want to see it. Yeah.
Right. It's hard to stomach, right? Because like an all-loving deity would know that someone like that doesn't deserve to get lit on fire for eternity. But according to the Christian doctrine, that is the reduction of the view. Someone like Anne Frank gets sent to hell for eternity.
I wish there was a third place where people can just go and whatever they do, they do. If they make a mess wherever they make a mess of it. If they don't, they don't.
Right. Yeah. And certainly you could see why there could be a third, fourth, or even a fifth place where he sends people ranked on how they live their lives. Like if you lived your life and you were evil, maybe you go to the worst place. If you lived your life and you were moderately good, you go to the moderate place, right? If you lived a really good life, then you would go to like quasi heaven, right? So like this would be a fair form of justice, but what we have in the Bible is not that. We have a form of justice where in fact everybody who's committed even one sin outside of Jesus goes to the same punishment, but that's just not justice.
Justin, low-key describing the
What's that, Dalton?
I guess
I was saying you're low-key describing the plot to The Good Place. I love it.
Sorry. Yeah, I have to watch that.
I guess
Story
as being holy mean devoted to yourself, and mean because God created everything and He doesn't need any food. He all he needs is himself, and He wants this for everybody else. And I guess it satisfies us who He is. If you don't believe in Him, you don't get none of what He has: life, love, and you get none of that. I guess that's why He does it.
Well, let me ask you a question in the same vein. Like if your cat acted up and you decided to withhold food from your cat for the next week because your cat acted up, do you think that's a fair punishment?
No.
Right? Because at some point, like every living individual that is in your care deserves a particular level of care. And I think humans, since we're in God's care and He created us, that means there's some sort of onus on God to treat us a way that is in line with His character. And if His character is good and His character is just, then I can't imagine that He would withhold goodness for us for all of eternity.
That's why I'm hoping annihilation, universalism is true. Because after all this shithole, hellhole living that's gone here, eventually everything's gonna end up roses in the end for everybody. And if it lasts forever, this shithole existence we have will soon be forgotten. Then it will be like weeping may endure for a lot, and for some it will be a long ass night, but joy cometh in the morning. That's what I'm hoping.
Well, I get that. Have you looked into universalism?
Yeah. I don't believe it as it's preached. I got this idea about annihilationism, when even eventually the devil and everything he is annihilated, accepts its consciousness, and maybe he's recreated as, I don't know, something in heaven that it has no absolutely no recollection of who it is. And if hell is like a black hole, where once you get on the event horizon, you're seeing there. Once you reach a point, someone observing from the outside sees you fall like this. That's forever and ever, and that would be what's left of the devil when he was thrown in the lake of fire. So whoever the devil would be recreated is would see the devil and not realize that was him, and he would think, "Man, I'm glad I'm not him." But it was him. But he will be annihilated and recreated as such.
Yeah. So you know the doctrine of the devil is that Jesus and / God created the devil, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if God is good, why would he create like our greatest enemy to torment us?
I think the reason he created the devil, he knew that as long as the second God created creation, he knew when he gave creation its sovereign want, a will apart from him, that evil was possible. So he wanted evil to be made manifest and be seen for how truly bad it can be, so he can wrap it up in the end by the death of Jesus Christ, and so everything can see this is what could happen if not my will's done, and that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that everything is saved in the end. That's my answer.
Yeah, so it sounds like you actually have a deep hope for universal I can't say the word.
Yes.
Reconciliation, universal reconciliation.
Damn right.
And I think the reason why that's so enticing to you is because you can see inherently the problems in the way hell is typically taught, right? So it seems like you're thinking through this thing more logically than most people. You're recognizing the issues, right? The only thing I would maybe nudge you towards is really think about, if you really want to believe in this God, and you have to kind of make a determination if this God is good or bad. If this God is good, the doctrine of hell has to go. It can't stay. The way that the Bible teaches hell is not compatible with a good God. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Yeah. Chris, I gave you a lot to think about, but listen, my friend, thanks for stopping in and chat with us. You know I care about you, and you know if you need anything, you know where to find me.
I've been working on my new song, and I hope to get it recorded. And when I one city, and it has no cuss words, it's a rap song. When I get it done, can I maybe bring it, give it to you, and maybe sing it?
Sure thing. Mm-hmm.
I can come into your broadcast if that's okay with you.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, as soon as I get the stuff, it's hard. It's whoever said being a rap artist is easy job was never a rap artist.
Well, yeah, I can guarantee you can rap better than me. I can't rap at all.
You can learn.
Well, I'll think about that. I'll pray about it. I'll let you know when I get an answer.
Okay, well, thanks for having me.
All right, cheers, buddy. Great to see you.
Bye.
Chris has been in the community for a long time, and if this is your first time experiencing Chris, welcome. Chris is good people. He's trying to figure things out like all of us.
Prime example of the goodness that lies within humanity, and the goodness which is more good than God.
Yeah. Now imagine, there are a lot of people. First of all, people give Chris a hard time because of the way he talks and whatnot, but let's keep in mind, this is the way in his worldview God created him, right? So he's doing, literally, not only is he doing the best he can, he's doing better than most people that are fully capable, to be honest, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot more sincere than a lot of the Phil bros we have on here.
Yeah. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We'll get Ryan in here. Ryan found his TikTok account. Sean, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, from one Ohio native to another, keep up the great work, brother. The world needs you. Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. And go Browns or go Bengals, either one. I don't care. Ohio is Ohio. I love the whole state. Well, maybe not the whole state. There's a couple places we don't really need, but whatever. That's fine. Like, we don't need Nelson, Kentucky. We can give that over to like West Virginia or Kentucky. Other than that, we'll keep the rest of the state. Zen, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. It says, does the Bible say that hell is eternal separation from God? If not, where does the doctrine come from? And that's the difficult part. When we talked about this a few times tonight, there are passages that refer to it as eternal and passages that don't. You kind of have to pick and choose. And you could say, well, let's turn to the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha makes the same distinction. Sometimes it's eternal, sometimes it's destruction. Dead Sea Scrolls, same thing. Sometimes it's eternal, sometimes it's destruction.
I think the important word there also, separation. The Bible never refers to hell as a separation from God. Quite the opposite. Revelation 14:10 literally says that the Lamb and the angels are onlooking as the people are suffering in the fiery the lake of fire. So I don't know where they get this theology of separation from God, especially if he's omnipresent.
Another contradiction, because if God's omnipresent, then there can't be any separation. There is one passage in the New Testament that refers to hell as torment and separation. I've never bothered to look it up in Greek to see what it actually means when it says separation. It's one in the Pauline letters. Let me see.
I'll look for it.
Where it was.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
2 Thessalonians, maybe? Let's see.
Yeah, that sounds about... It's one of the Thessalonians.
There we go. It's 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 7, 8, and 9. I'll throw it up on the screen. I only found it because I was like, I know it's in one of the short Pauline letters, and it was at the beginning of it. Sometimes you don't need to know the exact verse. You just need to know roughly
All
where
you need
it's
is
at.
ChatGPT.
Yes.
Honestly.
Luckily too, I have a lot of my favorite stuff highlighted in the Bible, so like I know like if I do turn to the right page, it'll pop out at me.
Sadly, I'm the kind of person I just cannot bring myself to write in or highlight in any book. Yeah.
Every book I own is destroyed with highlighting and writing. It is.
But so yeah, this is a good verse, though. You're right. This is an absolute contradiction to that one verse in Revelation.
Isn't it? Right. It says to give relief to the afflicted. By the way, these are people that are going to hell, as well as to us, when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God, that's me, and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, that's me. These will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction. This is the funny part, eternal destruction, separated from the presence of the Lord. But again, this calls in the question, if it's eternal destruction, then does that mean you're destroyed, like annihilated, you no longer exist? And is that what's causing the separation from God's presence? But how could you be separated from God's presence if he's omnipresent?
So much for if I go down to Sheol, you're there, you know?
Yeah, right? Yeah, he's certainly not there. Hammond, thank you for the super chat. Hammond says, I have a feeling that guy was a Catholic convert, probably a groiper or some of that persuasion. If you don't know, they are these Zoomer Catholic extremists. They are arrogant and cultish. I didn't know about Zoomer Catholic extremism. That's the thing now?
I do.
Oh, shit.
Yes. When I was Catholic, I'm very familiar with a lot of the younger folks who are becoming Catholic are often the most like fundamentalists.
Well, we're cooked if that's what's happening. Fundamental Catholicism is not what we need.
No. These people are openly advocate for the Crusades, saying that they were a good thing. Most of them hate the Second Vatican Council. Most of them are sedevacantists.
Of course, they hate the good Pope. Okay, well, long live John Paul II. So JMR, thank you for the super chat. JMR says, as the only omni-orgasmic goddess in the cosmos, you may also refer to Sharon as the divine sex stone, but never just as fucking rock. I would never. That's a good use of words, Jim. JMR's always coming in with the real fire. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Don't forget, friends. Do not forget, never forget about Sharon. She is the co-redemptrix of this reality. Let's get Ryan in the box. Ryan, welcome back.
Is it better? Please. Is it better?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Awesome.
Ryan, are you, well, I think we already went over this. I think you're at least 18 and you are a believer, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. And do you believe that hell is eternal conscious torment?
Possibly. I'm not really set on a specific belief, because I mean, I'm sure you know this, that there's different interpretations within Christianity on what exactly it is. I would say that humans aren't supposed to know everything, and I'm content not knowing the ins and outs of how exactly hell works. I don't want to be there in the first place, so I'm content not being 100% sure.
Does it need to exist?
Does it need to exist? No, nothing needs to exist other than God.
So why does it exist?
Because God chose to.
Okay. So hell was optional.
It depends. So yes, optional in that God didn't have to create anything. Initially, hell was created for Satan and his demons, and so once
God didn't know?
Satan, yeah, he did know, but he still had the choice.
Oh, well, if God knew that he was sending humans there, then it was created for us too.
Sure, you could say that.
I mean, if it's all knowing, it's just logically true, right?
Yes, but the initial creation was meant for Satan and his demons. The Bible says it.
Well, if he's timeless, then that certainly can't be true. And I know it's in the Bible. It's in Matthew 25. What I'm saying is it's a silly statement.
Yeah, if God is all-knowing and humans do, and wicked humans do go to hell, that means he built hell so that humans could go there. Like, it's just built into the system.
Yeah, it's built so that they could go there. But God, the Bible says that God wills that none should perish, but that all should come to repentance. So it's not God's will that any should go to hell.
We thwart his will.
But sorry, I missed what you said. What'd you say?
We thwart his will.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't say that God's will is always done. I would say that God suppresses his own sovereign ability to give us free will, and thus his will is not fully always carried out.
Fair enough. So, we already covered this. God didn't have to create hell, right?
Yeah.
So, God obviously did create hell. He chose to.
Yep.
Could he have created hell alternatives?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that in a proper system of justice, all crimes should be given proportional punishments?
No. So this is what I would like to actually get into. So as you know, that there's different beliefs in hell. Not everyone believes that everyone gets the same punishment. And I can give you the verse for it if you want it.
Sure. I mean, Jesus says to I think it's Pilate, that he who condemned me has the greater the greater punishment.
Yeah, I can also give you Luke 12 says the servant who knows the master's will and does not get ready or does not do what the master wants will be beaten with many blows. But the one who does not know and does things deserving punishment, he will be beaten with few blows.
And it does kind of, like if we're using the parables to relate to hell, it does kind of lead to the idea of annihilationism too, because in Luke 16, Jesus says, those who did not want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence, which would lead me to believe that you could get annihilated eventually, right?
Yeah, I haven't settled on a specific belief because I'm content not knowing exactly how it works. But there's one belief that I say I'd lean towards, which would be that hell is the place everyone goes, but it operates really different in that everyone's torment is proportional to their sins they've committed, which eventually leads to annihilationism. So they're punished as much as they deserve until they're fully cease to exist.
Okay, so let's imagine the case of a person who just came of age and they've only been at the age of accountability, whatever you think that age is, for one day. They commit one sin. That sin is lying to their teacher about chewing gum in class, and then they die having not known Jesus. Do they go to hell?
Yeah.
And what kind of punishment do they get there?
I would like to stop you there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say that there's a person who commits one sin, you could not give me anyone in the history of the world who has committed one sin. Jesus said, he who sins is a slave to sin. And so anyone who sins repeatedly commits sin.
Okay, so babies die and go to hell.
I don't think so. No, she just said that the kingdom of heaven belongs to children, and yeah.
Well, what if you theoretically, if you let's say you cloned a person, and they're a full-grown adult, and then they commit one small sin, and then you off them?
Yeah. That I don't know why you'd ask that. It's like it doesn't exist. Let's say you clone a person who commits one sin, you're asking a question that doesn't exist. So there's no point in answering it.
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, I know, but hell doesn't apply to the hypothetical. It applies to reality.
No, it's a logic test. It's not a theological test. It's a logic test.
I understand that, but so like with your previous questions, I would answer with scripture. But with your hypothetical question, there is no.
Yeah, because we're not asking you about scripture. We're asking you about logic. So just to be clear, what he's determining, what we're still determining, is whether or not the person who has only committed one sin still goes to hell. You do believe that it's possible for a person to only commit one sin and then die, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the age of accountability.
I haven't looked into it, so I can't give you an answer, yes or no.
Because you've already said that babies can't sin, and therefore they would go to heaven. But once someone is old enough to sin, because this could be a real situation. Someone could finally be old enough to sin. They commit one sin, and then some tragedy strikes them. Therefore, they only committed one sin.
Yeah. Okay, so here would be my answer. Paul said, "I am not to judge those outside the church." So me judging and telling like where someone would go outside of the body of Christ is not up to me to say. That'd be my answer.
But Jesus did say, he says, no one born unless by the water and the Spirit. So if you die, have only committed one sin, certainly you're not going to heaven unless you've been born again.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So then what that means is that the person who's only committed a single sin in their entire life will go to hell. And what do you think happens to him there?
I don't know. I'd
know?
say they would serve their punishment like the ins and outs. I don't know, because the scripture doesn't really go into super detail about what exactly it is. So I'd say they would serve their punishment that is just to what they did.
Which would be like what? What do you think a punishment would be? Because according to the Bible, it's like agony, gnashing of teeth, fire.
I don't know.
Do you think that like a young person who's only committed one sin, the sin of lying about chewing gum in class, should be tortured by fire?
I think that he should be punished however God sees fit to be punished.
Do you think torture by fire is one of those?
There is fire and gnashing of teeth in hell, yes.
Yeah, but do you think that's an application of justice?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you do think that a person, like a young person who's only committed one crime ever, and that's lying to their teacher about chewing gum, should be tortured with fire?
I would say that your question is
realistic.
very not realistic, because there's
sure.
I would again say that there's not a person who has only committed one sin.
Well,
no,
you'd be wrong.
This person chewing the gum, actually, as soon as he told the lie, he ended up choking on the gum, and then he died.
Yeah, I would say that he'd sinned before that too.
No, again,
in this scenario, this is his first sin he's committed.
This is the first sin. Again, you already admitted, Ryan, that there's an age of accountability. There's a time at which somebody becomes accountable for their sin. I'm saying whenever that transaction happens, whenever someone crosses over that boundary, they have the opportunity to commit one sin and then die. This is part of being human. I'm asking you a logical question. The person who crosses that boundary, commits one sin and dies, they go to hell just like anyone else, don't they?
This would be the question. Because I don't know the answer to this question, which would
you can say I don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying this would be the question that I don't know the answer to. It'd be if someone that has never heard the gospel sinned one time, or it could have been 10 times.
They know the gospel.
Oh, well, then that would be their second sin, that they denied Jesus.
All right, make it even worse. Let's imagine that they haven't committed any sin. They become accountable on day one, and they've known Jesus all their life, and on day one they die having not repented or knowing Jesus Christ, do they go to hell still?
Okay, hold on. Say the scenario one more time for me.
If you die having committed only one sin, and that's the sin of not believing in Jesus, do you go to hell?
That's not possible.
How is it not possible?
Because you would have, so if you have the capacity to reject Jesus, then you have sinned beforehand.
But we just talked about, I don't know why you can't grasp this, Ryan. I don't know how many times I can say it. You believe in an age of accountability, which means there's a time period in which you are not held accountable for that sin. My analogy every single time has been, the moment you cross that boundary, pretend that the individual dies. Now pretend that the only thing that occurred between crossing the boundary and dying is not believing in Jesus. Do they go to hell?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right. Okay. So that's why this religion is completely vile and nonsensical, because a single person having never committed an actual sin will go to hell for merely not believing in something, which is absolutely ludicrous. It's weird that you would even believe in such a nonsensical standpoint. Do you think that justice requires punishments that are proportional to the crime?
Yeah.
Do you think it's proportional to send somebody to, I don't know, even 5 minutes of torment by flames for not believing something?
It depends on what the thing is.
Not believing in Jesus.
Yeah, 100%.
Why? Why is that justified?
Why is it justified?
Yep.
Because so God is all good, all loving, all knowing, and you reject him and the purpose in which he created you for, which is relationship.
No, you didn't
with
reject
him.
him. You don't believe in him.
Yeah, you rejected him. So if you don't believe in him,
rejection is not a lack of belief. A lack of belief is just a lack of belief. Rejecting something is like you have to believe in it first. Like I can reject, if you hand me a piece of candy, I can reject your candy that you're handing.
Yeah, I got you. Ready? This would be my verse. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth with their wickedness. So I would say that.
So again, we're not talking about suppressing the truth. We're talking about non-belief.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to answer your question.
Seems like you're taking the long route.
I'm just giving you the verse
to back up what I'm saying. That's it.
Are you about to make the claim that me and Justin actually like know the truth? We just like choose to not believe it?
Yes, I believe that you would be suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. That's what the Bible would say.
Well, then clearly you're wrong, right?
Yeah.
No.
It's crazy how your religious viewpoint requires you to be a mind reader.
No, I just trust God, and God knows the hearts of man. So
God's wrong.
Certainly doesn't.
Sure. But I mean.
Okay, so the reality is we're not liars. You just believe something horrendous, right? So next question: why does God make anyone suffer?
Because punishment is just.
Why? Why is this punishment just? Because I think that punishment should be proportional to the crime. So, for example, if my child lies to me, I certainly wouldn't light them on fire.
Excuse me.
Would you light a child on fire?
Nope. But I'm also not the judge.
Why not?
Because I have faulted as well. And ultimately, God is the judge, not me.
Yeah, but if God's system of justice is perfect, then it must be justice to light people on fire, even for minor infractions.
Yeah, I would say there is no such thing as a minor infraction in the grand scale. So, like, a minor infraction could be like
it would be just to light non-believers on fire, then.
Yeah, I would say that. Yes.
Okay.
Because
well, listen,
I would go.
Thanks for letting us know
to...
that you're completely demented, that you have no rational thought capabilities, and that you're a red flag, and like you need to be locked up. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Holy shit!
Imagine like just boldly just admitting, yeah, we should just light people on fire.
I know by now I should be so numb and used to hearing that, but it's like hearing it for the first time every time I hear it.
You know what we should have did? This is my fault. I apologize, friends. I should have did baby paste with them. I don't know why I didn't do it. It would have been a good day for divine command theory. I wasn't thinking about it because we were doing hell, but yeah, this would have been he, no doubt he would have been a baby paste maker. Oh well. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Good question. Probably the same good question we talked to earlier. Thank you for the $10. He says, my patience for speaking about hell while atheist. I don't know what to make of that. Thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate the super chat. And Noah the Baptist, thank you for the super chat, says, weird how you're not getting a lot of eternal conscious torment callers, previous Pensacola Christianite, and that is kind of their whole thing. Don't look at the trees, smoke them. Rock hard for Doug. Actually, yeah, I'm actually shocked myself that we're not getting more people. But here's my my understanding. I've done this topic quite a bit. I used to do it more back in the day, and I think more people on the internet are talking about it, and I think more Christians are realizing that it's indefensible, which is why you have one or two things that happen. You'll get someone like Chris who comes up and like, I don't know what I believe because it sounds horrific, right? Or you get people like Ryan that just go whole hog wild into it and just say, yeah, we should just be lighting everybody on fire. We got two more questions from Good Question, or two more. Yeah, looks like one question doubled up. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. Big W friend says, do you agree that heaven and hell are, for souls, are the carrot and stick invented by Paul followers of the Greek persuasion that the Israelites believed in corporeal restoration for a new earth or destruction in the second death? So I think the hell doctrine that we get from the Bible, I think it's added later. I know that there's probably some hell doctrine that seems to be true. And I think if we're going to say that there's a historical Jesus in there somewhere, it's the historical Jesus that agrees with Judaism and the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is more like Matthew 25, where the people that go to hell in Matthew 25 are the people who were wicked, the people who didn't do the good deeds, the people that didn't live righteous lives. It's not the people who merely just didn't believe something. That seems to be, as you said, good question, and a carrot and stick that's added later. Because if you want to convince somebody to join your irrational cult and it's not convincing, well, you need a carrot and a stick, or you need lots of miracles. And it seems like the Bible added both of those in. All right, let me grab okay. Grab okay, this is epic. How you doing, Epic? Epic.
Pretty tired right now, but I'm delighted to be speaking with you.
Oh, welcome in. Epic, are you at least 18 and do you believe in hell?
Yes, both.
Okay. And do you believe that hell is eternal conscious torment? Hello?
I mean, hey, it says the smoke of their torment rises forever and ever before the Lamb and his holy angels, and it says the worm dieth not.
I'm aware. I'm asking you what you believe, because every Christian has a different idea of what's happening in hell. So I'm just asking you what you believe. Is it eternal?
I think it's extremely likely, based on my understanding of scripture, that it's eternal. So I think, yes, it is.
Great. Okay. So you believe in
just
eternal
because
conscious
there's so
torment.
many verses that indicate that.
Yeah. And before we move forward, what is your definition of justice? Is he on a different planet?
Do we need to do a lag check?
I guess.
I think so. Okay, I'm going to do a lag check. I'm going to count to 4. When you hear me say 4, you say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
4 seconds.
Okay. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but your connection's really, really poor or really slow, one of the two, and this is not going to work for us. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it was really
Got that
delayed.
Sinai Wi-Fi.
All right, well, we got time for one more guest. We've already talked to Christian before. I don't know if we've talked to Christian on this topic, but he's been crying in the chat, so we'll bring him in. Welcome back, Christian.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine.
Christian, are you at least 18, and are you awake tonight?
Yeah,
Okay, and do you believe that hell is real?
yes, hell is real.
Is it eternal or temporary?
I believe it's eternal.
Okay, and what's your definition of justice?
Yeah, justice is in God's sight. Justice is where he wants eternal peace. So he puts his Satan and the devils, his devils, in eternal torment because he wants eternal peace. So that's justice.
Try this again. I said, what is the definition of the word justice?
Yeah, justice is when a judge judges for peace in the land, right? So he righteously judges for peace in the land. So God is a righteous judge who judges for eternal peace by putting Satan in eternal fire.
Okay, that's not quite the definition. So like the definition of justice typically refers to getting what is owed to you. So like, for example, proportional justice would require that punishments are like fitting of the crime. If for example, if somebody stole a pack of gum and we gave them the death penalty, we would say that's injustice, right?
Yeah, like for Satan, if he's planning for eternal ruins and destruction,
buddy, pay attention. We're not talking about Satan.
Eternal destruction.
We're not even close to talking about Satan yet. I'm talking about human beings and the definition of the word justice. So according to the actual working definition of the word justice, would it be unjust to punish somebody who stole a pack of gum with the death penalty?
Yeah, so a person who's stole a pack of gum, right? When he's born, he's inheriting all the sins from his ancestors. Original sin and
I asked
all other
you
sins.
a yes or no question. If you came to preach,
This is
you
not a
came to
yes
the
or no
wrong
question.
place. It was a yes or no question.
Because
I
you're
said,
saying, because
Alright,
you're
we'll try-
saying,
we'll try this again.
you're
So
saying it's just
it's a yes or no question. It's a question about the human justice system, the one on the earth where you and I both live, although I don't know if you actually live on this planet. I'm asking you, if a person steals a pack of gum, would it be justice to give them the death penalty?
Yeah. So in our justice system, if a person just steals a pack of gum, no. But if he commits
Why?
a lot of other crimes, or
I
if
didn't
he's
ask
guilty
about
of
I didn't
all
ask
other
about
crimes,
any of those things. Stop adding stuff to my analogy.
yeah,
So
yeah.
if a
But in our
person
Christian
steals
theology,
a
in our
pack,
Christian theology,
Christian,
in our Christian theology,
I don't know why you keep doing this. This is why you always get muted. So I didn't ask you about Christian theology. I'm asking you about this one specific fake example. I need you to pay attention and stay in the analogy, okay? So in the analogy, you said it wouldn't be just to send the child or whoever it was to capital punishment for the sole crime of stealing the gum, correct?
yeah. But in
And
Christianity,
why?
you're not just doing.
Christian, I don't care. We're not asking about Christian theology right now.
You're asking about Christianity, right?
No, I'm not.
I'm a Christian.
I'm
a
not asking you. I'm not asking about
You
Christianity.
asked me about hell. You asked me about hell.
Okay. Here's what's going to happen. No one cares to hear you preach. or dodge questions. I'm asking you about the justice system on the earth. I am not asking you about Christianity. We're not even there yet. So I need you to pay attention, lock the fuck in, put your listening ears on, okay? In the earthly justice system, why would it be wrong to give capital punishment for the crime of stealing a candy bar?
We don't give capital punishment for stealing a candy bar.
I know we don't. I'm asking why would it be unjust to do it?
No, it's not. We're not saying it's unjust. We are saying it's justice in Christianity. Why? Because
all right.
When
this is why no one talks to you. You can't pay attention to the conversation.
No, you
get the fuck out of here. He's a waste every time he comes up.
There's a comment in the conversation that said, "Yes and no questions are the devil's work."
They really are. Truthier words have not been uttered. I think that certainly would be the case. And he's going to go cry and tell everyone he cooked me now that I kicked him. Some people just don't deserve to be on a stage.
You know what's crazy is that even within the logic of Christianity, I don't, because, the logic of Christianity is that Jesus is supposed to be taking our punishment. But he doesn't. I mean, according to Christianity, we all deserve eternal conscious torment. Jesus got like 3 days at best. And that just means he received and if he can receive the full wrath of God, the full wrath, not part, but the full wrath, and be good to go, like, take a trip back to heaven after the weekend, why can't anyone else receive his full wrath and then...
Yeah, so if the full wrath of God is a bad weekend and then raised to life, I'll take that every day of the week. That's easy. Like, if Jesus is not eternally dead, he did not take the wages of sin. The wages of our sin is that we're eternally dead, or that we're dead and eternally in flames. So if Jesus didn't do that, he didn't take the wages of our sin. God made a special loophole for his one special thing.
So even in the sort of like allegory where we're talking about, you have a convict who's convicted for life. It's not like someone else is coming in and taking his place and staying in his cell for life. It's more like the warden's son is going to spend a weekend in the prison and then gets out.
It's the craziest thing, especially once you add the Trinity into it. Once you add the Trinity into the equation, it's the dumbest shit ever. Because now you've got an entity that knows that it can't die. Like, so, okay, well, fuck. If I was a god and I knew I couldn't die, would I let myself be scourged and sleep for 2 days? Yeah, I'd do that. It's easy.
It's even worse in Catholic theology, because in Catholic theology, Jesus doesn't go during those 3 days to hell, like the hell of the damned. He goes to Abraham's bosom. So it's like you don't even have to go into the actual cell. You get a nice comfy room in the prison for just the weekend.
Speaking of Jesus, I've been setting up a new stream topic. I'm adding some new stream topics. Here's the background. I give a teaser. This is what the background's going to be once we get it going. We're gonna have it set up real soon. I won't be doing that one on Friday, but we'll be doing that one real soon. It's going to be a good time. There's going to be so many people crashing out.
Made for you?
No, I made it.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's really good.
I have to make all my own graphics, unfortunately.
I'm a Photoshop nerd, so I'm like, oh my god, that's so good.
Anyways, friends, I'm out of guests, but it's late. I'm going to read the rest of my super chats, and then I'm going to get to bed on time, it looks like. So, I mean, big W. I think I was able to read most of the super chats between calls because it was kind of a slow night. But sometimes you need a night where you can, let's say, take a breather, I would say. Mia says, my mom is evangelical and into Kabbalah. She's a mess.
Wow.
Did you ever get into the Kabbalah?
Yeah, I've read the Zohar. And most of the time when I hear that people get into Kabbalah, it's always going to be like, I don't know, like red string bracelets or some nonsense like that. Like they're hardly ever actually getting into the nitty gritty of Kabbalah, because it is hella complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so I actually meant to get into the Zohar. I haven't done it yet, but there's so many things that reference it that I'm kind of like, I got to read it. There's a lot of stuff in there that I need to read. It's kind of like once you read the New Testament and you realize that a lot of that theology kind of came from the Apocrypha, you're like, oh, I got to read the Apocrypha. Like I'm missing out on something, right?
Yeah, the one thing I'm not super nerdy on the Kabbalah because it's a medieval work. So, and most of my Bible study goes back to like the biblical times, the first century and back. So most things like church fathers, stuff like that. If it's not the Talmud, I haven't really spent a lot of time reading it.
I get that. We got a super chat from Captain Obvious. Great name. Says Isaiah 13:16, 1 Samuel 15:3. Any other for moral? So I think those are like really immoral. So Isaiah 16 or 13:16 is usually the one where God says he's going to have the women raped in war. And then 1 Samuel 15:3 is obviously the Amalekite infants that get slaughtered along with the oxen and donkeys. There's others that you might want to consider. I always bring up 2 Samuel 12. You can also bring up Jeremiah 19:9. Which is when he instructs that he's going to have their children cannibalized, which if you go to Lamentations, it actually happens. It talks about how the children were cannibalized. There's a bunch of shit that Yahweh did. The cursing by Elisha and the 42 youths that get mauled by bears in 2 Kings 2. I mean, that's horrific. There's just a lot. There's a lot of horrific stuff that is in the Bible that we would consider outlandish and immoral, but I don't know if you're in the cult.
Was it you who, I'm trying to think, was it you who was interviewing that one Orthodox priest and you brought up the 42 children? He was just, yeah, sure. If the kids are messing with a priest, they should, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He doubled down on that. That Father Joe, Joe something or another. God, man, that ortho priest was crazy. That's on my DZ Debates channel. I don't know if it's on Deconstruction Zone, but look up the Father Joseph video. It's wild. That guy needs his hard drives checked for sure. Jason,
I think he got fired.
Did he really?
I think I saw something about someone made a petition to bring him back. Maybe he was like kicked out of his church or whatever.
That's crazy. I wonder if the debate had anything to do with it.
Oh, Doug Willing.
We're doing Doug's work. Yes. He got. Yep. Okay. We got one, ladies and gentlemen. Jason, my friend, good to see you. Says, what do you think of Dante's Inferno? Hard read. So first of all, it is hard read because the English translations are usually kind of archaic. You can get a newer translation, but it costs a lot of money. The older translations are cheap. That being said, I only got to read parts of it. I was able to read parts of it when I was in high school because it came up. So for people who don't know, not every Catholic school is the same. I was lucky where I think I went to 2 decent Catholic schools where we actually got to read the Bible. We got to read secondary literature, and it was really stimulating. So like I enjoyed that. I was lucky enough that's when I started reading the Church Fathers. I got turned on to Justin Martyr when I was in high school because we were tasked to find one of the early Church Fathers and read some of the literature. So I said, oh, well, I'm Justin. I'll read Justin Martyr stuff. And so like, anyways, long and short of it is like, if you went to a Catholic school, you might have some passing familiarity with Dante's Inferno. However, I apologize. I haven't read it. Eventually I'll get to it. Obviously it's got to be on my reading list, but I put other stuff before the fan fiction typically.
Yeah, I never read Purgatorio or Paradiso, but I've read Inferno, and Dante was a sick son of a bitch. But it definitely seems like he was inspired by the Apocalypse of Peter, though, because it's a very similar situation where you have the very, very specific, detailed like punishments for very specific sins. And of course, my generation, I played Dante's Inferno the game.
Good question though, Jason. And Nathaniel says demon imagery. We do need some demon imagery on the live streams. Actually, I'm surprised I've never integrated any. Douglas says Dougie and Woogie are taking notes. Great work. Well, thank you, Douglas. I really appreciate that. I don't know who Woogie is, but W Woogie. Godwin, great to see you. Godwin says, was Gehenna originally a burning burial mound? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, excuse me. I had to let a cough out. Okay, so there's some conflicts on this. Okay, so typically Gehenna started out as like a reference tangentially related to where like they believed children's sacrifices were happening, that later became the place where people may or may not have been burning their rubbish. Now,
yeah, that's in contention. Yeah,
exactly. That's why it may or may not. I actually don't believe that's a good talking point because I don't think it's true. But what we do know, is that the valley, that's what Gehenna is. It's a valley, was a place where there were children being sacrificed, which is why it's painted as such an evil place, because this was where the worst evil was taking place. Yes. That being said, let me read for you Seder Olam. I've got a passage. Let's see if I can put it on the screen and make it readable. 1 second. I'm going to put it on the notepad. So this is from the... Oop, wrong button. This is from the Talmud. And in Seder Olam, we have a really interesting reference to Gehenna. By the way, if you have access to the Sefaria website, you can just go to the website and search for Gehenna. You'll find tons
I'm
of
always
entries.
on Sefaria.
It's such a good website. But listen to what it says. It says, the judgment of the wicked in Gehinnom lasts 12 months, as it says, and it shall be from new moon to new moon. And then it lists the rabbis. From Pesach until Atz Eret, as it says, and from Sabbath to Sabbath. After 12 months, the souls of the sinners of Israel who transgressed the Torah and the commandments are consumed, and their bodies are consumed, and they are turned to dust. Gehinnom spits them out, and the wind scatters them underneath the feet of the righteous. So this is like this idea in the Talmud that Gehenna is a place where the wicked people go, and then they are eventually annihilated, which you could see why this type of Jewish doctrine would kind of find itself in the biblical doctrine, because the biblical doctrine and the Talmudic doctrines are kind of in the same culture, even though there seems to be a wide variant of ideas, right? But the reality is, inside of the Talmudic writings and even in other writings, we find Gehenna as being the just a code name for hell.
Yeah,
hope that answers.
It's
your question.
funny, and as everyone can clearly see there, it's not just the Christians who are always quoting from the Hebrew Bible and quoting it way the hell out of context.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing is, like, when you look at like how the New Testament treats the Old Testament, you might think that they're all insane. But like if you read the Pesharim from the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're doing the same thing. Like they were kind of participating in this idea that all of the prophecies are like transitory in meaning, like it could mean something originally and then have a new meaning for my time period. And to me, I think what was happening at the Dead Sea was a healthy dope of cope. And then
I was gonna say ancient cope.
Exactly, it was just cope. And then that's, I think the Jesus movement came out of that Dead Sea community where they rejected the authority in Jerusalem. They thought that the leading authorities had been corrupted and that the teacher of righteousness had arrived, and so on and so forth. Because like the more you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, you're more like, but fuck, this sounds like a lot of what Jesus taught.
Scroll 11Q13, especially the Melchizedek scroll. You could read that and then read Hebrews, and it's very obvious that whoever wrote Hebrews was definitely heavily involved in the Qumran sort of theology.
Absolutely. Which reminds me, I'm trying to get John J. Collins on the channel to do a deep dive on the actual Messiah from Daniel, which is the archangel. So he and
I was just wondering about that today, because I was actually wondering to myself, because that's an interpretation that the prince is Michael.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So if you read the book of Daniel close enough, what you'll discover is that the godlike man in Daniel 7 is really equivalent to the angels. The angels are described as like the son of a god and also referred to as men. They're like God men. They're somewhere in between, right? And so, and then in the end of the book of Daniel, chapter 12, who's the one that wages the final battle before the resurrection? It's Michael the archangel. So, like, I'm inclined to believe...
Whose name literally means he who is like God.
Yes, exactly. So, like, I have no reason to believe that they're referring to an actual human being here. I think who's ever doing the saving in the book of Daniel is an archangel. Now, to be fair, there is a movement within early Christianity that tied Jesus to like being an archangel, as you suggested in the Melchizedek scroll. Melchizedek was essentially like an archangel. He was pre-existent, manifested on the earth multiple times, and then what's he do? He wars at the very end against Belial and the sons of darkness, the same way people envisioned Jesus doing.
Yeah, Melchizedek is definitely one of three figures in the Old Testament who are sort of, along with Enoch, who becomes the Metatron, and Elijah, who are sort of elevated to like an angelic status in later Judaism.
We really have to do something with Metatron soon. This is like one of the things that people don't know about in Christianity is Metatron. Yes. I'll hit you up. Maybe we can do a video together talking about Metatron. It's such a good topic.
I know that me and you could absolutely just nerd out. I've completely forgotten that everyone else is watching.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, we'll do that for a pre-recorded video. Michael, thank you for the $1.49 Euro chat. I really appreciate that. And Lady AJ says, call out Mary O'Neill in chat. Coward won't call. I'm sorry, I did not see Mary O'Neill, but Mary, you're a coward. You were not in my inbox. Amir says, best authority I will believe for $200. So on best authority, I will believe for $200. You believe in Jesus for $200? Listen, that's a hard bargain.
Man, we are getting cheap.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm desperate. I'll take it for $50. I'll at least say it. Okay.
They talk about selling your soul for the devil. For $200, you can sell your soul to Yahweh, apparently.
Yeah, he's a cheap date.
Arvin says, does my rejection of God harm him? That's the question we've been asking. How can all perfect, all powerful God actually be harmed? I don't see how that is the case. You know what I mean? And Fern, thank you for $2, says DZ is my favorite workplace audio track too. Well, shit, hell yeah, I appreciate that, Fern. Also, while we're reading super chats, send some love to Dalton for being up here all night, working with me, contributing to the conversation. Dalton is supremely knowledgeable in these topics. He's like a perfect addition to these live streams. Rory says, always glad to catch you cooking live. No equal. First of all, I don't know if that's true, but I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. And Joshua again says, all sin is considered eternal rebellion. Yeah, that's basically what the Christian's point was, right? Any sin, no matter how small, it requires an eternal punishment because it's considered eternal rebellion, which is ludicrous. And Joshua coming again says, hell may be might makes right, i.e. God. Yes, the doctrine of hell really is might makes right, because if you just believe it's right because God did it, that's just divine command theory. I'm most powerful, I'm the one that did it, which we haven't done the God is good topic in a week or so, but to be fair, like even if God does make the rules, I don't see why I would be morally compelled to follow the rules. Like, what's the injunction that makes me morally liable to somebody else's subjective rules other than them harming me? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, biggest stick.
Exactly. Shady says, Justin, you say secret magic believer spell, then you go party in sky. So simple. Not be bad and go bad place. Yay, sky party. I forget. That's the craziest thing, that there's so many people that will they think that they prayed the prayer, now they're just kind of sealed in heaven, and then they kind of go about just living their life.
Once saved, always saved.
Yeah, wouldn't God know?
I grew up on that.
It's you know what? I'm actually glad I did not. I found that doctrine preposterous.
I was super rebellious, so all I did was read my Bible. I was like, oh, this is bullshit. That's not in there.
It certainly wasn't. I could so I never was part of the Reform movement, but when I was getting in my late teens, I met some people that were super Reformed, and they were telling me about this doctrine. I was like, this is stupid. Why? So we don't have free will anymore? God just takes our free will away?
But you can also I mean, that objection does go into hell, because if someone's in hell and they realize that they've done wrong for whatever reason, and they call out to God in like repentance, why is death the arbitrary cutoff line for redemption? I mean, if Paul is correct that all it takes to be saved is to confess that Jesus is Lord, and Paul also says in the last days, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess Jesus is Lord, it kind of therefore follows. Yeah.
I agree. And Epic with a super chat, it says, God is just. Well, he's not. He has provided proof that the Bible is his word. That is laughable. Look up 3773 pattern in Genesis 1. Certainly won't.
Oh, no.
I don't even know what that means, but I know it's useless.
It's Bible. It's that Bible
codes,
Torah code stuff.
Yeah. Of course. This is nonsensical weak sauce. Derek Rhodes, never heard of him, and click on the 10-minute video. Certainly won't be doing any of that. This book is complete nonsense. We demonstrate that on a pretty regular basis. Jonathan says Exodus 4:11. I know, that's a good one. Exodus 4:11, when God makes everybody blind and mute. And then remember later in Leviticus, I believe he says that they're not allowed into the assembly of the Lord if they're lame or if they're defective,
crushed
right?
gonads. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, not a good situation. David, my friend, great to see you. David says, I'm damned because my dumbass mom told me about Jesus. Thanks, Mom. P.S. Somebody fleeced fleece of basic human decency. I know. Could you imagine? I would love to see these conversations happen with like a mother and a child present, just to put them next to each other to hear how they respond to the questions. Because I'm willing to bet that you'll get different responses to these questions when you have a mother and a son trying to like finagle what they think is best. It's hard for me to envision a mother that will just send their children to eternal conscious fire.
Yeah, I have heard some parents say, I would never burn my child, but that's because I'm imperfect. I was like, wait, what?
It's hard to watch. Benny, good to see you, Benny. Benny says, this is the first super chat. Well, thank you for that. Loved all you do and so grateful you don't talk politics. Evangelical theology major, and so thankful for the Bible education from you. Well, thank you, Benny. I really appreciate that. And guys, I do make a pretty concerted effort to not do political debates here. I know there's probably occasions where it's inevitable, but like this is not what the channel's about. To be sure, politics are important. Like our vote matters. Like we should be learning what to vote for. We should be studying politics and voting. And I think the debate space is important. I think political debates are important. That being said, I don't do political debates. I ain't got time for that shit. I can't keep up on the news. And I certainly don't have, if I'm studying to do these debates, I certainly don't have time to study to do those debates.
That was always my policy too. And it gives the people like a little a place away from it all, to come here.
Right. My policy has always been, if you're debating, you should debate the thing that you know. And if you don't really know politics, you shouldn't debate it. If you don't really know veganism, you shouldn't debate it. You know what I mean? Like you have to know it. Design says,
I all day I will gladly debate whether the Bible talks about flat Earth. I will not debate flat Earth though, because I do not know the science well enough to.
Right. That's a different topic. You're right. Design says religiosity glorifies supremacy and authoritarianism. I can't unsee it and will never fall in line. Big agreement. I I am not the fall in line type of guy. I do not believe in authoritarianism, not from God, not from the government. Don't believe in any kings, especially not King Jesus. That dude's vicious. Bass Computer, thank you for the super chat. Nice floppy. Says, if you truly thought a neighbor faced endless torment, what else could you think about? This doctrine severs the connection between heart and mind. So this is a really good point. When I was like, I would say I was basically agnostic at that point, like my last year of seminary. I had a good friend that I worked in ministry with, and she read a book called The One Thing You Can't Do in Heaven. And it was a really interesting book because the general idea is like the one thing that you can't do in heaven, which again is a dumb title. There's lots of things. But the premise of the book was that, well, you can't witness to others and save them from hell once you're in heaven because it's too late. And so she went on this whole kick wanting to save people from hell. And I just remember like thinking to myself, like, that's a fair point. If you really believe that God is sending all these people to hell, like we should be like fucking over the moon trying to save everybody. I think the fact that people aren't doing that demonstrates that they don't really believe this nonsense, or they don't care and they're assholes. You know?
Yeah, and somewhat the same also. If you're in heaven, let's say you're a mother or a father in heaven, can you really experience true joy if you knew that your child was in hell? And if not, I mean, if you can, then it's not really you anymore, is it? It's like this sort of mind-wiped version of yourself.
You know, yeah, Christians will say that. God wipes your memory.
Oy, oy, oy.
Crazy to think about. Aaron says, I wish more Christians were like Chris. He's honest and he means well. Seems like he's genuinely wrestling with this stuff from a sincere place. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Big W. And you're right, Aaron. So we've talked to Chris before. It's been a hot minute since we've talked to Chris. And I've talked to Chris on AXP before too. So Chris is a Christian. He does still believe in most of the nonsense, but he's deconstructing. And he openly admits, he's like, listen, I'm mad at God. He's not mad at God because like his life sucks or anything like that. He's mad at God. Well, I mean, there are some things that he's upset about, but he's mad at God because like this thing seems needlessly complicated, stupid, and convoluted, but he feels compelled to believe it. But Chris is good people. Guys, be nice to Chris. And again, even if Chris believed all of this stuff and he was just doing baseline apologetics, still be nice. To be fair, it's never okay to treat somebody with autism poorly. He's doing the best he can, friends. Aaron says, oh, sorry, I read that. Duncan says, if creation was good, why did God have to test it? This is actually a really good point. Why does God test anything? Because we read in Deuteronomy, Genesis 22, God testing to know what is in the heart of people. This doesn't make sense if God already knew. God shouldn't have to test anybody. But we see it.
Yeah, he's obviously he has to figure something out, right?
Right, yeah. In fact, it says in Genesis 19, he says, now I know. He literally uses the phrase, in this moment now, it is true that I know, which means he didn't know it prior, that Abraham would sacrifice his son.
22.
Did I say what I say?
Akita? 19.
Oh, shit.
You're probably thinking
Sorry,
you're probably thinking of chapter 18 where he says, then I will know.
Then I'll know. Yeah, Genesis 22, I think 12 is where he says to Abraham, now I know. Yeah, good catch. The Ungoogleable Man says, huge W for Chris. He seems like an awesome dude. Actually, I like Chris. I think he is a good guy. He is. We can't take him as often as we want because it's a debate. You know what I mean? And he's kind of here for deconstruction. Aaron says, I shouldn't have to say this, but please don't burn non-believers. Burn some grass and chill out instead. I agree. Remember, get stoned for Doug, friends. Andy says, thank you for your kindness and patience, Justin. Andy, thank you for your support. And I feel like there's areas I need to improve on, but I'm trying to get better, friends. Space Lord says, I know I said something awful, but at least I don't blink when I when I did it. At least I didn't blink when I did it. I mean, that's so true. People will just absolutely double down, 10 toes to the ground on, yeah, it's okay to light people on fire for minute crimes like stealing a pack of gum. These people are sick. This is why like the state of affairs is what the state of affairs is. And Hammond says a lot of young Zoomers are extremists. I kind of get it. Younger people radicalize because of a broken society. They don't have much of a future. So this is such a good point, because when society liberalizes, we see this in Germany. There's a huge issue in Germany. When society liberalizes and you find more equality, what you do find also is that people who were previously not disenfranchised could become disenfranchised. And for them, that is the worst injustice ever. Like, it was okay when those people over there were disenfranchised. Now that I'm disenfranchised, I'm not on top. Well, now it's a huge fucking problem, and I'm going to cause a huge stink over it, even if it means enacting horrific laws by force. You're right. This is happening because of we've liberalized, and there's been a balance shift. And as we've liberalized as a society, the older, more traditional generations have broken everything on the way out. As younger liberals have moved in, the last dying breath of conservative politics has been to try to fuck everything up on the way out. And so now we've got a broken system that hardly works for anybody, and people are pissed. They're pissed, you know? Noah the Baptist says, stealing food was death and hell according to Eve. Yeah, actually, isn't that the crazy thing? Like, theoretically, if Eve never repented for her sin, we can only conclude that she went to hell, right?
Yeah, although for some reason, I mean, and all the subsequent myths that the Jewish people would write, Adam and Eve, for some reason, are in paradise, despite.
Yeah, it's crazy. If Adam and Eve get to go to heaven, I don't see what I need Jesus for.
Yeah.
It's such a useless plot device. Jesus' death is the most arbitrary, unnecessary thing ever. I believe this for a long time. I think the reason why hell is played up is because you need a way to rationalize why Jesus had to die. Because otherwise, there's no good reason for him to have died.
I will say this, in Catholic theology at least, they do have this idea of the harrowing of hell, where Jesus descended into the paradise and he preached the gospel to Adam and Noah and all those Old Testament characters.
The harrowing of hell is a really cool passage. I mean, it does show up in the Bible in one, maybe 1.5 places, depending on how you read it. But like, if you don't know about the harrowing of hell yet, this is like a classic creedal doctrine of Catholicism and Orthodoxy. It's literally in the creeds.
By the Nicene Creed. Yep.
So like, you should familiarize yourself with the harrowing of hell if you haven't already, because even though it's not really huge in Protestantism, it's like everywhere else. It's worth knowing. Design says, your background makes a bold claim that the ghost monsters are in hell. Bold take as a Pac-Man. Also navigated a contradictory maze while eating pretzels. Can I call in and debate that? I mean, you got me there. That is, I am now Pac-Man. That's fine. I'll take that. Maybe I would get a Pac-Man emoji. True, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, who actually goes to heaven or hell? I have yet to go to a funeral, and here, Brother Tim will OT he seeing us. He is going to spend his eternal life in hell. Praise Doug. I think I've missed something here.
I might be wrong, but it's like, it's that thing of how you always go to a funeral, and no matter who it is, they're always looking down on us. They're in a better place, but you never hear a pastor saying, yeah, that guy's definitely in hell.
Such a good point. You know what? I can still pinpoint the exact moment when I came to that moment of clarity that hell was stupid and ridiculous and didn't make any sense, even if you believe in purgatory.
What was it?
I was at a funeral for a very good friend of mine that I grew up with, and our families were very close. She was unfortunately at the age of 6 or 7 hit by a bus crossing the street, and she was vegetabilized. She lived for about another 20 years. She passed at age 24, but she was a vegetable from age 6 to 24, essentially. She might have been 25. Nevertheless, the mother was, I would say, she was Christian, but she wasn't like a regular church attendee, but she had a Baptist pastor that she knew do the funeral. And for anyone who doesn't know about what they teach you in seminary, there are a couple occasions where people are thinking about the afterlife, and it's a good opportunity to talk about it. One of those is at the death of a loved one, because now people are thinking about the afterlife. Literally, for a young girl who was vegetabilized at age 6, gave a whole spiel about how he thinks she's in heaven, even though she never accepted Jesus as her Lord and Savior. And that's when, like, what the fuck kind of gymnastics do you have to do to justify how a little girl vegetabilized at age 6 isn't burning in hell? Why does that need justification? What is wrong with human beings? And it kind of clicked on me, like, well, that's kind of what it teaches. Like if you're reading the book, that's kind of what it says. So, like, it's crazy. And he went on this whole diatribe about, like, because she was sentient, she could understand verbal communication, she couldn't communicate back to you. It was like, she was stuck in the house with no communication there. But like, he went on this whole thing about, like, well, I believe that deep in her heart she must have accepted Jesus, even though we have no evidence of. Holy fuck! What kind of a crazy guy thinks we need to justify this? And I was like, oh, because the religion kind of teaches it. It's crazy.
I had a similar aha moment, because when I was a fundamentalist evangelical, I was very on I need to go out and convert Jews to Christianity, which is what exposed me to Tovia Singer, which led me to Judaism eventually. But and I had to wrestle with, what about the Jews in the Holocaust?
Mm-hmm.
Same sort of, because
kind of like the old saying, if this God is real, he owes us an apology.
Yeah, reading Night, especially in school, it just, these people loved and worshipped Yahweh, but according to Christian theology,
Right, yeah. JMR, great to see you again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Secret Gospel of Mark should be fair game. It has about the same credibility as anything Christians use. Locked room, hands held, naked young ruler, and Jesus, and mysteries of the kingdom. What's unff?
Amen.
Amen. Listen, I'm with you on the amen. And listen, there are some early Christian fan fiction that did kind of become quasi-canon. I think one of the popular ones is like the proto-evangelism of James. It tells about the ever virginity of Mary, all that nonsense with Joseph. While it wasn't canon, most of what's in there was adopted as official Catholic beliefs. So, like,
there are special feast days dedicated to the parents of Mary, and the names that they give you are the names from the Proto-Evangelium.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, this was something that they certainly believed was authoritative enough to bake doctrine around it, even though it wasn't part of the canon. But again, Catholics believe in canon plus tradition, which is, I can understand why Protestants would be confused. Last super chat from our friend Froust. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, also, first super chat here. Love your content. Thank you for being a kind, wise voice. You inspire me to do good, just too good, not because I'm being judged by some creep peeking from behind the clouds. I really appreciate it. That is the thing. If you're doing a good thing because you think God is going to judge you otherwise, you're not a good person. You're just not. If you do a good thing...
You're a rabid dog on a leash.
Exactly. You're on a leash. You're not good. But once you get this sky carcass, this hell punishing thing out of the way, and you can still treat humans with dignity and do good deeds, then we know that you're a trustworthy, decent human being. So that is our last super chat. A good one to end on. Dalton, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I had a blast.
Oh, always. This is so cathartic. I watch all these debates at work, and the whole time I'm yelling at the screen because I'm like, go, you idiot. So never to you, but always to the guest. But yeah, it's like, it's so cathartic.
I get that. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and shares and supers, and thank you for all the members of the channel. I really appreciate the membership. Really helps keep everything floating. If there is someone live right now, who is live that we can go raid? Is Mezzo live right now? I heard someone saying Mezzo was live. Let me see.
Let's see.
I do see
Raid, but
Mezzo is live. Oh, with the Born Again Atheist. Oh my gosh, this is good. Okay.
Oh wow, she's great.
She's amazing. I love her work. Okay, so here, first of all, two things. We're gonna go raid Mezzo's live stream on TikTok and on YouTube. That being said, if you don't know Born Again Atheist yet, she's amazing. She's smart. She's hilarious. She's multi-talented. Let's go raid the Deconstruction Junction on YouTube, and Mezzo if you're on TikTok, you know who Mezzo is. Let's go raid Mezzo's live stream on TikTok and the Deconstruction Junction on YouTube. They both go to the same place. And thank you so much for being here, friends. We really love and appreciate you. And we'll see you again in 2 more days.